part of it. Father, we thank you for an opportunity, Father, just to come together to do your bidding, your business, Father. You said that righteousness exalts the nation, but sin is reproach to any people. And so, Father, we thank you right now for our nation, the great nation, our United States of America. We thank you for a great state that's in this nation, Father. Father, we thank you that in Jesus' name, your people will come, Father, and spend their time, their talent, their treasure, Father, to accomplish things that we need for our great state, our country, Father, even for our cities and localities, Father. We thank you for that. We thank you that everything that we do, Father, will affect those who are beneath us and those who are above us. So, Father, give us the mind of Christ. Give us the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to accomplish all that we need to accomplish. We pray for the leaders of this event, those who have set these things in place, Father. We ask that bless what their hands have done. And, Father, excuse me, we want to be careful to give you all the praise and glory, for you are our God and our Father. And, Father, this is our civic responsibilities and duties to do all that we can do. And, Father, that be careful to give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. It's in the mighty and majestic name of Jesus we pray. And all who agree with that prayer said, Amen. Amen.
All right, and if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag. Of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. Texas, one state under God, indivisible. All right, and I will actually. And like I said before, those of you who are here to testify, please go to texasgop.com, and under convention committees, there is a link to do that. And I think once we have our projector going, we can also show where that is on the website if it's helpful for people. What I'd like to do first is do quick introductions for the committee members. For those of you who were on our Thursday call, we already did that. I do want to emphasize quick. I don't want to, maybe no more than 30 seconds. We'll kind of use this as our roll call. So just to start off with, I'm Scott Bowen. I've gotten to meet most of you either already or in the course of setting up this committee, but I'll be serving as your chairman. I'm on the SREC, finishing up my first term, and then I'm also I've been precinct chair, done a lot in the Harris County Republican Party. So it is good to be here, and I hope you enjoy this committee and this convention. And we will start with Brett Rogers from SD1.
My name is Brett Rogers. I'm from SD1, and you might know me as grassrootspriorities.com or houseofbagcards.com. I work with Joanne Fleming and candidates all across the state, and do a lot of organizational and get out the vote work. And I'm very excited for creating a very robust, very thorough, very timely legislative priorities for the legislature in the 89th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And from SD2, Donna Carter.
Hi, I'm Donna Carter, and I am a precinct chair and an election judge in the Marion County. And I am new to the political game. However, I have a 6-year-old son. I had my first child at 48, and so I had my head in the sand and pulled R for way too long and thought everything was fine, and it's not. So now I'm here. I'm honored to be a part of it. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm actually getting the roll pulled up. Can the SD3 representative introduce yourself?
My name is Mike Jackson, SD3. I retired from the oil field in 2017, so my first convention was 2020, and we all know how 2020 went. So after all that, I decided to become more involved, and here I am, first time to serve on a committee.
Thank you. And SD4.
My name is Loretta Evans, and I'm from County, which is east of Houston. I'm a precinct chair, precinct 3 there. We are a very red county with a lot of Democrats who run as Republicans because they have to. And this is my first time to serve on this committee. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. For SC5, Michael Salvo, who will be assisting me today as our secretary. Please introduce yourself.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. My name is Michael Salvo. I am your SC5 committee man on this committee. I served on this committee 2 years ago, and it's an honor to be back and honored to be your secretary. So if you have a problem with seeing something on the screen, scream at me, not Scott. All right, save some. Also, from the party, specifically, if you need any documents in paper version, let me know as well. I'll get those to you. That being the platform or something that we're working through. Let's try to keep it limited so we can cut down on costs. But if you need anything from me, let me know. I'll be here. Thank you.
All right, from SD6, Robert Gurray.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. So my name is Robert Gurray, SD6, which is East Harris County. As I didn't Phil already mentioned, I'm sort of a newcomer as well. During the day, I'm an IT consultant at a tax software company. Only recently gotten involved in party politics. This is my second state convention, and it's a privilege to be here. I look forward to working with this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. SD7, Teresa Thomas.
Teresa Thomas, Precinct Chair, and State Director for Moms for America. I've been a child advocate for 36 years and have been working tirelessly with legislation, trying to protect our children. And to do that, you have to go through elections. You have to go through making sure the border is secure. And most of all, making sure taxpayer-funded lobbyists don't get more say than we do.
Thank you. And SD8, Chrissy Ratliff.
Christy Ratliff from Rains County. I'm an accountant by trade. This is my second convention, the first in-person convention. And I got involved in politics because in my line of work, I have a front row seat to the effect of bad government policy on small businesses and individuals. And I'm here to try to verify some of that. Like I said, this is my first in-person convention. I'm looking forward to serving the community.
Thank you. SD9, Dan Tully.
I'm Dan Tully. Attended all the state conventions since 2010. Prior to that, I was a city councilor in the city of Newburgh, where I was there. I also finished my first full term on the SRC in Senate District 9. And prior to that, I finished out in Senate District 10 period just before that. And I look forward to being on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of Senate District 10, Brady Gray.
I'm Brady Gray, Senate District 10. I'm also the chairman for the Park County Republican Party, and I'm president of Texas Family Project. It's my second convention and first time being on legislative priorities, so I'm glad to get to be here with all of you.
Thank you. Senate District 11, Eric McCrutchen.
Hi, I'm Erica McCrutchen, and I am a precinct chair for Precinct 76, Houston, Texas. I'm also on an election right now. I am a business owner, and also multiple conventions I've been in, and this is my first time serving on the committee. I look forward to some robust dialogue and getting some business done. Thank you.
Thank you. SD12, Peyton Inge.
71, I'm not the fastest person on the block. I've been a real estate broker since 78, that's a little more than some of the people who were born. Real estate investor, been going to state conventions since 84, missed very few since that time. Served on multiple committees at the state level, chaired the RSD12 convention as chair of the committees there. In 2020, I was the CD20 26 presidential elector, actually seeking to do that again in 24. And appreciate being here, look forward to working with you.
Thank you. SD 13, Don Hooper.
I'm Don Hooper, SD 13, live in downtown Houston. You may know me from the Houston Conservative Forum or Big Jolly Politics. I've written there for years. Been involved in politics probably the past 40 years in Harrison County and before that in California. But I'm a native Houstonian, but it's good to meet everybody here, and please come say hi. Thanks.
Thank you. SD 14, Jeff Frazier.
Hi, Jeff Frazier, SD 14, and I've been involved in Texas politics since 2010 when I got involved with Young Conservatives of Texas at Tech. And I then went to work for, sold off my share of my small business when I got into it and realized that I wanted to do this and worked for Senator Hager on his campaign for comptroller. Helped him get elected, and then worked for Senator Burton as her policy director for 2 years. And since that time, I have been chief of staff for Representative Terry Wilson, representing House District 20 in Williamson County. And so I'm the first time on the list priority convention. So excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senate District 16, Dr. Preeti Malati.
Hi, I'm Preeti Malati. I'm a general and geriatric surgeon in Dallas County, SD 16. I became more interested in politics after I was looking at all the issues around COVID and elections. Those were my main issues, and all these other issues. But anyway, I got involved with the Republican Party last summer through precinct chair. I've been an election clerk. I was on the platform committee for SD 16, and now this is the first time at a convention and on this committee. So I'm really excited to learn from everyone, and I'm excited to hopefully contribute and move the ball forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And I was trying to multitask while y'all were talking, and I missed SD 15, Rolando Garcia.
Rolando Garcia, representing SD 15 in Harris County. I'm completing my second term on the SREC. This is my first time on the LP committee. I've served at the last 4 state conventions. I've served on the platform committee, but I'm looking forward to working with everyone, making some kick-ass priorities, especially on border security and cracking down on illegal immigration.
Thank you. SD 17, Henry Bonert.
Okay, I'm from SD 17, which is kind of west of the Houston area and in the south. This will be my second time on the Legislative Priorities Committee, and it's good to see you. I served with on the last session, and I'm just looking forward to having a good opportunity to get a good legislative priorities working out for the legislature. That's something for them to work with.
Thank you. Senate District 18, Paul Yamrick.
Thank you, Scott. SD 18 is representing Bluebell Ice Cream, Shiner Beer, and Gonzalez Come Take It. I've had the honor to serve on the LP committee before, and I've had the honor again to do once more. So looking forward. God bless this committee, and God bless Texas. Thank you.
God bless Texas. Senate District 19, Rhonda Marquardt.
Hello, I am a border warrior on the Kidd County, and I was on the committee last time, and that was my #1 priority. And I thank all of you who listened back then, because we're where we are today, because y'all listened 2 years ago. And so I'm a rancher, I'm a retired teacher and coach, and I never had time for politics until 4 years ago, and now it seems like that's all I do. So, like many of you, it was time to wake up. And so you're hopefully making a difference.
Thank you. Senate District 20, we've had a couple of replacements here, but due to our original committee member had a death in the family, unfortunately, so definitely keep him in your prayers. But we will have Eric Nur will be serving for SD20. So can you please introduce yourself?
Hello. Yes, thank you. My name is Eric. I'm from SD20, third up for the position, I guess. We're very sensitive to border issues, obviously. We're down south on the border, counties, Bristol City and Abilene County. We're tired of border problems, and we're tired of government failure. So hopefully we can get something done. Thank you.
Thank you. Senate District 21, Julie Dahlberg.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Dolberg, and I'm representing SC21, which covers 16 counties, and that covers southeast Travis County and Austin, to the southeast part of Berry County, and all the way to the border with 3 border counties. I was a Republican voter, but never got involved until 2019 when our petition was certified to run against a long-time Democrat, Judicial. He was unsuccessful, but I'm very involved in that, as well as another representative race as a campaign manager. And you guys know that once you start paying attention, you can't stop paying attention to what's going on. So I was very involved, and when it came up for the next election, I was a Republican nominee to run against her in 2022, and will run again in 2026 as well. So this is my 3rd convention. My first was the online convention, and I served on this committee for the 2nd time now. So I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. From Senate District 22, we have Debbie Duke.
Hi, my name is Debbie Duke from Senate District 22. I served, that's Waco area that I'm based out of, or live in, and I served as SREC for the better part of 2 terms, 4 years. Most recently, chair of the Election and Integrity Committee, and served on the Medical Freedom Committee as well. And this will be the 2nd time that I've served on legislative priorities. I stepped down from SREC in October to run for our House seat, and I'm looking forward to coming out with some great priorities, thorough priorities out of this committee, and excited to work with y'all.
Thank you. Senate District 23, Stephanie Gonzalez. Is Stephanie Gonzalez here? All right. Senate District 24, Davis Ford. Is Davis Ford here? You're already reaching for your mic. Senate District 25, Johan Gervais.
Hello, committee. My name is Johan Gervais from Como County, and I'm just a regular working man with a family and a business, and want to see some good conservative priorities, good to-do list for our legislature. I'm honored to be here. This is my 5th convention, my first time on it.
Thank you, Johan. Senate District 26, Rick Briscoe.
Hello, I'm Rick Briscoe. I'm from Bear County, precinct chair. I was privileged to be on the Legislative Priorities Committee at the previous convention, and I've been working on behalf of 2 Second Amendment groups for a bit over a decade in the legislature, and I very much enjoy being on the committee because these are the propositions that we can go forth with to the legislature to actually get some things done.
Thank you. I agree completely. Senate District 27, Janeria Lewis.
Hi, Janeria Lewis, 27, representing the border, representing South Padre Island, and SpaceX. I'm on the City Council, 3rd term, and I am retired from a paper company, an international paper company, and everything you heard about the 2020 election and paper is true, and I can tell you why if you ever want to talk about it. I'm a precinct chair. In 2018, I served on the Rules Committee. This is my 3rd stint on legislative priorities. I am hyper-focused on election integrity. I led a team to do a forensic audit, and we only looked at mail-in ballots. And in our our most radically conservative estimate. 18% of the mail-in ballots I saw had anomalies. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Senate District 28, Susan Williamson.
Hi, I'm from Menard County. I've been the county chair there for 15 years, and 2 years ago I had the honor to serve on the platform committee, and looking forward to working with you all on legislative priorities this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Senate District 29, Hans Sassenfeld.
Hans Sassenfeld, El Paso, Texas, and we also represent Pecos, Worcester, Huntsville, all those counties on the border of Arizona. And this is my fifth time on the legislative priorities.
Have you been on every legislative priorities committee since the very first time?
Yeah.
Wow. 5 times. All right. Senate District 30, Spencer Brolsma.
Hey everybody, I'm Spencer Brolsma. I'm currently a precinct chair in Denton County, and this is my first time on a committee at the state level and 5th convention. And I'm looking forward to getting some legislative priorities facts that would honor our late great Judicial from Denton County.
Thank you. And finally, Senate District 31, Jeff Russell.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Russell. I'm from Odessa. SD 31 covers Midland, Odessa area all the way north into the Panhandle and Amarillo, 29 counties in total. I serve as a precinct chair and have been the party county treasurer for way too many years. And this is my 4th convention, first time on a committee.
Thank you. Well, this is our committee. So over the next few days, I think we will get to know each other very well. We're all going to work hard together, and I think everyone will be proud of what we accomplished together and for the convention. So thank you all for agreeing to serve. And for those of y'all who were not on the conference call that we did on Thursday, our goal as a committee is our deliverable is we deliver 15 items to the floor of the convention to be considered as legislative priorities. Under the current Rule 34C, only 8 of those priorities will actually be chosen by the convention floor to become the list of 8 priorities that is put before the legislature as our priority list. That leaves 7 priorities out. So one thing that I would like to change, and I would like to seek your support in asking the Rules Committee to change, is to give the opportunity for more of those priorities to be elevated after the convention is over. And so if you look at the documents that I sent out, and I'll check on our projector situation when we get started with testimony, but, okay, perfect. But if you look at the legislative priorities submittals, the first thing in there is a rule change proposal that I would like to discuss. And essentially what we will do as a committee is we will send a memo with this proposal to the Rules Committee so that they can consider adding this to the rules for the next biennium. And I actually did get some, so if you look at the proposal, in the existing Rule 34C describes essentially what I just said. But what I propose adding is prior to the first day of the legislative session, the SREC may, by a majority vote, add up to 4 additional legislative priorities that were not part of the top half, but still received at least a 60% majority of those present and voting at the state convention, but may not make any changes to the wording of those priorities. And then it would also add at the end, except as specified in this rule, no one may add to or edit the legislative priorities after the state convention signing document, which is already in there. What I would like to, before I offer that motion, I'd like to change that slightly based on additional info that I got from Virgil Cruz, who's our RPT secretary, after we sort of started talking about this wording. According to the info we got, at the last convention, the top 8 priorities are actually the only ones that got a majority. And when you think about it, it's pretty easy to realize why. The convention was operating under the assumption that this rule was in effect, that they would be choosing their top 8. And so, even though they were not instructed to, everyone on the convention floor voted for 8 out of the 15 priorities. And so some of them, even though they're probably widely supported, and they're things that people would vote yes for, they actually got very few votes because people were voting them down, and so that the priorities they wanted could be voted up. So I think when we send this recommendation, I would take out the 60%, so that we would just have a majority of those present and voting. But I'll go ahead and make that change before we start discussing. And Rick, if you have a question?
Yes, sir. I think everyone was what's called bullet voting. That is, you only vote for 8 because you want those only, and you don't want to add to something you would not wish to have. So perhaps an instruction on the floor to vote all of them one way or another would be appropriate.
That's definitely going to be part of it too. Is if we make this change, then we are going to have to make sure it is clear to the delegates that they need to choose more than 8. Because ultimately, as long as they get a majority yes, then some of those priorities can still be elevated by the SRC. So I think when what we're going to know by Wednesday if the Rules Committee takes this change up. And if they do, then then not only will I need to say that on our floor report, but also when you report to your Senate districts, you need to make sure all of the delegates in your Senate district know what the process is when you give your reports, which is something that you'll have to do as temporary committee members as you're running for re-election to the permanent committee. So definitely we'll need some communication effort around this so that people realize what the rule is. But taking the, I'm going to go ahead and strike this through. If I can find there's no strike through button on here. But I'll just highlight it black for now so that you can't see it. We'll figure that out later. Anyway, so I'll go ahead and make the motion. I'll entertain a motion if someone wants to make it to take up this edited text of Rule 34C as a recommendation from this committee to the Rules Committee to make a change.
So moved. I so moved.
Okay, who got there first? Oh, Rolando? Okay. Let the minutes show that Rolando made the motion, and Rick Briscoe, are you the second? All right. Thank you both. And is there any discussion on this motion? Yes.
Again, Peyton Inge, SD 12. I think someone mentioned a minute ago Jill Glover, who had such a profound impact on our legislature in trying to get some of these priorities in the past done. And Jill was a close friend of mine. Matter of fact, she was responsible for me getting appointed to many of the committees in the last few years that I was put on. We had a lot of discussions about the challenge we had getting our representatives to focus on the issues, and because they really didn't, because there's so much money was first against it, but just getting them to focus. And at that time, we talked about the concept of keep it simple and try to limit it so that we can get them. We have a set number of things and make them focus on these things, and really try to begin to get the point where tell these people you either do these or get out. And so trying to make a comparison. If anybody around here has ever, as a man, gotten a to-do list, or as a woman giving her husband a list to do, if you give them more than 3 things to do, usually you don't get anything done. And I think Jill understood that same concept, is that the more we send them to do, probably the less they're going to do. And so I think personally that this is a mistake to expand it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I'll go to Julie Dahlberg next, and then back here to Hans Sassenfeld.
sure that I'm against this, but what I think might be better would be to ask for a rule change to increase the total number of priorities overall. When we discussed being very surgical about what our priorities are going to be and not just subject focused with the laundry list. If we're going to be bringing these out, we're going to barely cover very much with just 8. So, and then on the side as well, I think that it should be taken care of here during convention and not then set off to SREC after that. If we're going to allow those, then let's just allow those as an increased total number.
Thank you, and I'll actually go ahead and address that before we go over to Hans. So we're caught in a vice here because, and I spent a lot of time looking at this with some rules people, with Virgil, and the problem is that rules changes that are made at this convention don't go into effect until next convention. So that they don't take effect until after we all leave and the new SREC is created. And so this committee is limited by the 8 and 15 rule. We cannot, as a committee, pass more than 15 priorities to the floor, and the floor cannot vote on more than 8. All we can do is empower the next SREC to take up additional priorities. So what this would do, so right now they don't have the ability to do that, but what this would do is this would give them the ability to choose from the other 7 that don't make it on the floor. So it kind of, we're basically stuck doing this because of how the rules operate. We would not be able to just add more priorities if we wanted to. I think a better process would just be all of the priorities that we pass out of committee, if they get 50% or higher, they become the next priorities, however many that ends up being, but that's not the process that exists under the rules, and so we're stuck with what does exist. Hans
Hasenthal, I would speak against this motion, mainly because what it would, by making it a majority, people would just say, well, these are all good, all 15, and they'll just vote yes, 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 yes. And now you've increased it from 8 to 12, and as the other speaker was saying, the idea is the legislature wants a smaller, shorter list. And so this is just pretty much an end around to add more items. Maybe it would be better to be brought up in the SREC for them to consider any that received a majority. But as the motion as written, I would vote against it.
I'll go Rolando and then Rick Briscoe.
I think the rule change is it not working?
Yeah, the mics aren't on.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
I do support the proposed rule change. Everyone needs to keep in mind that this process for legislative priorities is not set in stone. It evolves at every convention. If you all remember, we started having legislative priorities in 2014, and it was just 1. And then we went to 5, and then we created a LP committee at convention separate from platform. And if you remember, initially, the convention chose 5 priorities, and then the SREC would choose 3, any 3 they wanted. They weren't limited. Then we decided, well, we'll make all 3 chosen at convention. So I think this is a happy middle ground between where we were in 2016 and 18 and what we changed in 2020 and 22. Everything on the list of 15 is going to be something that is broadly supported in the party. And we give the SREC the option, they don't have to, they have the option of choosing up to 4. I want to remind everyone that when we present the LP report to the convention, they will have the option to debate and amend it, to strike and replace, to change the wording. So the final 15 that ends up after it's debated on the convention is up to the delegates. And then the delegates will vote, and only those that get over 50% would be eligible to be chosen by the SREC. And the reason we need this is I always bring up this situation. Property tax, eliminating property tax, did not make the top 8 last convention. That is something that is a very broadly supported issue in our party. People feel strongly about it, and I think most delegates support it. It's just that they, supported other things. And as a result, our, property tax was a huge issue this last legislative session. And yet RPT was on the sidelines because it did make the top 8, even though that issue is very important to so many of our activists. And so all this is doing is saying, these are the 15 that the delegates really like, and maybe they like these 8 the most, but there's a few others that they also really like and that are really important. Now, I understand the concern about having too many priorities, and if we were doing the laundry list priorities that we've done in the past, I would agree, 12 is too many. But if we follow through on what we discussed about making priorities specific and succinct, then 12 is not too many. I think 12 would be just the right number. In fact, maybe we could do 15 if these are the right kind of priorities. They are short and succinct and specific.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Rick Briscoe, and then Generia, and then Don Hooper.
I obviously support the proposal. There are a couple of thoughts I'd like to share. Number one, my experience in the legislature is there are far too many legislators looking for cover. That is, they don't want to be held accountable. And these are items that our party has placed great emphasis on, and they should expect to be held accountable. Aside from the procedural necessity of allowing the SREC to do this, by being able to add them after the election, they should have a better picture of what issues are at the forefront to be added that we've got a realistic opportunity to pass and perhaps even find bill authors.
Thank you. Generia.
Thank you. Genera Lewis, SD 27. I do support this. I like the idea of the elected SREC with a different perspective throughout the year, being able to add 4 more. And even though it seems cumbersome to have this many legislative priorities, it's not. These elected officials are faced with hundreds or thousands of issues. These legislative priorities for us as a body act as a scorecard, so to speak. So I do support those. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Hooper.
My comment, and I support this, my comment would be,
I don't think it is.
my comment would be that we have 8 runoff or 9 runoff elections, and we have a whole group of legislators that we're not exactly sure who is going to be in office, and we give a better opportunity to pass our priorities with the incoming people coming in there. A lot of these priorities are the result of hard work from our delegates, and the more we can put in front of our legislators, the more opportunity we have to pass the hard work from our delegates.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who wanted to speak? Teresa, and then Paul? Yep.
Could you give us some clarification on how the voting would take place? Do you want it rank ordered by priority by each person, or is it going to be for or against? And I might point out, wonderfully so, that my colleague spoke, the will of the people came through, whether they had a legislative priority or not. That we got tax relief in some form. So do we continue to rely on the will of the people? And if the SREC selects those 4, what's the subjectivity to that? If you have 4 that have the same amount, is that going to be subjective? Is it going to be really well defined on how the SREC would make those selections?
So to answer your first question, the way that I think my microphone is not on. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Perfect. All right. So the way the voting takes place is am I off again? Oh, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Just have to be right up on it. All right, the way the voting takes place is at the very end of the convention, when we vote on priorities and the platform, everyone will get a Scantron, like we're back in grade school, right? Doing an exam. And so every platform plank and legislative priority, you will have the option of voting yes or no. That includes the legislative priorities. So you can vote yes on all 15. You can vote no on all 15. You can vote for the 8 you like best, the 12 you like best, whatever you want to do. If we do this, what we will need to do is encourage people to vote yes on every single one they agree with, not just the 8 they like the best, because every single one would still need to get a majority of the convention in order to be eligible for consideration by the SREC. So hypothetically, let's say we send 15 priorities to the floor. The top 8 become the first 8 legislative priorities, and then number 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 got a majority, and then 14 and 15 did not, okay? Just so the SREC would then be able to take, out of those 5, they would be able to choose 4 to be additional legislative priorities. They would not be able to choose the ones that did not get a majority of the delegates saying yes. So they would have some options there. They could say, out of those 5, 4 of them got the most votes, so we'll go with those, or they may not choose all 4. Or they could say, out of those 5, 4 of them are issues that are looking like they're going to be really urgent before the legislature, and so we really want to make sure we have a voice on those. It would be up to your representatives on the SREC to decide how to handle that best. Some of you will probably be SRECs, and so you'll be able to be part of that discussion. But that is how that is probably how that would work. There would be, in formal terms, there would probably be a resolution that would be voted on by the SREC that would adopt the additional up to 4 legislative priorities. And it would probably be a report out of the legislative priorities committee on the SREC. Devi.
Just quickly, when does it take effect?
Okay, so this rule would take effect after the convention ends.
Okay, so this session. I will say, while I'm not going to be real supportive about getting this one line, one specific thing down, this part I'm going to support. And the reason why is, as SREC and as a party, when you're working in legislation, we have to be nimble. Things come up, and we have to be able to reach down and be visionary a bit, and to have a choice of some more priorities to bring ahead to react to what's going on in current situations would be very important.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Spencer.
Scott, I've had my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Paul first, and then Spencer.
Not to jump in, but so one point of inquiry is the SRC
microphone
can make a resolution at any time and pass it, right?
Yes, but it cannot be a legislative priority.
No, but they can still pass a resolution on a topic that we don't even cover in this committee.
That's correct.
Okay, so that is available.
Yes.
I would make an amendment to this and say that it needs to be a supermajority to pass this as a legislative priority by the SREC. That would be my motion.
Okay. So would you like to make that as an amendment? And I think I can put wording in here by a 2/3 majority vote. Okay. So that is the amendment. Would you like to make that as a formal amendment?
Say again, Scott.
Okay. Well, does that accurately capture your amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So that amendment has been made by Paul Yamrick. Is there a second? A second from Dan Tully? Can you put those in the laptop? Amendment by Paul Yamrick and second by Dan Tully. All right. Is there any other discussion on this amendment? seeing none, I will go ahead and move us into a vote. And we'll do this, we'll just do it as a voice vote first, and then if we have to go further, we will. All in favor of this amendment to change it to a 2/3 majority vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that sounds like it passed. So I'm going to say that motion passed. Next up is Spencer Brolsma.
So my overall comment for the resolution or the rule change itself is I think that we're probably the only group of people that ever worries about sending too many priorities, because I remember in the last legislative session, the lieutenant governor had 30 legislative priorities. So I don't think that they ever really run out of time. They run out of the care. So I think that we should put forward our best and then hold them accountable to that, because they choose to run as Republicans. We don't ask them to.
Thank you. Dan Tully.
If people want to understand a situation like, I believe it's the last convention, it was the local lobbyist issue that came in number 9 out of the top 8. And it was a floor fight to be able to get it as part of it as an additional. There was only like a half a dozen votes difference between number 8 and number 9. So with what we have here with this going to be a rule change, it allows the SREC to automatically, if they wish to put that into play. So it really helps out those really close ones at the bottom that we can deal with. I think the SREC, finishing my first full term on there, I like the idea of the 2/3 votes, because I think that says the majority were ready to go forward and do something. It may be 1, it may be 4, it may be none of them. So I think this is just a nice way to help out some issues of adding things to it that need to be added.
Thank you. Is there anyone else want to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, we will now move into a vote. All in favor of sending this rule change as a memo, we'll call it a memo from the Legislative Priorities Committee to the Rules Committee for consideration, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, everybody, for your input on that. And I will go ahead and, as we're doing testimony, I'll also be working on an actual email to the members of the Rules Committee, so that they will know that this is something. And I think sometime tomorrow, I talked to Mark Ramsey, and he'll give an opportunity for me to go talk to the committee. So when that happens, we can recess as a committee tomorrow, and actually we could all go with me if we wanted. So anyway. But I'll let you know when that happens. So now, one last thing I'd like to do before we go to testimony. Is there any objection to adopting a rule that each testimony will go no longer than 3 minutes? Hearing no objection, that standing rule is adopted. So there will be a 3-minute limitation on each delegate testimony. And right now, I have... let me see, we have 42 responses. So I'm just going to go person by person in the order that the form was filled out. Paul.
I'd like to clarify further on the testimony about re-testimony. Is it one time? Can people do multiple as part of that standing rule that we just passed?
I guess you're right. The rule was silent on that. So is there any objection to setting a requirement that each individual can only testify one time per day? So you can testify Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
But I'm not in favor of one per day, but there needs to be a limit.
Okay.
Could you explain?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 a day, or 5 or 12 a day.
Okay.
It needs to be 1 per day as long as there are people still signed up to testify. Yeah. Only after everyone has had a chance to go once, then we could do it. But we can't allow people to speak more than once a day when there's still people who signed up or waiting to speak.
Janera Lewis, SD 27. So am I understanding that since we're limiting time, that even though you can only speak once, you could speak about 10 things in 3 minutes if you like? Because some people have 3 things to talk about, and if they can do it in 3 minutes, that should be allowed.
I'm fine with that, as it's helpful for the committee if people, when they signed up, they put in the subject of their testimony, and because that way we'll have a record of it. So if there are 3 different things they talk about, then they need to indicate that when they sign up.
Thank you.
But I think Rolando's approach sounds like a good one. That if you have already testified today, then you cannot testify again unless there's no one else in line to testify. So, Paul.
Yes, Scott. Somebody was signing in and said it only could speak to one bill on the sign-in sheet. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying, for a point of information, that the sign-in sheet said to speak to one bill.
Okay. Yes.
I'm concerned that 3 minutes isn't enough if they have 3 different issues they want to speak about.
Then they should.
They should have more time for.
Okay. Well, they can have more time if everyone else before them has already spoken. Like, I think the idea here is to get as many people the opportunity to speak as we can, not necessarily, because if we give one person a lot of time, then that might mean someone else doesn't get to speak at all. So I think we cycle through everybody who's signed up, and there are a lot of people signed up. And then if we get to the end of the list and there's more time and people want to speak again, they'll have the ability to. Any other comments before we start? Brett.
I trust everybody can hear me. I'm very concerned as I'm sitting here and I'm watching how much time that took up and how much time testimony will take up, that by not breaking into subcommittees, we're going to have a really long day, and trying to get through all of this. I haven't been through this before, but I've talked to other people, and so anyway, I'm just concerned we're not going to get through this in a timely fashion.
The reason we don't have subcommittees is because what takes up the most, like what is the most difficult thing to do as a committee is to put together the order and the items that are going to be addressed at all. Platform has subcommittees because there's an education section, and it can be as short or as long as you want it. There's a business and commerce section, and it can be as short or as long as you want it. Here, we're limited in the number of things, and so everybody needs to hear the testimony. Everybody needs to hear each other's thoughts, because ultimately all of us are going to be deciding the final list and the order. And so I don't think it's fair to the delegates for only 10 committee members to have heard from them on an issue that's important to them when the other 20 are still going to have a say in whether their issue makes it on the list or not. So.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just expressing that again, this was my first time on this, so
Yeah, and I think it's also incumbent on us to make sure that when we are doing our deliberations that we're timely about it. So we'll get to that point, though. For now, I want us to go ahead and go into the, and I see, Julie, you have your hand up?
Different subject.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify the method of folks signing up. So are folks who want to come and testify required to sign up on the Google Sheet, or if they just come in today and want to sign on in paper, sign in, or come to someone to be added to the list, is that going to be an alternate method as well? Because I've had some questions about that.
Okay, so everyone who is here needs to sign up on the online form. If for some reason you can't, and you can't get someone to help you with it, then please come talk to the Sergeant at Arms and we'll find a way to get you on the list. All right, with that, I'm going to just start going through people who have signed up in order. And if you're here, you need to come to the front podium mic, not the mic in the back. So the first person I have signed up to testify is Kathy Wakeman, testifying on the subject of hardening the grid. Is Kathy Wakeman here? All right. Next, I have, but by the way, I'll cycle through again. If people who have signed up are not here, when we get to the end of the list, I'll cycle through one more time for the people who weren't here the first time. So it's not like she's completely missed her window. Next is Rustin Wright, speaking on the issue of family law reform and judicial accountability. Is Rustin here? All right, and Dan, you have a question?
Scott, are we going to be able to ask any questions of the people, or is it just listen to them and move on from there?
I think if we can fit it within the 3 minutes, then you can. But otherwise, I would encourage you to just direct your questions to him privately if you can. And so that being said, one more call for Rustin Wright. Is he here?
Over in platform.
Okay. Well, we'll cycle through the list one more time if he makes it.
Those Jennifer Lundy. They're both over
Scott?
Yes.
I'm sorry, this thing
Go ahead.
is fighting with it. We've listened to some of the most important information comes out in the questioning and after the testimony. If we don't get to hear that as a group, I think that's not good.
Okay. I think let's play it by ear a little bit, and we'll see what we have time for. Because so far it's looking like a lot of people aren't even here who signed up. Rick.
In the Houston convention, it really wasn't a problem. And if someone was really just rambling on with questions, the chair could kind of urge them to move along.
Okay. Yeah, we'll play it by ear. And if someone really has a question for someone, just raise your hand. And if it's looking like we have time, I'll make sure you have an opportunity to do that. Next up is Michael Bello, speaking on equal parenting. Is he here? Come on, you're our first one. And please come to the front microphone.
This one.
Yeah, time starts when you say howdy.
Howdy, David Bello. First name's Michael, but go by David. I'm a SD3, and I believe that equal parenting should be a priority. In previous years, we've got it in the top 15 that's gotten out to the floor, but it barely didn't get into the top 8. But so equal parenting fits all the criteria. It's a platform issue. It's something that is a very concise platform plank. The platform plank is 172, and it states that the Texas Republican Party encourages or wants the legislature to pass some form of equal parenting law that allows children to have equal possession and access with both parents as long as both parents are fit, willing, and able. It's very straight to the point. It's a very concise issue. It's something that's doable. In fact, Florida just passed equal parenting. Arkansas, Missouri. It's something that is so vital because the majority of teen crime, teen pregnancy, teen drug use, the majority of all the issues in society are from unequal parenting households, particularly the fathers who gets kicked out. Family courts, when you go to family court right now, if two parents split up, you go to family court, and the judge says one person gets every other weekend, the other person gets most of the time. So one parent gets cut out. Why are we still doing that? All right, women work equally as men now. Kids need mom and a dad. That's how God created it. Why are we sending parents to court to fight over taking the kid away from another loving parent? We should be sending parents to court whenever they divorce. Not saying that's a good thing, but when it happens, parents need to know when they go to court, as long as both parents are good parents, not abusive, whatever. That's a different issue. They're not going to get equal parenting if they're abusive. But if they're not abusive, good parents, they need to go to court knowing that, if we split, the kids still are going to see us equally. We're not going to be able to fight over the kids. over who gets more time. The kids are going to have a right to see us both equally. It's going to change the world, I'm telling you. It's going to change society. The majority of our issues in society are from unequal parenting and particularly fatherlessness. So this is a very concise, important issue. Several Republican legislators have proposed it in recent years. All we need is that extra push to, you know what, let's get it out of committee, legislature. We need it as a priority so that the RPT could say, you know what, y'all just pass it. Just get it done, and it's going to be done. And the world is going to change, I'm telling you, when we have equal parenting and kids get equal time with both parents.
Thank you. And do you want to ask a question? All right, go ahead.
I do support your priority. However, I keep hearing constantly that this is about money, and it's usually the attorneys who are criticizing this. Could you answer to that quickly?
Yes. So really the primary opposition to equal parenting is the Texas Family Law Foundation, Amy Bresnan, pro-abortion people who get paid to push against equal parenting because equal parenting is a big moneymaker. In fact, it's probably the biggest way attorneys make money in law is family law, because parents are going to fight over their kids. And those attorneys, not that all attorneys are bad, I got a lot of good family attorney friends, but a lot of them use it as a way to just generate money. And so that the Family Law Foundation opposes it, and but it's really, the Family Law Foundation is run by some liberals. It doesn't represent Republican values. So, but you're right. One of the things they say is, well, people just don't want to pay child support. That's why they want equal parenting. And that's just not true. I guarantee you, most fathers out there that want to see their kids would pay to see their children equally. They would pay to see their children. They want to be involved in their kids' lives, and it happens to women too. A lot of women, if the father has got a lot of money and gets a good attorney, guess what? There's a lot of women out there that only get to see their kids every other weekend. So this helps benefit people. It helps benefit society. Mostly it helps benefit children, who are the ones that are hurting. It might not benefit lawyers, so they like to come up with crazy reasons why it won't work, but thankfully time has passed that we see it works. Florida passed it, Arkansas passed it, Kentucky passed it, and lives have gotten better in those states for children.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bello, and I think, and we have your language in the document as well. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
God bless.
Yeah. So before we go on to our next one, check your emails. We do have Wi-Fi now. And so your Wi-Fi usernames and passwords should be in the email, and you can stop using your hotspots and save your data plans. Thank you once again to Patriot Mobile for sponsoring the Patriot router connection here. Next up is Jennifer Lundy. Is she in the room? I think it was mentioned that she's also over at Platform, but is Jennifer Lundy in here? Okay. Next is... I don't have a name on here. They just put SC1. lbmtcu@gmail.com. Who is that? lbmtcu@gmail.com. Didn't leave a name. Oh, Jennifer Lundy? You're just in time for your speaking slot. Right here. All right, you have 3 minutes after you say howdy.
Howdy. I'm Jennifer Lundy. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath. This is my 4th convention to come to. I'm a precinct chair. I've been an elections judge. I have been a court reporter. I've worked as a regional coordinator and a district director for 2 of our Texas senators. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. I'm with Texans for Judicial Accountability. We have a real issue with our State Commission on Judicial Conduct. The State Commission on Judicial Conduct is a group that is in all 50 states. And I'm sorry I was not prepared for this. So we have put out resolutions to make some corrections with our judicial conduct. They are, we have 13 staff members. There are 12 of the commissioners. Whenever you go to file a complaint with the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, you file it with the staff members. And they go through and they pick out what is important to go to the commissioners. So how all this started is I had a gentleman who came to me when I was with the Senate, and he asked if I would come to his court. We followed it for a while. Fast forward, I was working for someone who was running for state representative, and he asked if I would again come and sit through his trial. I went to 2 of his hearings, and when I was in there, the judge called the person running for state representative and said that if I come back into his courtroom, he's going to make sure that I don't have a job in that county anymore. He then let the state rep know that as well. So this gentleman who was in court led me to the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. He asked for us to file a complaint. We filed the complaint, and that's whenever I looked through everything. They have had 27,000 complaints filed in the last 20 years, and only about 415 of those have they made public. That's less than 1%, which is absolutely ridiculous. We have had numerous complaints filed, even from justices who have filed against another. There's one justice who filed against another justice, and his complaint was denied. And if a justice didn't know how to file a complaint, then how are we supposed to know how to file a complaint? So what we've tried to do is we have gone through and we have filed many things for the priorities. And I'm not going to read them all because I know we'll go over time. But we want the courts to produce a mandatory finding of facts and conclusion of law for every substantive decision or final ruling in a case. We want to require all courts to be required to employ a time. And that's all I get.
Can I ask unanimous consent to give the speaker 30 more seconds?
Sounds like unanimous consent.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Okay, keep going. Okay. We want all judges to require to state their rationale for the final decision on the record. We want the State Commission on Judicial Conduct to be composed of all public members. We realize that probably can't happen, but we at the very least want it to be composed of a majority of public members. There are 8 states that already do this. We want the State Commission on Judicial Conduct to make public all complaints. Over 20,000 of them have been made. We've only seen 415 of those. That is absolutely ridiculous that we cannot see the complaints. We want, that's it.
You can finish yours.
Okay, thank you. We want the State Commission on Judicial Conduct to increase its staff levels to the size of our judiciary. We have 13 in our staff. Like I said, I've done a canvass of the entire United States. Other states that are comparable to ours have as many as 52. So we've got to have that change. We want audio and video in every courtroom. We want that to be, if you can only get that if it is your case, but it has got to be there because I'm sure you've all been in court and you see a judge talking and talking and talking and then they go on the record. We know what is happening. We have seen it happen. It is all over the place. And this is so important because every priority that we have goes through a judge. We don't know if they're a Democrat judge. We don't know if they're a Republican judge. And it is just vital that we can have some sort of accountability with our judges. We would like for this to be the number 1 because the reasons I just said. If you have election integrity and it goes in front of a Democratic judge, it's going to be shot down. We need accountability with our judges. We need transparency with our judges. Question?
Yeah, go ahead. Hans.
Yeah, just a question. We're trying to focus on the individual items. What would be, of the list that you listed, what would be your top priority?
Okay, so I know what has gone through SD 13. What we are hoping for, we want it to say confidence in the integrity of the judiciary is foundational to maintaining law and order and respect for the same by the citizens of Texas. For this cause, the Texas legislature shall immediately act to cause all complaints filed with the State Commission on Judicial Conduct to be retained for a term of at least 36 months and to be publicly available through the Commission's website following the Commission's decision. We want to require judges to publish rationale for their final decisions with staff added as necessary to assist. This is very important because that is done in the criminal courts, but it's not done in the rest of the courts. We want to require all court records to be maintained for a minimum of 24 months after issue of final judgment and to include audio and video recordings of all proceedings. We want to reform the State Commission on Judicial Conduct so as to be composed of a majority of public citizens. We want to direct judicial ethics and financial disclosure reforms and promote judicial oversight over prosecutors. Justice Shank has helped me with the last portion of these. He is going to be working with us from this point on and through legislature. So I have already spoken with, I started out with a with a court of appeals, with a district judge and an appellate court judge to refine everything that we were asking for. I have already spoken with legislature. I have both the state legislature and the senator who are over the SCJC on board. I've spoken with the governor's office. They want transparency, so they want everything we put through to come through them. We are doing everything that we can to make this happen, but I know, as you all know, that if it is a priority of us, of the Republicans, that gives them the kick in the butt that they need to make sure that it happens. Our court systems are absolutely ridiculous with what is going on.
Yeah, so just to kind of clarify, I think the question that was asked was what we're trying to stay away from as a committee is like priorities that are really a bunch of things put together. So if there were one or two things in here that you think like kind of stand out above the rest and are extremely important kind of as standalone issues that would actually get a bill attached to them, which would those, like among the things you just listed, what is the like most important thing that if you could get any of these things as a priority, what would the biggest one be?
Okay, the number one, cause all complaints filed with the State Commission on Judicial Conduct to be retained for a term of at least 36 months and to be publicly available through the Commission's website following the Commission's decision. That is my number one. To require the judges to publish a rationale for their final decisions with staff added as necessary. That's my number two. Require all court records to be maintained for a minimum of 24 months after issue of final and judgment to include audio and video record of all proceedings. That's my number three.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you have a bill author?
Sorry. Who was that? Who was speaking just now?
It's Peyton Inge.
Oh yeah. Peyton, and then Rick.
Just a question. I believe she had passed out something that lists these on, and I just wanted to ask if these are what are specified in the literature she handed out, and if she's listed three, could she tell us she has 8 items on there. Could she tell us which of these 8 are the 3 she just mentioned, please?
Those are the first 3 on. They're basically the 3 that were put out by the Priorities Committee. Only it says on the video record it says an or, and I want that to be an and because right now they would say that they already have that because they do have court reporters. So we want it to be and. Those are all right there, and then those are also the first 3 on the next page after where I've added the additional literature.
Thank you. And Rick, and then Don Hooper, and then I think that'll be it for questions.
Do we have a bill author? We do not have a bill author yet. The state rep for Jack County has offered, but he has not produced yet. So we have a couple of people who have kind of offered. We were going to focus on that after this because there's only so much.
Part of the reason I'm asking is many items as there are in this, it would be confusing to the delegates on the floor, and you could certainly indicate that the party values transparency in judicial affairs.
Absolutely, we value that, and that's why we were asking for specific things, because we know that the State Commission on Judicial Conduct is not just going to do the specific things, so we need to make sure that that happens.
Don.
Justice Shank, what was his, I know that he had concerns about what you had, or what, he made changes to your priorities. What was his concerns? I mean, he just was recently elected to the Court of Criminal Appeals, replacing the people that voted for the Stevens decision. Did he have something that was really glaring to him that, and I know you and I have talked about this before, but I can't remember if you told me or I asked that question, but.
He has got a lot of changes he wants to make. I narrowed down the changes he wanted because I had a feeling it was going to be way too much, so I tried to shorten it and told him that we would absolutely work on it. But I think his thing is a judicial oversight over prosecutors. That's one of his main ones. He agreed with everything that I had in there. The second one...
Julie, you answered my question. We're good.
Okay. Well, one of them is in my 3. Okay. One that he put in there is in my 3.
Thank you. And I think that that concludes our time for question and answer, just because we have a lot more people to get to. But thank you so much, and I'm glad you got here just in time to be called.
And I'm sorry I stuttered to start out with, but I was running, and I'm like, oh gosh, I'm not ready.
Scott,
Thank you.
That's Representative Spiller.
Yes. And you know, if I can tell you a little bit about one of the private warnings that are in there. This is a private warning. I'm not going to read all of it. The judge failed to comply with the law, failed to maintain professional competence in the law, failed to accord parties and or their counsel the right to be heard according to the law, engaged in improper ex parte communications, improperly inquiring to the nature of a litigant's non-suit of a case, failing to allow attorneys to make offers of proof when appropriate, failing to allow attorneys to proffer objections during hearings when appropriate, and this goes on and on and on. And that's only one of a private warning. We have no idea who this is. It could be your judge, it could be your judge, it could be your judge. We don't know. And there are 531 of these. And that has got to be made public. It is ridiculous that we don't know who these people are.
That's an important point. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, members, as we take testimony, I'm actually tracking it in a tracker here, and I'll just share that with you all in a moment. Speakers, come up to me when you're done, so I just make sure that what you want done is in this for our edification later on. So if you can come over for just a moment.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next, did lbmtcu@gmail.com, who did not leave a name, is that person here? Jump up and wave if that's you. Okay. I guess not. Next is Aiden Wright, ST30. Are you here? Come on down.
Hello, my name is Aiden Wright, and I'm here to speak on issues of judicial accountability, judicial corruption, and the lack of giving a child a right to see both parents. So I grew up in Parker County, and the judge there is named Graham Quisenberry, and he took away my father from me for 4 years. My entire high school years, he took him away. And he never gave a reason, and he doesn't have to give a reason. That's the way the laws are set up now. He can do whatever he wants because it's the judge's discretion. And because of that, kids suffer every day across the state of Texas. They lose parents, they lose fathers, most importantly. And if they were held accountable, like if there were videos in the courtrooms, the judges wouldn't get away with this. They wouldn't be able to do this. And the law should be set up in the way that each child gets 50-50 with both parents. It's not just your mom. Like the default now in Texas is that mom gets custody the entire time, and if it's set up that way in the beginning, the dad will never get custody. And I even told the judge in the case that I want to see my dad, I want to live with my dad, and he still denied me. and it was just because he didn't like my dad and he didn't like me, because we went against everything that he said. I mean, we didn't break any laws, obviously, but we did not comply with what he wanted. He wanted us to give in and just listen. And I wanted to see my dad, and he wasn't okay. Like he wasn't down for that. So I got sent away. Like there were 2 different occasions where I was at the courthouse. I told everybody there, I just want to leave with my dad. And they handcuffed me. They put me in a police car, and they drove me out to my mom's house and just left me there. The laws should not be set up in this way. No kid who's 13, 14 should ever have to go through that. And there are kids just like me that do it every single day in this state. It should not be this way. Please fix this.
Thank you, Aiden. Yeah, after speakers are done, could you please come over to Michael and make sure that we kind of capture what you talked about accurately, because we're keeping track of who speaks on each issue. Yeah, are you Rustin Wright? Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you all. My name's Rustin Wright, and I'm actually Aiden Wright's father. I co-founded Americans for Parental Equality, been an advocate for equal shared parenting for many, many of years, and I actually have a priority that I drafted. It's a little broader. I know you guys are trying to make them specific, but this one is family law reform, and that's basically completely rewrite the Texas Family Code to protect parent-child relationships as fundamental rights, make equal shared parenting the starting point for all fit, willing, and able parents, ending no-fault divorce, and reforming our child support system so it considers the time and income of both parents. Now, on the bottom here, I have things about judicial accountability, because right now, judges have the discretion to do anything they want. They can terminate your rights to your kids with no due process whatsoever. So I propose family law reform. I also work very closely with Jennifer Lundy, and we have to have judicial accountability, because we have criminals for judges. Judge Graham Quisenberry, the 415th District Court of Parker County, is a criminal. I mean, another one, Will Baird in Lamar County, he is a criminal. I'll look both of these guys in the eye and straight up tell them they're criminals. Everyone in the Republican Party needs to know that we have criminals for judges, and there must be accountability. So please help get this done.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. And yeah, Don, go ahead.
Hi, Rustin. You raised your son right, and I just want to point that out to you. And if we as a party are able to censure judges and deny them access to the ballot, do you think that cures your problem?
I don't think it cures it, but I think that's definitely a way to help. There needs to be accountability professionally. There needs to be accountability where we get rid of their immunity, where they can be sued. There has to be accountability through the party, and changing Rule 43 and Rule 44 to where judges are no longer exempt is another way of doing that. They need to be criminally prosecuted too. The problem is DAs have the discretion to determine whether they prosecute these criminals or not. But there needs to be accountability every which way possible. Right now, the only accountability there is us publicly letting everyone know what they're doing.
Thank you. And are there any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Like always, please come over here so that we can note that you came and spoke. Next up is M. Gillespie.
Scott, point of inquiry, Scott?
Yeah.
If a political official shows up, are we going to put him at the head of the line?
If a political official shows up and wants to speak, come talk to our sergeant at arms.
I haven't seen one yet, but if they do,
I think that's reasonable. But that'll go through the sergeant at arms so that we can make sure that I'm notified that they're even here.
Thank you, Scott.
Could you please announce the subject of the speaker along with their name?
Yes. Mrs. Gillespie.
Yes.
Sorry, you didn't. You only left a Senate district, not a name, but judicial accountability.
Okay. Senate District 30.
And what's your name?
Melody Gillespie. Okay, I'm Melody Gillespie. I'm also the county chair-elect for Montague County. And as the county chair-elect, I have to remember that I also chaired our convention. And in chairing it, we also passed this for judicial accountability as it's written in the documents you were given by Ms. Lundy. It was passed as a resolution, just resoundingly. And so I speak not only from having been in that position to hear how this went across our county and its impact and their thoughts on my own as a citizen. Judicial accountability, when it came to my attention, really hit home with me. And it did all the way from atrocities that I hear when people come to me and tell me stories, as I've just been involved in the party and with at-risk youth and families for a long time. And as I listen to these, all the way to just myself sitting at home listening to the news, all the way up to the atrocities for our former president of the United States. Across from the spectrum is my point, that judges appear, and not all judges, please, but the ones that we hear about in these cases that come to us, above reproach. And that really is the point I think that we're trying to get at, because I think right now Texas has the opportunity to set an example, not just for us as a party, but I believe we can set this as an example across the country. And not just as a state, but I believe the noise will be heard at a national level. And I believe that there is no harm created by improving judicial accountability, while the harm caused without it is insurmountable. And I would just ask this committee to please pass this as our top priority, because I do believe that without true justice, all of our priorities are in jeopardy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Gillespie, or Chair-elect Gillespie.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you. And next, we have Robert Garza speaking on family law reform and judicial accountability.
Hi, my name's Robert Garza. Been in family court about 14 years. I spent about $750,000 just being able to stay in my children's life. Went through about 43 false allegations, never arrested, never convicted. They were all proven to be false. It's been so bad in family court in Collin County that I had to go and change the law last year and came up with a bill called Time Taken, Time Back, that whenever you go through family court and the judge takes your parental rights away on a precaution, so if, let's just say there's an open CPS investigation, your ex can run into family court and get a false protective order, restraining order, and 100% of the time, because you have an open CPS investigation, the court, on precaution, will take your parental rights away. And so because of it, they will keep you away from your children. And so every time that I went through this, my judge always gave me my children back after it was investigated to be false. We always asked for the time back. It never came back. So this bill actually deters from making a false allegation. So Jennifer Lundy's is amazing, the thing that she's came up with, the Texans for Judicial Accountability, because if you had cameras in the courtroom, there would never have been any of this gamesmanship being played. They don't want to end up on YouTube. They actually have cameras in the courtroom now, so it's not an extra cost, but it's there to protect the judge. So if anything happens, that's why you see some of these people getting violent, you know, whatever, the video ends up on YouTube. So all you're doing, and it's protecting the child also, because if you just limit it to only the litigants getting that video, then it literally fixes what's going on in the family court in all of these, in most of this, looking at it. So when they do get a complaint and it's investigated, it would be amazing to have what the complaint was about and if it was true or false. Right now, it doesn't do that. That's her number one priority on this list that I have. And so I think that's an amazing deal. And for shared parenting, so when you're in family court, I heard someone ask about the incentivization. So when someone goes through family court, child support was never meant for the general public. It was always meant if you were on food stamps, Section 8 housing, and for medical and dental. Government, it was to pay back the government for deadbeat parents. And so when the states found out that they could get money on this for rebates, then it started being dished out to the general public around 1996, somewhere around there. You could do the research online. It's called Title 40 funding, and it's never meant to help a child or a parent. It's there to help get the money back that was spent on these Section 8 housing and stuff from the state. So now it's turned into a money-making machine, and that's kind of where they don't want 50-50 because there has to be an offset of that time, because if it was 50-50, then each parent could take care of that child while they're at their house. And so each one accrues their own, responsibility for that child. So,
Thank you, Mr. Garza. And are there any questions? Mr. Frazier.
You mentioned a bill from last session. Do you have was there a number for that?
yes, it's SB 718, and it's called Time Taken, Time Back. Angela Paxton had submitted it, and it went through the Senate and the House unopposed and bipartisan and unanimous. Because when you're returning, when you take a child's time away from that parent, that time that was taken is given back to repair that parental bond, and it rights the wrong that they did, because the court actually violates your Fourth Amendment right for due process and your 14th Amendment right for care, custody, and control at the same time on a precaution. You're not, you cannot do that, but since they do, I found a way to right that wrong, and this does it. And now it's being suggested to all these other states now to take it.
So just to clarify, that is the law now.
It is the law. It passed. Abbott signed off on it on Father's Day weekend, actually, and it went into effect September 2023, September 1st.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, and I will go ahead and call our next testimony. Jaros and Sons, people, please, when you sign up on the website where it says name and Senate district, put your name and Senate district, not just the Senate district. I may change that for tomorrow, but right now we're stuck with it. So, Mr. Jaros, are you out there?
No, Josh Jarris is over at Platforms right now. My name's Mackenzie, and I'm sure that at some point they called me, so I'm just letting you know here.
Okay. Yeah, when we get to you, we will. So we'll wait on Mr. Jaros to come in later if he's not here.
He's over in Platforms. They're doing all the same issues in the same committees at the same time, so everybody's running it back. It's literally the exact same issue on Platform right now.
Well, we'll come back to him if he gets here. Next, I have John Van Compernol from SC1.
Scott, could I make a recommendation?
I'll find her.
Hi, I'm John Van Compernol. I actually filled out 3 forms, one for judicial accountability, one for convention of states, and one for Democrat chairs. So I'm going to start with convention of states. In 2017, we passed a resolution applying to Congress for a convention of states, and at the same time, we passed SJR 38, which rescinded 7 out of 8 prior applications from 1899 on. The one that was left unrescinded was a balanced budget, and it was left without an expiration date. The 2017 one we passed that was going to limit, would be to make amendments to limit the federal government's power and jurisdiction, fiscal resources, and time in office, was given an 8-year expiration date. That expiration date is in 2025. We had it all but extended. We passed through the Senate last year, passed through the House, got to the House floor, and we got point of order. I need it to be a priority again. We need it to be a priority again because when do we not want to limit the federal government? That's the first thing. The next thing is on Democrat chairs, let's not make that a priority. It's either done or not done by the 5th day of session. And if we really look at it, I did the analysis, there were 128 House bills that were declared Republican Party priorities. Of those 128, nine were submitted to Democrat chair committees, and out of those 9, 6 got hearings. That's 67%. Todd Hunter heard 32%. Buckley heard 36% of the RPT bills, and Stephanie Click heard 8%. So our problem isn't really the Democrat chairs. Now, we should scream from the housetops that we shouldn't have them, but it just shouldn't be a legislative priority. The next piece is everything that Jennifer said in judicial accountability. That needs to be a priority without a doubt. It's utterly ridiculous that we've got judges that hold us accountable every time we sneeze and have a godlike power to do so, and yet we who elect them have no power to correct what they do wrong. It has to be a priority that we fix that legislation. And even when you get a complaint, who has the fox guarding the hen house? Those people shouldn't be judges that are deciding whether or not judges committed wrongs. So we need to fix all of that. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Van Kampenol. And just to clarify, you are in favor of an extension on the Convention of States?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm removing it. Removing the expiration date altogether.
Okay. And yeah, what is your question?
Go ahead first and then. A while ago, I had a recommendation. Normally, when they were speaking at the other conventions, they could see the clock, but now they can't. And we had a bell back then. I don't know if you can set a timer to make a bell so they know their time is up, because unless they're looking that direction.
I'll do it.
Okay. All right.
I've been trying to do it, but I got overruled a few times.
It just went off,
And-
so we all knew.
And just another thing to help out,
Well, I mean,
since
leave it on there. Leave
the
the
people
clock on
can't
there.
see the list, if you could say who's on deck next.
Yeah.
That way they can
Yeah,
call over there.
that's a good idea. Thank you. So, okay, so next up is Chris Barnes is up next. Is he here? And then on deck is Michael Schwerin.
Thank you. My name's Chris Barnes. I'm SD5. If I seem a little nervous, it's because this is my first state convention. So I'm a little rookie at this. Basically, I'm here to ask that the school choice program be removed as a legislative priority. And I'm here to explain why I'm asking for this. My wife and I began homeschooling our 3 daughters back in the early 1990s. For those of y'all who are familiar with homeschooling, that was before the Leaper versus Arlington Independent School District court case, which pretty much became legal precedent, defining that homeschooling was legal and defining that homeschooling is basically an unaccredited private school. It dictated that there was what was required for homeschooling as far as curriculum, and then it also said that there was basically no school oversight or no oversight of homeschooling the same as it is for unaccredited private schools. There's no TEA involvement, there's no state oversight, there's no oversight at all. Prior to that Leaper decision, I just wanted to kind of point out that homeschooling was not considered legal by pretty much any school district in the state. And if they found out you were homeschooling and had your kids at home, they would come after you legally. We were visited, me and my wife were visited by sheriff's department or sheriff's deputies, police officers, CPS truancy officers. CPS truancy officers threatened to take our kids away if they could. I mention this because homeschoolers, when they talk about the rights that we've earned and the unwillingness, my phone's going off, sorry about that, the unwillingness to back up and give up those rights in exchange for maybe some money from the state, those rights came at too high of a cost. We're not willing to give those up. Our view is that school choice, at least amongst the other parties involved, I'm going to read this. School choice will be used as a vehicle for oversight and regulation of private schools and homeschools by other socialistic parties. I don't know if this committee is aware of the, am I?
Yeah, that's your time.
Oh, okay. Are there questions?
Genaria.
Janera Lewis, SD 27.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a solution? I mean, would you accept a school choice solution if it excluded homeschooled children?
No, because I certainly understand the angst at paying for education twice, because that's what me and my wife did. We paid our school taxes, and then we paid for all of the supplies and curriculum that our daughters used. The real solution is a much harder one, and I'm not sure one that most political entities want to tackle. The real solution is dealing with how public school funding is done to begin with. It goes back to property taxes, elimination of property taxes, how many school districts there are, how much money they spend. That's where the real solution to this lies, is in reducing the amount of money that school districts spend on their kids. If you compare school districts and how much they spend versus what we spent as homeschoolers, I think the last bill was going to give $8,000 per student.
I believe it was closer to 10,000, but homeschoolers were not included in that.
Well, yeah, homeschoolers weren't included, but that would have covered 5 years of all three of our daughters' schooling.
There's another question from Mr. Briscoe.
Yes.
Being in the legislature working on other matters, I'd have had to have been deaf, dumb, and blind not to have learned about the legislation on school choice. And not once have I heard of a proposal that would require homeschoolers to participate and take money. And that was the concern of some homeschoolers I've spoken with about strings. Frankly, I don't think I've heard anyone advocate for strings other than a demonstrated proof that you have a living child of the appropriate age and not your pet dog, cat, or parrot.
Our view is that any state money is an open door, because you can't have state money without state strings. They just don't, they go together and they're inseparable.
Thank you. Back there.
Jeff Russell, SD 31. We worked on this a lot through the legislature, and I see no problem with the legislative priorities that was crafted last convention. The problem is, you're correct in that the problem is it came in some of the horrible legislation that was written to address that state priority. But I don't understand the contention that if I guess my question is, would you be okay with, again, legislation that if the oversight only comes if you accept the money, if you don't accept the money, as you're currently not doing as a homeschool parent, I'm not sure I understand what the objection to opening up ESAs or some other form of school choice would be to homeschool parents. If you just opt out, you opt out.
Well, yes, because it's basically a carrot that's being dangled in front of homeschoolers to try and get them to take money. And we have to look beyond what the Republican Party is going to do to what the Democrats would do if they get in charge. Once that slope opens up, and
Can I stop you there, though? All of the Democrats voted against the legislation you're talking about. So if Democrats were trying to get school choice passed to regulate homeschoolers, why did they vote against it?
Because they see it as a removal of money from the public school system. They're voting against it for totally different reasons.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, I don't hear any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And please, Mr. Barnes, yeah, again, everyone who speaks, walk around behind so that we can capture the subject of your testimony and make sure that we account for it later. Next up, I have Michael Schwerin speaking on rescinding all Article 5 applications, and then after him, I have GBC San Marcos with no name left. So is Michael here? No. All right, I don't see Michael. Okay, GBC San Marcos. Okay, what is your name? Jim Davis. Okay, can you please come speak? And then after him will be Steve Oglesby. It only, yeah, you only put your SC. I just got what's in front of me. That's all I can do.
Well, my name is Jim Davis. I'm from Senate District 21. I'm a pastor. I'm a pastor at Grace Bible Church in San Marcos, Texas. And I'm here to speak in regard to pornography in our schools and to call for some very serious prosecution for violation of the laws on pornography that's being promoted in the schools. And, you know, as a pastor, there are some that said, well, there should be this separation of church and state issue. I thought it better to hang a millstone around my neck and jump into the Canyon Lake than not come and speak and address the issue. And I think that it's a very serious thing that, you know, just listening here this afternoon, there are so many issues that are so complicated that we're dealing with, and so many things that need to be priority. But one of the things that I teach is the law of diminishing good options. And it's when we make a decision, a bad decision in regard to certain things, there are consequences that fall after it. And what happens is it continues to get more and more complicated. And there's not good options for ways back. But it just has brought to mind the very serious situation that we're in, that we need to put a stop to it very quickly. And I know that probably you're aware of some of the pornographic materials that have shown up in the schools, definitely promotion of pedophiles and bad behavior and lawlessness, that the consequences of which will be very serious for us as a people, as a nation, as Texas. And so I want to encourage that legislative priority to put an end to this very, very quickly, as quick as possible, before, and we know the consequences of pornography, that sometimes, that often it leads even to criminal behavior, criminal sexual activity, to promote things in elementary school in regard to this is so very serious for us. So please consider making it a priority and demanding that our legislation puts in effect laws that will stop and prohibit this activity. And along those lines, just in regard to the generation, I'm in support of the abolition of abortion and other things that we're doing to the next generations that are so very serious for us. We can't come back from them, but we need to correct them. Thank you. Yes.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question.
Yeah, sorry, we had a question for you.
Just a quick question. Do we have the wording that you're proposing for the legislative priority?
I wrote a proposal resolution, and it's a call for resolution 24. There is some wording and some resolution. Texas Penal Code 4324 addresses that. There is wording in regard to that. Also the U.S. Department of Justice law on obscenity strictly prohibits the things that we're seeing in the books.
So we have here in the submittals, we have one from Denton County that says take action to repeal sections 4324A2, A2C, 4324C, and 4325F2 of the Texas Penal Code, which allow the introduction of otherwise pornographic and obscene materials under the guise of being educational. Does that capture your intent?
Yes.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah. Just remember that when we get to that section, when we start doing our deliberations, that addresses that item.
There's also HB 900 on library standards, but it needs to be in our public libraries and it needs to be in our schools where it's being promoted.
Thank you. And Teresa.
Could you speak to the affirmative exemption and how that would affect getting the porn out? And we've been advised that it's very difficult to prosecute with the word pornography, more of a sexually inappropriate. Could you address that?
Well, I don't know that I'm that familiar with that, but the issue of what is pornographic is very clear if you look at some of the materials in the books, and so I think it would be pretty much a no-brainer for most of the materials that we're talking about.
Yes. And I do agree. I'm sorry, I should have asked the question a little better. But the affirmative exemption is unfortunately what is kind of holding us up a bit. That is where education, law enforcement, medical, they're not held to the same standards because a police officer has to look at pornography to convict. A medical person may be considered pornographic if they're doing a procedure. And in education, when you're teaching, so they all come under this umbrella where they're protected. So in talking to the AG's office, they can't prosecute on certain things. So I guess my question would be, how best do we protect these children? How best do we do that in these public settings? And that's, I think, that one of the things we're all here to do. And in fact, is that why the Democrats want to make sure that public schools are funded to the max?
Yes. Well, I think, when you have instruction on homosexual activity, you have instruction on mutual masturbation and those things being given to elementary school kids, it's a no-brainer. I mean, it's just an insane thing, and there should be some very clear parameters between the difference between sex education and pornography. And it's an open spigot to cause very many difficult issues and problems. But it should be a no-brainer in regard to some of the materials that we're seeing being promoted in schools.
I agree. Thank you.
Brett.
I just want to say to both of you, I represent SD1. Kristen Bentley helped push that HB 900 through the legislature.
Did you?
She's very, very focused on criminalizing. And so if you've got questions about criminalizing it, I don't know which one.
Oh, no, I'm highly involved in HB 900, but thank you. We work together. But the reality is, and someone stated this very well, because we tried to get the affirmative exemption removed so we could prosecute. The reality is, when we look at society, we have so many people involved in pornography that cell phone has created, what was the last statistic I saw in churches? 80% of the congregants see pornography. So again, that's something we can't solve here, but just throwing that out. Thank you.
Thank you. And
name again for Kristen Bentley. Okay.
Yep. Thank you. And so I will say the members of the committee, when we go into discussing the items, we'll have opportunity to make our own opinions known. But we do have a lot of people signed up to testify, so I want to make sure that we get through people fairly quickly so that everyone gets an opportunity to speak. Next up, we have Steve Oglesby. Is he here? All right, don't see Steve Oglesby. Next, we have Christina Harhoff. Is she here? Christina Harhoff. I don't see her. Next, we have Dylan Young. Dylan Young, are you here to speak on Article 5? No, but I will note for the committee that he was advocating rescinding all Article 5 applications. What is your name? Oh, sorry, you were just sitting down. Okay. Okay, next is Fred Costa. Is Fred Costa here? All right, don't see him. Okay, Charlie Maloof, are you here? Charlie Maloof, speaking on judicial oversight, not here. Steve Oglesby again. Okay, someone whose email address is Noah Radisson. Nope. This may go quicker than I thought. Mary Hanley, are you here? Yes. All right, you are up next to speak, and then after you is Levi Rudder. Is Levi Rudder here? Yes. Okay, you're up next after Miss Young. Or Miss Hanley, sorry.
Hi, I'm Mary Hanley from Senate. Well, I am Mary Hanley, and I'm short. Thank you. I'm Mary Hanley from Senate District 1. And I'd like to start with this. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Red, brown, yellow, black, and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. I'm speaking today on truly, totally abolishing abortion in Texas. And I'd love to see that in the entire nation. I would love to see true equal protection for those inside the womb as there is for those outside the womb. Since life begins at conception, and since abortion is premeditated violent murder, I'd like to encourage y'all to keep abolition at the top of the legislative priorities list. I believe that if we don't get life right, we don't get anything else right. Since abortion is not health care, it should not be regulated or limited, but it should be abolished. And as for the word health care, there's nothing caring about the health of anyone. It murders the most innocent, defenseless, and vulnerable children of all. It harms women, and it's the ultimate exploitation of women. Even with the overturn of Roe versus Wade, abortion is not abolished in any state in our nation. Self-managed abortions have increased. And if a doctor performs it, it's murder. If a mother performs it, it's murder. And this is just an aside. I'd like to see our doctors reminded of part of the oath that they take. First, do no harm. Another point, a very important point, is the sixth commandment. It states, "You shall not murder." And in the Declaration, the U.S. Declaration of Independence, it states, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, the first of which is life." May I ask for a little bit more time,
Sure.
please? Thank you. The 14th Amendment states, "No state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." And the RPT, we already have an equal protection principle. And I'd like to end with reading of the resolution to abolish abortion in Texas, which somebody has already emailed to y'all, and it's been brought forth by several different, I don't know what you call them, SDs or representatives. And it's just a short, very short 2 paragraphs. The resolution to abolish abortion in Texas. Be it resolved that we urge the Texas legislature to enact legislation to abolish abortion by immediately securing the right to life and equal protection of the laws to all preborn children from the moment of fertilization, and to oppose legislation that discriminates against any preborn children and violates the U.S. Constitution by denying such persons the equal protection of the laws, and to adopt effective tools to ensure the enforcement of our laws to protect when the district attorneys fail to do so. Be it further resolved that we urge the adoption of this resolution as a platform plank and as a legislative priority by the Republican Party of Texas. And I'd like to end with this one last thing. Scripture says, "I set before you life and death. Choose life." Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions? All right, seeing none, please come around
Sure.
this way to make sure you're...
Thank you.
Next, Levi Rudder.
Yes.
To be speaking to judicial reform. And then after Mr. Rudder will be Michael Ferguson. Are you here? Michael Ferguson. Okay. Levi Rudder again. Justin Stanford, are you here? Okay, so Mr. Rudder, go ahead, and then after you will be... Okay, I'll let you go next, and then, yeah. Go ahead.
So I wanted to speak on behalf of the Texans for Judicial Accountability regarding the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. It should be composed of a majority of public citizens, and I would even say that only one attorney and one judge should be on the committee, and limited to an only advisory role, if any judge or attorney is permitted on at all. For someone to be a judge of a cause in which they have an interest in allows tyranny to reign and the rule of law to suffer. A judge may be judging the actions of another judge who has done the same thing that the judge has done that's on the committee, and attorneys are too hesitant to hold judges accountable, and they may even aspire to be a judge themselves, so they would be less inclined to stand up and limit judicial overreach because of that. Judicial immunity is a legal fiction because it is not a constitutionally vested immunity, like at the federal level with the speech and debate clauses of members of Congress. They were given immunity from libel law from that. If we believe judges should have judicial immunity, it should be constitutionally vested, not something that just made up by the judges themselves through judicial decisions. It strips the people of our rights to either grant authorization or to deny authorizing the vesting of such immunity for civil and criminal matters. And I'm open to any questions if anyone has any.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
And then I'd just like to say I'm also in support of abolishing property taxes and a vote for Texas independence.
Thank you. So next up, we'll go back around to.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman,
go ahead.
When a delegate gives testimony on multiple issues, is that reflected in the record?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, when Pastor Jim Davis testified and spoke essentially on the priority of stop sexualizing Texas kids and also mentioned the priority of abolishing abortion, was that reflected in the record?
It is.
Thank you.
Thanks. And next up, we'll go back to Steve Oglesby, who has arrived.
Do y'all have the text of what she's suggesting, what they're suggesting?
On judicial accountability, yes, we do.
Okay. I don't need to read that to you?
Correct.
Okay. All right. The integrity of our legal system and our society's confidence in that system is in peril. Our system was one of the essential pillars of our federal Constitution for which this nation's founders debated and fought in order to establish the most revered judiciary in the world. Unfortunately, we see in our society today the consequences that occur when the rule of law is disregarded. It's occurring across our country. The consequences are just as frightening and devastating when the rule of law and the transparency of our judicial system is compromised by these very men and women who are elected to uphold the rule of law. The keys to integrity in the workplace, in every public forum, in legislative bodies, and every other body of individuals are transparency, fairness, adherence to true north principles, and the certainty and stability of a system where everyone knows and plays by the rules. The priorities set forth above do just that. They call us to emphasize transparency, preserving records of proceedings, addressing complaints.
Excuse me, Scott, we've not started the timer on this one?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we have the timer over here also.
Okay, it's not a full screen.
Oh, okay.
I thought he started it.
Okay.
That's what I figured. It's okay. I'll start that paragraph over. The keys to integrity in the workplace, in every public forum, in legislative bodies, and every other body of individuals are transparency, fairness, adherence to true north principles, and the certainty and stability of a system where everyone knows and plays by the rules. These priorities set forth do just that. They call us to emphasize transparency, preserving records of proceedings, addressing complaints involving our judges in a fair and open manner, and creating a way to understand how and why decisions are made. Without these priorities, parties to criminals and civil matters have no hope of equal protection, due process, and the other guaranteed rights set forth in our federal Constitution. The motto written above the main entrance to the Supreme Court building is equal justice under law, and it expresses the ultimate responsibility of the Supreme Court of the United States. I challenge the notion that this responsibility is limited to the highest court in the land. Every citizen of our country should feel that responsibility in every judicial or legislative environment, in every court, in every instance in which citizens come in contact with law enforcement or others sworn to upholding our laws. To not hold accountable those who take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States as judges is the equivalent of allowing such men and women to disregard that oath, act outside of the law, and pretend they never took that oath. Another of my favorite quotes about justice is, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." You probably remember that from Martin Luther King. When we withhold from our judges the obligations of transparency, integrity, and accountability, we allow the most fundamental and detrimental injustice to occur. If such injustice is allowed in our injustice is allowed in our country and district courts of Texas, how then can our citizens expect justice anywhere? We fail ourselves and our judges if we don't take these oaths seriously by supporting and enforcing that sacred duty which requires the transparency and accountability called for in these priorities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oglesby. Next up is Josh Jaros. He is here now to testify.
Good afternoon. Josh Jaros, I am Senate District 4, Montgomery County. I want to speak on the subject of equal parenting. America leads the world in fatherlessness. Right now, today, 25 million children across America will go home to a house without a father. 40% of these children, of the 25 million, have not seen their father in over a year. 12 million children in the U.S., that's 50% of those children that I mentioned, of the 25, have never set a foot in their father's house. Fatherlessness is an important issue in our country. It's an important issue in our state. 63% of youth suicides come from fatherless homes. 90% of homeless children and runaways come from fatherless homes. 71% of high school dropouts come from fatherless homes. Teenage girls are 7 times more likely to become pregnant in their teenage years if they are absent a father. There's a 120% greater risk of a child becoming subject to child abuse if the father is not present in that home. Now, we've had equal parenting as a plank for several years now. It's gotten in the top 15 here in the priorities. It needs to go at least into the top 3, and I'll tell you why. Right now, if you are a dad in Texas, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be a non-custodial father. That child is going to lose his dad. These fatherless statistics that I just shared with you, and listen, there's a ton more. Those statistics come from children that have 35% or less fathering time from their father. Right now, the best that you can get, even under the expanded possession order, not counting the summer visitation, for those 11 months that child is in, apart from the dad, is less than 35%. My children were fatherless, even though I was a good dad. I love my kids. I'd do anything for them. I've got equal parenting now. Their mom came around and agreed to it. That happens very rarely, and I'm so thankful for it. I'm going to tell you the difference that I've seen in my kids' lives. It's amazing. And just that little bit of difference, I had an expanded possession order. And I thought, man, I got pretty close to 50%, right? My kids noticed that. My youngest son told me that. And I've said this before. I said it in front of this committee before. Children spell love T-I-M-E. This is so important, and every time I come and I testify, and we'll have another bill coming up again this year in the Senate and the House, and I'm working on this so hard. I've already got equal parenting time, but I know there's fathers across this state that I have met, there's children that I've met, that they're going to miss another 2 years of memories and fatherly influence if we don't get this passed. I'm asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Justin Stanford. Justin Stanford. And then after him will be John Bolgiano.
My name is Justin Stanford. I'm SD 21, Caldwell County. I'm here to speak for the abolition of abortion because right now in the Republican Party, we say we want to protect life from the moment of conception, but then we refuse to have equal protection where all are subject to the law. And this includes also IVF, because you have children, if we say at the moment of conception, we have embryos that are frozen and either abandoned or actually discarded, which means thrown away, which means they die. And there is no repercussion for that, like the technicians or doctors, whichever they are not held responsible for ending human life. The parents are not responsible for ending human life. And so there's no equal protection there. And also, we hold mothers in a separate category, not as the same as someone who would commit homicide on a mother and child. That's a double homicide. But if a mother of her own volition terminates her pregnancy, she is not held responsible for homicide. And we now have, abortion mills are illegal, but the abortion pill usage has shot up. I do not know the exact figure, but it has risen. So I think we should, encourage the legislature to have actual equal protection, to hold them to it, so that we can stand before God saying that we actually wanted to protect life from the moment of conception to natural death. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's a question from Mr. Tully.
What's your position on miscarriages?
Miscarriage is a natural death.
Thank you. And so the next step is John Bolgiano. And then after him will be Lori Bolton.
Good afternoon. My name is John Bolgiano from Llano County in Senate District 24. I'm here this afternoon to ask for your support in making a referendum on Texas independence a legislative priority. There are some here that don't think it's time for Texas independence. They may be right, but Texas independence is a long, complex process that is going to take time. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's something that we should start discussing now, because it is going to take a great deal of time for the people of Texas and the Texas state legislature to give it the attention such a serious subject deserves. No one has an absolutely clear view of the future. We can't see through a perfectly clear crystal ball. But with the way the current federal system has been functioning in the past, I think we can all agree that somewhere out on that foggy horizon, there are some icebergs. And given the Texas legislature's proclivity for delaying session after session, addressing our legislative priorities, Texas independence is something we need to get in front of them so they can at least start thinking about maybe taking the cover off the lifeboats? Thank you.
Thank you. And let's come over here. Next is Lori Bolton and then Tom Glass. You reset. Perfect.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk to you about transactional gold and silver. I sent the plank language over to all of the delegates, and what we want is the right for Texas to declare gold and silver as legal tender and to authorize the ability to transact, transmit, or exchange gold and silver bullion by physical, electronic, or written instruction. The reason this is important is that since 1971, when we got off the gold standard, the purchasing power of your dollar is down 90%. Gold is a natural hedge against inflation, which we're all feeling the problems of that, given what's gone on the last 3 years. Not only that, but poor fiscal and monetary policy over the last decades has led to these disastrous results, and the decline continues. This unstable money destroys our economy and hurts everyone, especially the poor. The next thing is the dollar, as you know, is the global reserve currency, but we have forces both inside and outside of our nation that want to see that gone. They want the dollar to not, our enemies want the dollar to be removed as the global currency. Our national debt is $35 trillion and climbing. This is unsustainable. By putting our money in gold, it has a stable store of value, whereas the dollar does not. It does nothing but decline as they print more money. If we're no longer the world's reserve currency, we are in a world of hurt. The last thing I want to mention is central bank digital currency. Hopefully you're aware of what that is. It's already available and used in China exclusively. Other nations want this to be instituted. Other leaders with the International Monetary Fund and some of these nefarious organizations want you to not have any privacy with your financial transactions. They also want to be able to take your money. So if the federal government doesn't like the way you're spending your money, or if your carbon footprint is too much, they can curb and limit what you can or cannot do with it. They can decide how, when, and where you spend your money, or they can just take it if you do something that is unpopular or politically incorrect. The solution to all of these things is found in transactional gold and silver. Your money and transactions stay private. The Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, allows for this. The Supreme Court has upheld this right. And a person also can, Texas already has a Texas bullion depository where you have physical gold that you can go and pick up, or it's attached to a debit card, a MasterCard, and you can spend it. So thank you for your time. I hope you'll consider this as a priority. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Janera Lewis, SD 27, real quick. I know Texas has a depository and all citizens of the United States are permitted to place their gold in there. And I know there are already plans to be able to use those debit and credit cards. 2 questions. What is the cost to hold your gold in a depository? Because if you do it in a private institution, it's high. And also, we already have this in place. Is it passed? The debit and credit card?
No, it is not. Let me answer your first question. The cost is very minimal, and one of the advantages of doing this in Texas, I want to mention that 25 states are considering this legislation. I also want to mention that 1.6 million Texas Republican primary voters voted for this. It was Prop 7. Additionally, Texas can make money off this. There's revenue to be had from doing this. When you use the card, there's a very tiny transactional fee, and there's not a high cost to keep your money in the gold bullion depository. Texas can be the gold capital of the world. I can tell you these other states, many of them want to build their own depositories so that their people can have their gold in their own depositories. But there can be a compact of states, and Texas, again, can be the gold capital of the world and have everyone's gold. This is already done in Europe, in the UK. They store their gold in Switzerland. I have gold right now stored in Switzerland, but I don't want my gold in Switzerland. I want my gold in Texas, where I can go down and pick it up.
Thank you. And I'll also point out for the benefit of the committee, I've already been contacted by State Representative Mark D'Orazio, who's a proponent of this bill. And he is going to come to the committee at some point and speak to the issue also. So if you have questions, that would be a good opportunity as well, because he'll be able to speak directly to the legislative effort behind it. But I don't see anything else. So I think next step is, sorry.
Just a point of information, Oklahoma passed the debit card last session.
Oh, thank you.
Some of the states pass it in 2 sections, but we really need to get it in 1. Making it legal tender is the first step. The second step is making it transactional, but we can do it all at one time. And I have the proposed language. I've emailed it out to all of the delegates, so they would have it.
Thank you. Next step is Tom Glass, followed by Faith Howe.
Howdy, I'm Tom Glass. I live in SD 18, and I'm also wearing the hat of leading a group called Texas Constitutional Enforcement, which has been working at the legislature for the 2 issues I'm going to be talking about today. My goal is to persuade you to vote to add 2 new priorities to the priority list that will be submitted to the delegates. One is what I call fighting inflation and central bank digital currency, which very much goes along with the previous speaker. I'll talk about the details on that. In the resolutions that our organization, members of our organization around the state did, we call that monetary freedom. Then I've come to the conclusion that to the ordinary citizen, fighting inflation is a better political sell point, and including central bank digital currency in there, which is the ultimate police state tool, is good. The other issue I will talk about is called Let Texans Run Texas. They're both complex, and I don't know if I'll get to all of it. I'll appreciate questions if you have any. In the fighting inflation and central bank digital currency, I'm combining in this the language that's been proposed, which, by the way, was sent to each one of you as an email, except the new guy from SD20. And I also have it up on the website of txce.org, which is Texas Constitutional Enforcement, TX for Texas, C for Constitutional, E for Enforcement.org. And on the blog, I have the letter that I sent to you guys, which has the proposed language. So anyway, I won't read that. What I'll do is say, of course, money is central to an economy and our way of life, and that when we have unstable money, we get all sorts of terrible consequences in our economy. And it's also because we've got inflation the way it is, and because we have this ultimate police state tool of central bank digital currency coming at us, it is, I consider it to be one of the most important issues to most people in our society today. The way I formulated this priority is to combine 2 bills and 2 concepts into one, both of which complement each other. The first is the transactional gold, which has already been discussed. The second is essentially the way I view that is it's providing an alternative to everyday Texans so that they can fight inflation with their day-to-day with their paycheck, when they're living paycheck to paycheck. But the second thing, which is adding a Bill of Rights that recognizes our natural right to use currency of choice, is the way to get ready for the federal government or globalist institutions to come in and force us to use their declining value and police state central bank digital currency. It also gives us a way for ordinary citizens to choose which currency they store their value in as our dollar gets eroded away. So, and they require 2 separate issues. The constitutional, I'm already out of time. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to come back and talk tomorrow about Let Texans Run Texas. So anyway,
if you want another minute or so, just to cover it real quick.
Okay. On Let Texans Run Texas, again, The issue is when I ran for state rep and I talked to people at the door, number one, border was their number one. But the second thing they said is, there's so many things going wrong, I don't even know where to begin. And essentially the way I interpreted that is that the federal government is assaulting Texans on every level. It's also not just the federal government, it's globalist through the financial institutions using ESG and the Great Reset. And everything we hold dear in Texas is under assault from forces outside of Texas. And so what I did is I tried to craft the primary mission of Texas constitutional enforcement, which is to stand up for the rights of Texans against these outside forces coming and to violate them. Whether it's a federal act that's unconstitutional, or whether it's a globalist institution trying to usurp the authority of we the people of Texas to run our government. And it's a complex thing because there's a lot of different bill concepts that can go into resistance. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And Mr. Yamrick.
Yes.
Paul Yamrick from SD 18. Are you
Yes.
advocating to the separation of money and state?
No, actually, no, I'm not. There's a lot of people that, historically we've had in the Fed and all that sort of stuff. With the Bill of Rights that I'm talking about, the change, we're just giving people choice between currencies, whether private or governmental. We're not going at the Fed directly, or the government's involvement in money directly. But what we're saying is if the government messes up, people have a choice to go somewhere else. That idea was based on I read a book called Denationalization of Money by Frederick Hayek, who got a Nobel Peace Prize back in the 70s. And what he said is competition produces superior results in anything. It does it in schools, it does it in money as well. If you want stable money, create competition in money, and you'll get the stability the people of Texas need. That's the underlying part of the deal. And I see the transactional gold piece as offering another market alternative to the people of Texas when the government messes up our money.
Thank you. Spencer Brolsma.
Mr. Glass, I saw that you had a third priority on there about election integrity. Could you briefly expand on that so that way we can get it on the record, please?
I just want to make sure, I didn't put that down to speak about it, but out of Lee County, we passed a resolution and something I'm going to be working on a resolution in the Resolutions Committee for, which is to make sure that we enforce election law and other laws that Soros DAs in big counties refuse to do at a state level. We lost it when the Court of Criminal Appeals took it away from our AG, and I want to make sure that we somehow, either through compliance with the Court of Criminal Appeals underneath the Supreme Court, or maybe going back and fighting them to get the AG to do it, to have state-level law enforcement. And I'm going to be pushing it in a resolution that we do that with a special session in June, because Donald Trump and Ted Cruz and every other person on the ballot in our big counties deserve to have an election where the people running it know that they're on the hook for violating the law if they do so. Otherwise, they will think they can cheat with impunity. And I want to make sure that gets added to the election integrity plank as well as the resolution that I'll be pushing in the resolutions. Yes.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. Real quick, have you heard of the book called The Great Deformation by David Stockman?
I have not.
Definitely read it because I think he talks about a lot what you're talking about. Talks about the corruption of capitalism in America. And that's not downgrading capitalism. It's talking about how capitalism has been downgraded in America because of what they've done to our currency since Woodrow Wilson. So it's been a long time, but yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rick Briscoe, then Jeff Russell, and then that'll probably be it for questions because we have a lot more people.
Mr. Glass.
Yes.
Do I understand you correctly that your Let Texans Run Texas is essentially asserting our pre-existing 10th Amendment rights?
Yes. Thank you for that question.
And along that same vein, and would you, would a part of what you define as letting Texans run Texan, would that also apply to our educational system? Currently we only get about 6% of our total school funding, about $3.5 billion from the feds, and yet we are constantly being told by the feds what we can do in our schools.
Yes, in the letter that I sent you and up on the website that I just mentioned, Texas Constitutional Enforcement website, one of the things I said, the types of legislation can include stop Texas agencies and subdivisions from receiving federal funds that have strings attached. I consider that to be part of letting Texas run Texas.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Come this way, and the next speaker will be Faith Howe.
Hello, I'm Faith Howe. Some of you may remember me as Faith Bussey. It's been a minute. But I'm really glad that y'all are all here. And the last time I talked to the Legislative Priorities Committee, I think was back in 2020. And I am a delegate from SD 22 talking about everybody's favorite topic, school choice. But from a totally different perspective, because it's not a very uniting issue in our party. And that's what I said to the Legislative Priorities Committee in 2020, is that it's a little bit divisive, a little 60-40 or 55-45. You do have Republicans who are like, we love public school and we want them to be fully funded. And then you have people like me who get called black helicopter conspiracy theorists when we say, if you have a school choice voucher type program that has strings attached and you have families that take this money and go into private schools, everything that we see that is wrong with the public schools is going to go into the private schools. You talked about strings, okay? Testing, any standardized testing is a string. Curriculum alignment comes from standardized testing requirements. That's how we got the wokeness. That's how we got the DEI. That's why public schools are falling apart. Yes, we should get rid of all federal funding of public schools because strings attached are a problem. So with that, you talked about solutions. We've introduced solutions. We've said that tax exemptions are great. We would love to be able to keep more of our own money first without giving it to the government and then having it redistributed to other people. We have also proposed that if you're going to have a legislative priority on this topic, can we please focus on parental rights? Because if that is the concern of people like me and other homeschoolers around the state, why don't we focus on passing a constitutional amendment to protect our rights first? Because the best and the brightest of the Texas State Legislature that came up with the bills the last couple sessions had the brilliant idea that the voucher funding should come with fully funding public schools to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars for students who don't show up. That was the bill. So if we're going to have school choice as a legislative priority, I just ask that we look for a constitutional amendment. Perhaps we call upon the Texas legislature to pass a constitutional amendment protecting parental rights to make all educational decisions as a condition to passing any form of voucher program. That's it.
All right, so we have questions. Rolando?
Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, it takes a supermajority of 2/3 to pass a constitutional amendment.
You are correct.
So that would mean Democrats would have to vote for a parental rights constitutional amendment. Do you think they would?
I don't know. They don't ever vote with us for the right reasons.
Well, I ask that because it's concerning that we would make school choice contingent upon Democrats voting to support parental rights, which will never happen.
That doesn't mean we shouldn't fight for the things that we believe in.
Yes, Mr. Gervais.
So we had a gentleman testify against school choice earlier because of concern about strings being attached, and the question was asked, well, couldn't homeschoolers opt out? and I don't know that I really got a clear answer on that. Could you speak to that?
Sure. With the bills that were filed last session and previous sessions, if the voucher money was to go to, say, a private school, and that private school were to accept the funds, then they would have to have the strings attached to the school. So if one student comes in with the voucher money and they have to take a standardized test, everybody else has to take a standardized test, even though they're not the ones with the money. So sure, you can opt out, but if you send your kid to a private school, like especially a Catholic school, because they've been pushing this like every session, they would love tax dollars to prop up their failing schools. But anyway, you send your kid to that school, they might have to take the same test that somebody else brought upon them.
Mr. Yamrick.
Thank you for testifying. Quick question. There are 10 states that have passed universal school choice. There's about 30 states that have passed some kind of ESA or school choice. Are they all tied with strings?
Yes.
Every one of them? Because my understanding is most of them are not.
My understanding is that most of them are. Texas has one of the lowest burdens of regulation of any state in the United States, in the world, actually. We're super free here.
We also spend a lot of money on it, but
Spend a lot of money on
states that
what?
are passing universal, there's no strings with it. They actually legislate it in, so there is none. I would implore you to look a little deeper. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Howe. Next, we have, it looks like Mike Carter, FSG. And then after that will be Rebecca Hardy.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in front of this committee, and as I hear all the testimony today, I realize the challenge that it is, because there's a lot of important issues that you say, okay, what is our legislative priority as we move into next year and for this next session? What I will say today is I'm here talking about the bullion bill. It's in Finance Committee 100. Lori Bolton, I think, shared earlier what the language of that was, making legal tender gold bullion accessible through a lot of electronic means through the Texas Bullion Depository. And the reason that this is so important and so critical is if we don't have economic liberty, we have nothing. All these other things that we're working on don't matter if you don't have the money to do the things that you want to be able to do out there. I wanted to just share a little bit about what we're seeing across the country right now in terms of, first of all, this is completely constitutional under Article 1, Section 10. The technology exists today to make gold in a Texas Bullion Depository transactional. And there's an easy way to make this happen, and Texas can lead with it. We started out with an idea on this about 16 months ago, and it went from an idea to a movement. We now have 25 states that are looking at this. I've had states of Louisiana, the treasurer of Georgia, the treasurer of Oklahoma, all write to say, listen, if we can get similar legislation this passed in our state, can we use the Texas Bullion Depository as a depository for our states out there? Other states are looking at this, but the state that leads is the opportunity to have to be the gold capital of the world. Texas is positioned. We have the right brand, we have the right attitude, and we're the only state in the country that has the Bullion Depository already in place. What we've not done yet is attach that debit card. That debit card that says I can take the money that I've made, put part of it in the Bullion Depository, and then spend that debit card anywhere I spend MasterCard. Or the ability to where I can peer-to-peer, if I wanted to pay you in gold, I could peer directly gold to you in an account, much like you see Venmo out there. What's important in this language is we recognize it as legal tender, because as it's legal tender, there's three things that can happen out there. First, trust. When people buy gold, they never know quite for sure. Did I just buy a real bar of gold or a coin, or is it a fake? If the state of Texas is behind it and is going through the Bullion Depository, they're going to know the gold they're getting, they can trust it. Second is taking. If you look at history back in 1933, the government said all of a sudden, gold's not being transacted, so we need to take that from people, and they confiscated it. They sold it about a year later for quite a bit of a profit. But if Texas is behind it versus an individual, you have a much more stronger case for Texas being able to keep that taking from happening. And then third is taxes. Now, we're not a tax consultant, but I can tell you if you look at the IRS current code, once it becomes legal tender, it fits functional currency. That means I can buy a stick of gum with this, which I could do with transactional electronic gold. I can pay my taxes, or I could buy a car. Any of those things are possible with taxes. So just finishing that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Hans.
Let me just ask you a simple question. So if you get the debit card, could an individual then say, I want to get a debit card, I'm going to give the Texas Depository $1,000, and they would set aside $1,000 worth of gold for that day, and then I could use my debit card?
That's correct. So the Texas Bullion Depository will actually buy the gold at spot price. You'll pay spot price plus 0.005. It's up to the comptroller to finalize this, but there's commercial applications now that are working this way, of which we would kind of bolt and plug and play into this thing. But you're able to buy gold at spot price plus 0.005%. That'll be in your account. That's what's in your wallet. It's never loaned out. It's what's physically in that vault. And then I can spend that anywhere I spend a debit card. Now, the benefit is the state can make money with every transaction out there like banks do, right? And it also, if I'm selling my gold, it doesn't cost me anything because it's built into the transaction-free process there. I'm also buying gold at the cheapest price you can buy gold anywhere out there. If you care about Texans, if you care about economic liberty, this is the choice that our founders gave us in the Constitution. It's amazing that they had it there. I'd encourage you all to look at your treasure map. There's some simple language here and a simple treasure map that lays the trails we've been through and how we get to true economic liberty. But this is real. We'd love to talk more at the booth here. Again, I have no economic interest. My kids are, I care about my kids, my grandkids, and what's happening out there, and I want to see this happen.
Dan Tully.
How do you deal with the increased value of gold? Like if you buy it in at, say, $1,800 an ounce, and, 10 months from now it's worth $2,000 or $2,500 an ounce. How does the individual get that extra value?
Well, if you bought gold at $1,500 and it went to $2,000, you're lucky enough to have a gain. That's awesome. Right now, if we don't pass it as legal tender, you're going to have to pay taxes on that. We believe that as we pass this as legal tender, and this is why what you're doing is so important, that it will become functional currency. It's no longer considered a collectible, something you hide under your bed and you pull it if you need it, but it's not really, it's a $5 coin, but it's worth a lot more than $5. This becomes functional currency, so therefore we do not believe it'll be subject to capital gains taxes. We've talked with Attorney General Ken Paxton. He would be supportive in putting together a legal brief on that. It's not done yet, but those are the types of things and the benefits that we have here. Again, I just can't emphasize enough how historic this is.
But how would it work with inflation from the standpoint if you can't get the increased value accredited to you?
You would be. You'd get the increased value. As that gold goes in there, your gold goes up in value. When you sell your gold, you sell it at the spot price at that time.
So what you're saying is when you make a transaction, you're actually selling it basically internally for the spot price to satisfy a debt?
Correct.
Okay.
I saw a question over here.
Yes. Correct me if I'm mistaken, please, but as legal tender, any merchant would be required to accept that?
As legal tender, yes, but they accept it now. I can go anywhere that spends a MasterCard, and they take it. What we do right now, and this is the way it would work through the bullion depository, is they will take that in dollars. So in less than 200 milliseconds, it'll look at the price of my bill, say, do I have the gold in the vault to justify it? Then they'll convert whatever that tab is into whatever the spot price is at that market rate and pay that retailer in dollars. So they don't really even realize it's being gold that's done. Now, we think ideally what would be, the retailer would have a choice to say, I'd rather take it, I could take it in dollars or I could take it in gold. They would have a choice to do that.
But before we move on with questions, we have State Representative Mark D'Orazio here, who actually wanted to speak about this issue as well. If there's no objection, I'd like to go ahead and allow him to speak, and he may be able to answer some of the questions about specific legislation having to do with the gold and silver bullion depository as well. So is there any objection to allowing Representative D'Orazio to speak? All right.
And I'll just say Representative DeRazio has been a real hero in getting this bill almost done the last session, and it's going to happen this session. So go ahead.
Yep, y'all trade places.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today on this on the gold and silver legal tender bill that we have. In the fourth special session, it was House Bill number 23, and that bill at that time had been perfected. What this bill does, in short, is it makes gold and silver functional money. And what in this bill we have 8 main points that we need to cover. One of them is a mechanism for people to engage in commerce. Issue number 2 is the technology already exists. 3, it solves problems and allows us to keep our gold and silver in the United States. 4, it meets the constitutional requirements of Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution. Number 5, it shields against central bank digital currency. Number 6, the value of the gold and silver in the deposit account must equal to the value of the user accounts. Number 7, it's not subject to legislative appropriations. And number 8, it authorizes the creation of fees to cover the cost of the program. So I'll go down through each point real quick so that you can get a broad view understanding of it. This mechanism is for people to effectively engage in commerce. I got to get something out here, so I need to show it to you all. There we go. Already many states have made gold and silver legal tender, but we don't have a mechanism in place for citizens to be able to engage in commerce effectively. So what good is gold and silver if you can't buy groceries, if you can't put gas in your car, or you can't go down to the ice cream store and buy your grandchild an ice cream cone? Number 2, the technology exists. Fortunately, there's already technology available today that allows you to pay for goods and services using gold through the convenience of a debit card. This is my Glint card. When I load money onto this Glint card, I'm actually buying silver and gold. Actually, on this card, it's gold. However, my gold is in Switzerland. And so the value of gold that I have on this card is equal to the value of the gold that I purchased. If the price of gold goes up, so too does the value of the gold that I have on the card. When I go spend it with a merchant, they're paid in US dollars, and Glint liquidates the same amount of value of gold and converts it to dollars, and it removes that value out of my holdings. However, in the meantime, the value being tied to the gold has given me a hedge against inflation. Unfortunately, as wonderful as this service is, there's a few major problems with it. First off, I want gold and silver held right here in the United States. That's important. Second, there are tax and privacy implications because my Glint gold is considered an investment by the Internal Revenue Service. Every expenditure has a tax consequence, and because of that, there is no privacy. This solves, number 3, this solves a problem and allows us to keep our gold and silver in the United States. This legislation solves these problems. For Texas, we already have the existing Texas Bullion Depository that will allow us to store our gold in the state. Other states can contract with the existing depository in Texas or create their own depository. All that would keep our gold and silver in the United States. Number 4, this meets the constitutional requirement of Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution. This legislation, if passed by a state, will meet the constitutional requirements of Article 1, Section 10 regarding legal tender and the federal government's definition of functional money. This means that when the value of a citizen's gold goes up, it would be exempted from taxation considered functional money and not as an investment. While this may end up being decided in the courts, we feel strongly, based on the existing judicial precedent, such as Briscoe versus the Bank of Kentucky, that this legislation would hold up to scrutiny. By creating functional money, this legislation should prevent the privacy, compliance costs, and tax implications with the current Glint card. Now, we talked about what this bill does. Let's take a look at this from the 20,000-foot view and how this legislation will protect our citizens in the future. The first thing that this does is this shields against central bank digital currency. There are two developments moving at a rapid pace right this moment, and the aim is to drastically change the global economy and commerce moving forward. The first is the BRICS nations. How many of you know about the BRICS nations? Okay, quite a few of you. They're working hard to move away from the dollar and ultimately topple it from its position as the gold reserve as a world reserve currency. If that happens, that's going to mean bad things for the dollar and higher inflation, destroying the livelihood of our citizens. All that money would be coming back to the United States. The second issue that we have to deal with is the World Economic Forum and many nations around the world, including the United States, that want to create central bank digital currencies and move to a cashless society. Let's make no mistake, this is about control. Every transaction you will make will be monitored. Every unit of currency is ultimately able to be controlled by a computer code. You could be frozen out of your entire life savings in an instant. Maybe you had bad social credit score, as they are doing in China right now. And of course, with a few keystrokes, they can also inflate the heck out of that too. I've spent the last 40 years building a construction company from the ground up, and I wake up early in the morning and I go out and I work with the guys and I get in the dirt with them. And these are hardworking men that build America, and they just want to provide for their families. I'm watching inflation that's caused by our federal government that continues to destroy the paychecks and saving power for them and everyone else. I'm also looking to the future and have significant concerns of whether the same American dream will be available for future generations, or whether they'll be saddled with inflation, surveillance, and control. That protection of our citizens' rights and the American dream is what this bill is really about. It does that by making gold and silver functional money that can be transacted with the convenience of a debit card. Hopefully, I've done a good job of laying out what the legislation means for the average American and why it's important. So let's turn to the bill itself and talk about how it actually works. The value of the gold and silver in the deposit account must equal to the value of the user accounts. The comptroller is tasked with implementing this legislation and is authorized to adopt rules necessary or convenient to do so. They may also contract with a private vendor and may appoint a trustee to hold in trust the physical gold and silver backing of the debit card. In order to be able to take part in the program, citizens would purchase gold through the comptroller or a contracted vendor. The value of all the gold purchased would be held in trust in the pooled depository account. From there, a separate account would be issued to a new user with the value of the gold they purchased, or it would be added to an existing account. As someone spends money from their account, gold is liquidated from that pooled account, and the value of the gold is deducted from their personal account. Number 7, this is extremely important. This is not subject to legislative appropriations. The bill also allows for the redemption of both in U.S. dollars or bullion. One thing that is incredibly important about the pooled depository account is that it is outside the state treasury and not subject to legislative appropriation. The other is that it cannot function like a bank. The value of the gold and silver pooled in the depository account must at all times be equal to the value in the user accounts. So let's say, for instance, at 9 o'clock Monday morning, everyone ran down to the depository and wanted to capture their gold or silver. It would be there. I spoke with the depository. The depository does an audit on all the gold and silver in their depository once a week. And all gold and silver coming into the depository is assayed, or it's verified that it is indeed true gold and silver. And finally, the bill authorizes the creation of fees to cover the cost of the program, as well as an industry standard merchant fee for use. So where the state makes money is every time you swipe a credit card, there's a 2 to 3% fee that's attached to the merchant for the use of that transaction. Texas will capture part of that fee. So we will be able to take some of that money and we'll be able to put it into the general fund, and the state can use it for whatever we need to use it for. Personally, I just want property tax taken care of. So this is a way to do it. And so when we started with this bill, we've had a lot of really good response to it, and it covers a lot of problems. And so the 8 main points, again, is it's a mechanism for people to effectively engage in commerce. 2, the technology exists. 3, it solves problems and allows us to keep our gold and silver in the United States. 4, it meets the constitutional requirements of Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution. 5, it shields against central bank digital currency. 6, the value of gold and silver in the deposit account must equal to the value of the user accounts. Number 7, it's not subject to legislative appropriations. And number 8, it authorizes the creation of fees to cover the cost of the program. So I greatly appreciate the opportunity for me to speak to you on this issue, and it's something that I've always had a very good interest in gold and silver and the freedom it actually gives. And and it makes it available to the everyday person out on the street. If on this Glint card, if you wanted to buy 10 cents or 20 cents or 30 cents worth of gold, you can do it. The beauty of this also is it gives everybody an opportunity to be able to liquidate their gold and savings and know that they're not going to be taken advantage of by a broker or a vendor on the street or whatever. Because as you purchase gold and silver today, they charge you anywhere from $150 to $200 over spot. And so and then whenever you liquidate, they do not pay you the full amount of what spot price is at that moment. So I think it's a great bill, and I'll thank you for the opportunity to present it to you.
And Representative, if you have time for a couple of questions, I have Peyton Inge, and then I think Brett, raise your hand next.
Okay.
And then we'll go over here and back to you, Davis.
Well, I hope I can answer them.
All right. I'll limit it to two quick questions, hopefully. One, I assume, just clarification, when you say value of gold, I assume you mean really you're buying so many ounces at a time, and so that number of ounces is adjusted up and down based on, I guess, the value at the time you take some in or out, and that's how it changes. Otherwise, you don't gain the benefit of any increase in value if they're just taking out. You have so many dollars at the time, so they take out so many dollars later on. You're really not retaining your number of ounces, and so you get no benefit for the increase if it does. And so, second question is that Section 10 of Article 1 has a really interesting statement, and it says that no state shall, bear with me, no state shall coin money. That's Article 10, Section 10. No state shall coin money. So that seems to somewhat contradict the fact that it said that then it goes on to say, but you will only use gold and silver. So how do you all reconcile that? Two questions.
Okay, could you repeat your first question again? Because I'm kind of muffled here and I can't.
All right, first question is you talked about maintaining your value, but the reality is that you're buying ounces. I assume you're buying ounces of gold, so the adjustment has to be against the ounces, not quote the value, to be more precise, wouldn't you?
Yeah, everything right now in our system, as the way it was originally set up, is based on weight. You have a dime, a tenth of an ounce. You have a quarter of an ounce, $half, half an ounce, and
Thank
a
you.
dollar.
That's what I understood that. So
Okay.
the second
Now-
one was
now,
just reconciling the two. And the Article 10 has two provisions. One that says no state shall coin money, and then further on down it says it'll only use gold and silver. And obviously we use paper today. So but the bigger one is that it says no state shall coin money. So are we coining money here, or what are we doing?
So, well, what in a state, everything has to be uniform. Tenth of an ounce, quarter ounce, half ounce, and a full ounce. The coining of money has to do with the actual making of the individual coins. Everything that we will do will be based on the weight and the universal standard as we deal with not only each other in the state, but also with other states as they come on board, and we have interstate agreements. Now, in the court case Briscoe versus Bank of Kentucky, the court case was 6-1 in favor of being able to transact business with another, that state can transact business for the payment of debts with each other using the weights. You just can't have your own, let me see, Mike Carter. You can't have your own, you can't make your own currency, is what I believe is how it works. Mike, you had
Yeah. Well, I think we'll go over to Brett Rogers for the next question.
Okay.
So, your bill, 4306.
4903.
Anyway, but the bill that you had there that addressed going to the Attorney General for the feasibility of linking the debit card transactions, that one. Anyway, that had a lot of co-authors, some of whom were Democrat, which was great, but it died in the Calendars Committee. Why?
Well, it actually didn't die. It made it to the floor. It went through State Affairs, which is the most difficult committee to get anything through. State Affairs. Came out of State Affairs to Calendars. It came to Calendars and went to the floor. But we were so far down the list that we ran out of time for it to get a hearing. Just too late, yes. Yeah, and right now it's gaining so much more popularity. And people are seeing the value of it because, I don't know if you remember, but the Silicon Valley Bank was the second largest bank failure in the history of the United States. So whenever we look at that bank failure, the number one Google search at that time was, how do I buy silver and gold? Because people wanted to be able to protect their money using gold and silver. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. Gold and silver are not an investment. Gold and silver is insurance. It will always be worth something. If you take a look at history over the past 6,000 years, gold and silver has always withstood the test of time, and it's always been transactional. So we should be able to get this through. We should be able to get this through. Several legislators said this is going to go through. It's just too practical, too observable. And it gives everybody, it levels the playing ground. And even mostly it helps the poor folks. Because if, one day they have $10 and all of a sudden the next day because of inflation they have $8. And so that just took away their buying power. Yes?
All right, Mr. Bonert, we'll
sorry.
go over here, then over to Paul.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, do we know how many delegates are still waiting to testify?
Yes, we still have, as of now, we have 33 people on the list to testify.
Are we going to set a time limit for the current testimony?
I had not, but I know there were some committee members who still had questions, but we should keep it brief so that we can give them a chance.
I'll go as brief as I can.
Okay, a quick question here. We've always been assuming that the gold was going to go up in price in your account or something like that. What happens if the gold dips in price and say you have overspent your account?
Remember, this is market driven. The account is based on the value of gold at the end of that business day. But if you look at the historical data of gold, it does go up and down, but it constantly goes up at a certain time.
All right, Paul Yamrick.
Yes, Paul Yamrick, SD 18. If you could sum us up in a sentence of what you're trying to do, we could look at it as a legislative priority.
The best summary that I could say, and I left it in my briefcase, is the number 7 on the that was voted on by the voters. That would be the best way to put this as a legislative priority, because it gives us, the legislature, something firm, straightforward, but it also gives us a little bit of negotiation room in case we need to do something with the Democrats. But this bill does have quite a bit of bipartisan support.
Yes, it has a lot in it. Thank you, Mark. Number 7 plank is what you're saying?
Number 7 of the
ballot questions.
The ballot. Yeah.
All right,
if it's just put on just as number 7, this would be great.
Okay, Janera Lewis, SD 27. Question. You stated that we had to purchase the gold from either the depository or a contractor. What about those people who have vaults of gold right now? Will it be able to be used?
Yes. You will be able to use your existing gold that you have and take it to the depository. They will verify that it is indeed gold and real gold and silver, and then that can be added to your account, and they'll give you the.
All right. Mr. Ford, I think you had a question?
Yeah. Let's say that the money goes into the Texas Gold and Silver Depository. Are we on? Doesn't sound like we are.
I can hear you.
Anyway, let's say that we have a $500 million increase in the need for gold. How does that get satisfied and that gold gets into the Gold and Silver Depository? How is that transaction happening?
Okay, so let me state your question back and make sure I understood it. If we have more dollars coming into the depository than the depository has available to purchase?
You're live now.
Is that correct? And they have more dollars than...
Let's say that people are putting money into the Gold and Silver Depository and purchasing gold through the depository. That increases the need for a lot more gold in the depository. How is the physical gold getting there?
Well, there's vendors around the world that we would contract with, and they would be responsible to get that gold there. But until it gets to the depository, it will not be credited to your account, but it'll be credited, to my understanding, it'll be, and it's a comptroller issue, it'll be credited to your account at that price, because they will have purchased it from the vendors, and there's numerous vendors around the world that do want to do business with the United States.
Another question is, in 1933, the federal government said now it's illegal for you to own gold.
You know, in 1933, under Roosevelt, that happened. However, nobody challenged it. And if they would have challenged it in court, we believe that it would have been unconstitutional, and that would have been thrown out. So we have a...
All right. Okay. Last question goes to Loretta Emmons.
I have a question about the card that you were holding. Does that have Visa, MasterCard, or something on it? How do you use that card?
MasterCard, just like you'd use a MasterCard.
It does go through.
Yes.
They charge the fee.
Pardon me?
They're the ones that collect the fee, and then they would pay that to the state.
Whatever vendor whatever vendor Texas uses, they would be responsible for that fee. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time, and y'all have a great day and have fun, because y'all got a fun job to do.
Thank you very much for coming and answering our questions about this, Representative. I'll bring up one more speaker. Rebecca Hardy had actually been asking to testify on vaccine choice. I'll go ahead and give her the opportunity to do that, and then I think we should probably look at taking a short recess. But first, Mrs. Hardy.
Thank you. Rebecca Hardy, SD9. I'm also the president of Texans for Vaccine Choice, or TFVC, and I'm thankful we live in a state with a long history of valuing parental rights and informed consent, and I'm happy to see this conviction carry over to our vaccine choice in our platform. In the aftermath of tyrannical nationwide COVID response, the 2022 delegation adopted sweeping medical liberty language in our platform. We now have even more proof that the vast majority of Republican primary voters agree with the 2022 delegation. Prop 8 on the March 5th ballot stated the state of Texas should ensure that Texans are free to give or withhold consent for any vaccine without coercion. This prop passed overwhelmingly, garnering nearly 92% of the vote. Prop 8 recognized that this issue goes far beyond COVID. Big Pharma has had its tentacles in nearly every aspect of our lives, from massive advertising budgets to providing huge bonus incentives to doctors, for maintaining fully vaccinated patient rolls, to the censorship campaigns to silence doctors who dare to question the narrative. It's impossible to ignore the lengths vaccine manufacturers will go to push their profit-driven agendas. To this day, TFVC is still fielding questions and messages from Texans who have been dismissed from clinics, denied the opportunity to establish care with primary care providers, and in the most egregious cases, removed from organ transplant lists simply for declining a vaccine. This is not exclusive to COVID and is unfortunately not a new phenomenon. These actions are indicative of a pattern that deserves to be pushed into obsolescence. While very grateful for the robust language in the current Plank 137, now is the time to go even further. As we all know, the best chance of passing strong, protective vaccine choice legislation is to make this issue one of the legislative priorities. I passed out 2 items to this committee. The first is our proposed vaccine choice LP language, and the second is a comparison of the 1983 vaccine schedule to the current schedule. I should remind everyone that all of the makers of all of the vaccines on the 2024 list enjoy complete immunity from liability. Additionally, none of these vaccines has gone through randomized, inert, placebo-based testing, which is considered a gold standard of safety studies. All pharmaceuticals and medical procedures come with risks, and where there's a risk, we must have medical liberty. Forced medicine has no place in a free country, and especially not in Texas. Yet we consistently have legislators, many of them Republicans, filing legislation in Austin that would remove or restrict these fundamental rights. I urge you to allow the delegation to keep vaccine choice at the forefront of public discourse by adding the proposed LP language in your committee's final report. Individuals free from coercion are best equipped to make vaccine decisions for themselves and their children. Let's send a clear message that big pharma tyranny is not welcome in the Lone Star State by including strong vaccine choice priority language in the lineup presented to the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
And Mr. Russell.
Just a comment. The city of Odessa was, and I'm kind of proud of this, we were the first city in the state to pass city ordinances that prohibited employers or anyone else requiring vaccines for any reason, whether it was employment or schools or anything else. I'm not sure how enforceable it is, but I was proud of our city council for doing it, and also putting a prohibition against the ability of the city government to ever shut down businesses like they did during COVID.
Well done, City of Odessa. Well done. Now let's go statewide. Anything else? All right.
Well, if there's nothing else, just as a kind of, I guess, programming note here, I think I'm going to ask unanimous consent on a 10-minute recess. And then after that, I would like us to come back and actually start our deliberations a little bit. We will have more time today for testimony as the day goes on, but I do want us to get into that a little bit so that we can kind of work through our process, get some work done before dinner, and just see how things go. So, is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess? Hearing none, we will go into recess and come back at 3:35 p.m.
Technically, I believe the party has a rule where any elected Republican or party official can speak. So, well, yeah, it's never been a problem, obviously, checking out all the arrows. But it was an interesting topic. But hopefully, we'll get back to dinner.
So how much have you ever done?
Yeah, start discussion. Not, I think we'll get back from lunch, sorry, dinner at 7:30, and we'll do that.
I don't administer them in my property.
We're working on cut on you.
Right, exactly. But it did, affect me in terms of being healthcare person and it being available, when it became available. I have a lot of species who are not,
Yeah.
So I was trying to step on things with parents that I live near and I see all the time. So we're actually got
You have to pick your poison.
I really had to keep my mind. I mean, I wasn't concerned about it, but I was thinking it should have been vetted and it was getting all that. Then I started really seeing what's going on, just affairs data and all the information coming out. And then just going back, how the law
It's going to be bad. But after that,
so I don't know what else is done. When August, we have to mandate it in the hospital because I already got it. But very, very disturbing. And I spoke out against that mandate about the elderly, like there's every single person, and anyone, everyone can get, and I was like, it cannot be right. So, yeah, I know it's a big deal. I have to take some resolutions and election priorities. They carved out,
our website, so we set up a new website.
like that, but it carved out how to work. So it sounds like it's carved out students.
make sure that you're charged with felonies, you know, boom, 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 boom. Might be 5 or 6 things, but if we can reference a line item in the platform, say, okay, we want border security, and that's line item 192 in the platform that includes 5 or 6 things. Why can't that be specific enough? That would also get our delegates to say, okay, border security, that's line item 192 in the platform. I don't know what it is, but that gets people reading our platform.
Because people should read the platform anyway. The problem is you can't get to the end of a legislative session and look back and say, did the legislature secure the border? Because of course they're not going to have completely secured the border by the end of the legislative session. We are trying to get them to pass specific bills on specific issues. And so there may be 3 or 4 border security related priorities, but each one of those would have a bill attached to it that when it passes, we know the priority is completed. All right, Donna.
I was just thinking that rather than identifying the problems, which is kind of what we've been doing in the multi-border issues, it's identifying solutions, tangible solutions that could be action items.
I think that's a great way to look at it. Rick.
A number of the priorities from the last convention have closely subject matter related items together. One I worked on, for example, was number 7. It opposed the passage of red flag laws and at the same time urged the legislature to remove gun-free zones. Would that not be allowable today?
I think the way to look at it, and someone made this comparison when we were having our conference call, the legislature has a single subject rule, right? Where a bill has to only have one subject. Now it can be complex. It can do a lot of different things at the same time as long as they all fall under one, it is one subject, right? So I think if we're getting to the point where we're specifying we are going to secure the border by doing this and this and this and this, then we've created several priorities that we're trying to jam into one priority. And that's not really the goal of this committee. Rolando.
The problem with not having specific priorities is that you actually take away power from the delegates and give it to the SREC. Because if you don't have specific goals and a priority, it's just, stop the grooming of children, well, the SREC Legislative Priorities Committee, or more specifically the subcommittee, will decide which bills do fulfill or do not fulfill that priority. I think when we have specific priorities, we actually give the delegates more power over what policies we are pursuing. We do not want to vote on secure the border is not a priority, it's a subject, okay? And I would rather lay out specific policies before the delegates to approve or reject rather than giving them subject matters. Now, I also want to address the issue of, well, under the subject matter, we'll just include, 4 or 5 or 6 specific platform planks. Say we have something called Secure the Border and we throw in, 5, 6, however many, platform planks. The legislature accomplishes 4 of the 5 platform planks, but they didn't do the 5th one. Oh, so they didn't do the priority. That's what we set up. That's what we set ourselves up for. We've talked about this before. We empower the delegates. We work better with the legislature when we have specific goals, specific priorities, and we don't just present them with a laundry list. So again, we'll debate this as we go through each priority, and we'll debate how broad or narrow we want to make it. But I agree that that needs to be our mindset.
Yeah, and I'll give an example on that too. One of the priorities from 2 years ago, now there are some people who think this shouldn't have been a priority because it wasn't really a bill, but the priority was no appointing Democrat chairs. It's so simple. The chairs are appointed and either they're Democrats or they're not. And unfortunately, a lot of Democrats were. And so we could instantly know that the priority was not fulfilled, because what was asked for was extremely specific, and the speaker violated it. And later on in the session, that actually came up in his censure, the fact that this was a specific thing that was a priority for the Republican Party, and you didn't do it. Imagine if we had had a priority that instead of saying no Democrat chairs, it was like stop empowering Democrats within the legislature, right? More broad. There are all kinds of things that happen in the legislature that empower Democrats. And so then you open it up to, well, was this specific thing empowering them, or was this other thing doing that, or was this other thing doing that? And you have endless arguments about whether this thing or this bill or that bill fit the priority, violated the priority. Who knows? It becomes too vague. So the fact that we asked for a specific thing that we didn't get actually made it a very powerful rallying cry against a speaker who wasn't fulfilling any of our priorities, really. And so that's the mentality that we need to approach this with.
And it's also important to remember that these priorities can be used in a Rule 44 censure. If we are going to have criteria under which a Republican office holder can be censured, it needs to be a clear standard. Did they oppose or support this policy? Having vague, broad goals makes it very difficult to evaluate office holders when it comes to Rule 44 censures.
Spencer.
I guess I'm a little confused as to what part of the legislative priorities from 2 years ago is vague. When it says protect our elections, it spells out how we want to protect our elections. That doesn't sound very vague to me.
Scott, if I can, I just want to clarify something.
Yeah.
I love the idea that we want to get specific. I'm all about measurable and specific. That's phenomenal. I'm very opposed to, and I know that my SD would be very opposed to, the idea that we only have one action item per legislative priority, given the breadth of problems that face Texas. And if we lowball what we give to the legislature so that they can pass a few of those things and say, hey, we passed half of your 8. What are you crying about? Well, there were only 4 bills that did that, and in no way did it approach what Texas needed from us. That's my concern. So what I would rather see is something that is a topic, very specific language, and we can go ahead and have very specific language because that's helpful and measurable.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, you need to use the mic so that they can hear you on the live stream too.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so the way I look at it, if you have a priority that has 6 items in it, that is 6 priorities. So if you have 8 priorities that each have 6 items in them, that's 48 priorities. That's way too many things. That's not what this committee is for.
But that's what we vote for, so why don't we have a vote about it? I'm just saying that, again, I think we're lowballing this. We're giving the legislature too little, given the scope of what's necessary to give and correct all of the things that are currently wrong. So anyway, I'm asking for a vote. That's it. If you don't want to have a vote, if the people don't want to have a vote, that's fine.
Okay, so do you want to make I'll let Peyton speak, and then if you want to make a motion on a standing rule, you can.
I would agree with those who are saying that. Let me put it this way. My wife asked me to take out the trash. Well, it involves, and she says, be sure and put another trash sack in the can when you do it. She does that because she knows I often forget, but it's really one thing. It's all part of it. And I think our legislature tends to sometimes do my part and forget or do a sloppy job. And we get a lot of stuff, whether you look at the religious freedom bill they passed for us, but if you read it, that bill takes away, it has a paragraph that takes away everything you have in there. The state has a right to do it for no reason. Or we get the tax bill, which they said, look at what we saved you, but the county's trying to write it and just raised everybody's values up the same amount that the deduction was. So we got absolutely nothing. There are specifics to this. We need to be sure that they understand exactly what we mean. Some of them are very simple, like no Democrat chairs, but others, there are specific pieces that constitute what we're asking to do, and so where there are, those need to be spelled out. Thank you.
Thanks. Let me suggest something. Let's get into the process a little bit and start building our list, and then, and once we see the list actually developing, we can start getting a feel for whether we think these are too specific, like specific to the point that we're not actually accomplishing anything, or too broad, or somewhere in between. But I think we should start building the list first, and then see how things are going, and if we really feel the need to do that.
Again, I'm a big fan of specificity. I have no problem with that. I don't think we should be vague. This committee should be anything but vague. What we need to be, though, is we need to be robust in what it is that we hand to the legislature. And I don't really care whether the legislature will rise up to the occasion. Texas, in this moment, requires them to stand up and be accountable for those things that we need them to do. So I'd rather hand them a list that Texas needs rather than a list that we think that our legislatures are capable of. And so specificity, let's go. Let's do all kinds of specificity. I'm all about that. So whether you want to do a vote now, do it later, whatever it is, I'd really like to have a vote on this.
If you have a motion you'd like to make, you're always free to make it, but I think we should go ahead and start building our list. So anyway, I'm going to go back to my seat because apparently my mic is working again. And I just have to get really close to this microphone, which I hate. But Michael, huh? Okay, thank you. But Michael, if you could show the document that has everything that was submitted by the SDs and counties. And what we'll do is we'll just go item by item, and I'm just going to ask if this is something like would someone like to make a motion to make this a legislative priority? And not all of them need to be. But if someone makes a motion, then we can start debating it. I would say err on the side of adding things, but we don't want to end up with 50 of these. So the ballot props are going to cover a lot of the subjects that I think we want to see included. But yeah, and Michael, when you're taking notes, also make a note of who makes the motion and who seconds it. I know that's maybe too much to keep, but we'll go ahead and start at the very top with, yeah, and actually, if it,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Rick.
Question. I had been told some time ago that we were going to consider the legislative priorities from the last convention as a given for subject of discussion, with the exception of those which were passed. Is that correct?
That is not the workflow that I envisioned. I envisioned.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. Peyton Inge. It relates to what we're doing.
Yes,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to move that we go through simply, first select those that we will use or agree to accept, but we're accepting everyone's subject to then going back and reviewing to see whether or not we need to amend. We're accepting these in a generality, but subject to coming back and looking at it and perhaps amending them.
Yes, I don't think you need a motion for that because that's what we're going to do anyway.
All right.
So,
I misunderstood earlier. Thank you.
Okay, so starting with the ballot propositions, and we will do this until I'll go ahead and say 5:15, and then I'll want to open up for a little bit more testimony for people we missed earlier. But starting with number 1, Texas should eliminate all property taxes without increasing Texans' overall tax burden.
Oh, so moved. I would like to add that to our list, please.
All right, that has been moved by Janera Lewis. A second from Brett. All right, I think Brett had it first. So, and is there any discussion?
We had this last time, and the issue is that it's so broad, and then on the other side, if you specifically put in how you're going to eliminate the taxes and come up with a new thing, then nobody's has found an acceptable thing. So I've talked to a lot of people, and they just say, Yeah, it's great. It's a unicorn. You know, we'd love to have it, but without anything specific, what are we really telling the legislature?
Okay, so I will offer an amendment to this, to the motion that's currently being considered. And if you scroll down to the property tax elimination section of your live documents, or of the submittals, I actually wrote a proposal myself. It's at the very bottom. And here's what I wrote. Establish a permanent pathway to ending school property taxes and recapture without creating or raising any other tax by capping spending growth and requiring at least 60% of future state budget surpluses and economic stabilization fund, that's the rainy day fund, surpluses to be used to compress the school M&O tax until it is eliminated. And so I will move that. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, that has been seconded by Rolando Garcia. So are there any thoughts about that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Peyton Inge, SD12. There are other ways to accomplish this, and actually removing the ad valorem tax is a very easy thing to do and can be done instantaneously. A lot of people have talked about using a value-added tax for that portion that the state can't cover with its current revenues, which would be a small percent. It could, the ad valorem tax from schools could be removed instantaneously because it's a long-winded explanation, but it could be done instantly. The part that the cities collect is a little more problematic about how you collect it and then redistribute it, and I can go into that at length, but there's a much easier way to deal with this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you and I are probably reading from the same sheet of music on this, because the school M&O tax is the easiest part of the property tax to eliminate. The other property taxes that are charged by local governments, so your city taxes, county taxes, things like that, they have a lot more discretion over. But I think most people don't realize this. When you pay M&O taxes to your districts, none of that money actually has anything to do with the budget of your school district. Your school district's budget is entirely based on enrollment. And so the state looks at your district and says, based on your property owners, this is how much we think you should be charging in property taxes. This is how much we think you should get based on your enrollment. And if number 2 is higher than number 1, they give you funding. If number 1 is higher than number 2, then you have to pay Robin Hood or recapture. So ending the M&O tax by using state funds to buy it down is very possible, and it's actually something that we took a big step toward doing last session. So this would essentially just make permanent what they already did once, and basically require every surplus to be used for property tax reduction until the school M&O tax is eliminated, because it's the biggest one and it's also the easiest one to get rid of. Anyway, that's kind of why it was written that way. I'll start with Janera, then Dan, and then Loretta.
All right, thank you, Janera, SD 27. The reason I had the eliminate property tax at the top of the ballot proposition so simply is it's easy to understand. What you wrote is beautiful, but there's just too many words that people, I don't want to say can't comprehend, they can comprehend it, but not instantly when they're reading it. Like rainy day fund, they get that. And it may be called this, but we need to keep the words very simple. Plus, we don't have to write the legislation. I assure you that the government will figure out a way to get money out of you. It should just not have anything to do with our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Tully.
Dan Tully, SD 9. My question is why don't we have a item that talks about giving the schools the authority to have an impact fee? And what that is I sit on a water authority, and we have an impact fee for when you get a water meter, you're paying a bunch of money, and that's to offset the cost. So the people that have been there for a long time are having to pay for that new one. It's the same thing with their ISDs. They want to build these new schools and all that. Well, these developers are not paying the money for those schools, those new bedrooms that they're creating out in there. So it's being shed upon, it's being distributed across all the people in the county or in that ISD. And what I would prefer is that they have to have an impact fee that takes care of that. So all these new subdivisions, when you're building new houses, new apartments, anything over 1 bedroom needs to have a fee per bedroom, because that's where you're potentially going to have these children from, that take care of that deal. So it's a very simple thing. The process for how to create an impact fee and how it operates and how it has to be developed is already in Texas law. Utilities do it all the time, and it's the same concept with what's going on. So I don't know why we don't transfer that. That way we get rid of all these bond issues in the billions of dollars. If they want to go build something specific like a football stadium, let them see it go, if they want to do that, fine.
Yeah, I'll let Loretta go and then Rolando.
On the wording, if you're only talking about school property taxes, not all property taxes, so we would have to change all to school. But reining in appraisal districts is my number one issue as far as this goes, and the values that they're increasing.
Thank you. Rolando.
The reason I prefer this language rather than the simple eliminate property tax language is that if the simple eliminate property tax language is our priority, then that means next session, if there's legislation to commit 100% of the surplus, and they do expect it will be a substantial surplus, to buying down the M&O tax, then we can't support that bill. RPT can't support that bill because, it doesn't fulfill the priority, which is insane, okay? Everyone agrees that the M&O tax is the largest and most onerous of the property taxes, and pretty much everyone agrees this is the way to get rid of it, by buying it down. And so this language allows us to support that effort in a way that the simple, shorter language does not.
Yeah, and I do, would there be any objection to changing the words economic stabilization fund to rainy day fund? Just to make it more understandable? Spencer, are you objecting or speaking? No, I want to speak. Okay, I'll after we're done with this, I'll go to Rick Briscoe and then you. But any objection to changing that? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and make that change. All right, Rick.
I assume most people know that the M&O represents about 2/3 of the total property tax. And all of the legislations that's been proposed for quite a few years involves creating new taxes to balance it out, specifically sales taxes. VAT tax, terrible idea. It's a tax on a tax it doesn't work very well in Europe and wouldn't here. The problem with the rainy day fund is, of course, we never know what it's going to be. And while it should be, I'll call it the excess, should be returned to the taxpayers who paid it, we have to be very careful about exactly what we do, because when you take away the local funding by a property tax, even though it gets filtered through the state, it goes to the state, and the state winds up funding more. And in that regard, we've got two items here: property taxes and recapture, Robin Hood. And that's been a separate effort for years, is to kill Robin Hood.
Yeah, so the reason I included that is, A, there are a lot of districts that are under a huge recapture burden right now, and it's really causing problems for them. Eliminating the M&O property tax.
There are ones here in San Antonio that it is a problem.
Oh, for sure. Eliminating the M&O property tax would, by default, end Robin Hood also. It would, because Robin Hood is entirely based on M&O collections. So if there's no M&O tax, there's no Robin Hood. So it would end both, and I think that's a selling point for this priority. Anyway, I'll go to Spencer and then Jeff and then Jeff.
So I was just going to bring up that Texans for Fiscal Responsibility emailed us all about 10, 15 minutes ago. That may help with some of the language that we're trying to work on, if we could pull that up possibly.
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay, so yeah, the language they had was eliminate property taxes using spending restraint, surplus tax revenue, and other reasonable means available to the legislature by reducing the overall tax burden on Texans, starting with making a path to eliminate school district maintenance and operations property taxes. So this just goes a step further and says how to eliminate them.
Is a motion in order at this time?
Yes, but I would like to let me give the two Jeffs an opportunity to speak, and then I'll come back to you.
I just think the solution that Scott came up with is a pretty elegant solution that kind of does what we need it to do. I'd like to get rid of all property taxes too, as would everybody else, but you know, tying it to specific things in our budget, that as the budgeting surplus is there, then we take the majority chunk of that to pay down M&O tax. Just as a side note, I'm not sure that it has a place here, but you know, along with that, I think there has to be some point where we try to rein in the endless bonds of ever increasing amounts. You know, our sister city of Midland just passed a $1.4 billion bond. And so those two things are tied. I'm afraid if we eliminate just the M&O without some conversation about bond indebtedness, school districts are going to do just what they did this time with the $100,000 property homestead exemption, and they ran around touting huge bonds saying, it's not going to increase your taxes. It's going to be great. It's not going to increase your taxes. And they were technically right, but it was intellectually very dishonest argument because all they did was take the $100,000 break and just rolled it up into a bunch of INS spending.
Thank you. Jeff Frazier.
Yeah, so, okay.
Should be.
So one of the things I wanted to answer back, there was a question about Robin Hood and the recapture amounts. Numbers that I've gotten from various agencies on this issue have come down to asking the question of how low would we have to compress M&O down before Robin Hood is out completely? And the answer is, as long as essentially around 3 cents, as long as the average property tax for M&O in the state is higher than 3 cents, there's going to be some amount of recapture because the districts that have a lot of property value and not a lot of kids compared to the ones that have a lot of kids and not a lot of property value is that big across the state. We had one district that we worked with where if they were having to do it all on their own without any state revenue to make up the difference, their property tax rate would be $5 per $100 of value. And that was a tiny, tiny school district that just had no property value to maintain. And the nearest school district for those kids to go to is an hour and a half by bus each way. So it was impossible to compress them into another district. So there are things like so that compressing that out, the importance here being that when we say school property taxes versus all the other ones, your school property taxes are not based on, are the only one that you don't essentially get a chance to vote for. Everything else, from county to city, no county or city is forced to charge a property tax. They choose, your county commissioner, your city, they vote on that, and if you have cities that don't charge property taxes. There are some cities that have managed to be fiscally responsible in that manner. But when it comes to school M&O, it's required because it's a state constitutional responsibility to cover the basics of school maintenance and operations. And so it has to be at least a base level across the state per the Texas Constitution. So that's why we say this is the priority is getting rid of M&O taxes, is because it's the only one that your local government, you don't get to vote on whether or not it's going to charge one. It's going to charge at least X amount because it has to by state law because of the Constitution. So we can buy that all the way down. That's the one we can permanently eliminate that it's the state's responsibility.
Thank you. I'll go to Rhonda.
Yes, I want to go where, I don't know who he was talking, but bonds. This is all about bonds, and we're doing this to ourselves. And you can say whatever you want, but that was my battle this year, was fighting a school bond in a community that had no business passing it. And all across the state, there's a map. You can look at how many schools had bonds, and TASB is training them, the school boards, because we have a Republican school board, and TASB is training them to come back and say that we have to pass all these bonds, and they are great marketers and salesmen. And they cost our school $170,000 on their advice, and they would not listen to us. So now we're in the mode of replacing Republicans with other Republicans because they brought that bond to a vote, and our community can't afford it. The other thing is when we passed that $100,000, that made 7% of our county pay taxes. Everybody else's house is below $100,000. So that did not benefit you talked about the small place. We only take in $240,000 a year in sales tax. We can't go to consumption tax. And so your small counties, you're killing them with whatever we're doing here because it's about bonds. $8 billion, Midland passed. You said 1.2. Harris County's had some, they're huge. They're billions of dollars in bond money. And so I don't know, they're going to keep raising the value and raising the taxes.
So
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, so I'll say when we get to the property tax section, there are some SDs and counties that sent us proposals about controlling bonds. But I think that's a little bit different question from eliminating property taxes because it seems like what we really want and what they're suggesting is a higher threshold for passing bonds. So instead of a 50% election where the school district can just keep trying every 6 months until they finally get what they want, have more limitations around it, such as like a 2-year waiting period if they fail, or a 60% threshold, or a certain, like having to get a certain percentage turnout before it can pass. And so, if we wanted to create a priority around that, I think it's kind of a different approach there. But it's definitely something we can consider, just probably not in this item. So, Rick.
The way this is presently worded, the portion that says without creating or raising any other tax effectively defunds the schools. We have a constitutional requirement to provide a means for a free public education. What the legislation that's been proposed would do is raise sales tax to make it revenue neutral. And I would therefore move to strike that provision.
So this, I think that provision, and your motion is made. Is there a second? All right. I don't see a second, but go ahead.
What was the motion for?
The motion was to strike the words without creating or raising any other tax. So, okay, who seconded that? That was seconded by Peyton Inge. Okay, so and I'll allow debate on this in a sec. I'll speak. I want to speak against it first, though, because the whole framework here assumes that we have a surplus. And the way we get state surpluses is through the sales tax, not increasing the sales tax, but just the sales tax staying at its level. And basically what happened in the last session, if you really think about what happened, inflation did the work for us. Joe Biden inflated prices by 25% over the course of 2 years in some cases. And so sales tax collections went up by the same amount. And so the state suddenly had a bunch of money on its hands that it wasn't expecting. And so because of our spending controls, they had a surplus, and they used that surplus to buy down M&O. And so we're just asking them to do it again and again and again automatically until M&O is completely gone.
Well,
so that doesn't require a tax increase.
Well, the problem with that is we never know what the surplus for the rainy day fund will be, and there needs to be some mechanism to meet funding requirements.
Once once M&O has been eliminated, it's been eliminated, and then the state won't do that until sales tax collections.
You eliminate it, but there's still a need for the revenue from somewhere.
Right, it comes from.
That's why they talk about a revenue neutral sales tax increase.
Go ahead,
If I may,
Jeff.
I at the end may be able to help answer this. So essentially, just a little bit of history that will help with this is that up until the 1930s, the state and the counties handled all education costs up front themselves. And it was the crash from the Great Depression that pushed them to say, we're going to create these independent school districts as a way of getting additional funding for the schools. And so they reorganized things that way. And then slowly, over time, as property values went up, legislators saw that property value, that revenue coming up from the property taxes, and they said, hey, these school districts are getting a lot of money from this, so you just keep that money. We won't put the state money towards that. We'll spend our state money over here instead. And we'll just let that go. And it kept going until it got to the point where you have the Edgewood cases in the 80s about the disparity in the values and everything else. And then all the way up to the Willett decision in 2016, 2015, saying, no, you have to reform this, right? And so what passed in the SB2, HB3 in the 87th session in 2019, 86th session in 2019, really hammered this down and said, put this mechanism in place that says we're going to reverse that process. And over time, as we get additional state revenue, we put that revenue into the formulas, pushes down, reverses that 80-year process of letting the property tax values go up, property tax receipts go up, and the state revenue go down. We're going to slowly reverse this process as fast as we can over time, but we didn't get here overnight. It took 80 years to get there, and we're not going to get away from it overnight, but we're going to reverse that process as much as we can. So under those bills and what's existing, whatever the legislature dedicates as new funding for schools buys down property taxes values so that it compresses those rates down. And if there is no surplus under this, then there just wouldn't be any property tax reduction because there's no surplus to buy it down, right? And so it is just reversing that process over time. And the question is, how much of a priority is it? How fast do we want to get it done? And that is determined by what percentage of our surpluses we do when we have them. And if we don't have them, then we just keep the funding levels where they are until we do.
Well, if the revenue above the 60% is inadequate to fund the schools, it's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, Mr. Garay, I think you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. So everything I've heard so far is just a comment, not against any issue or anything. Everything I've heard so far makes it seem like we want property tax as a priority. I think we just disagree on the wording based off what we've seen in the email and from Scott's proposition. So what I would think is if we're going to debate this issue, I feel like it should be reserved for either Tuesday or Wednesday because we're just getting in it back and forth right now in terms of whether M&O is the best way or if this is the best way. And I think for purposes of time, like it's already 4:33. And I can tell right now that we can debate this all day. And I just want to make sure that we are not leaving it. Property tax is a very important issue. I want to make sure we give the time of day for all the other issues that we need to consider as part of our LP committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other debate on this amendment?
I'll second the motion he made to lay it on the table.
Okay, no motion was made. I think we'll go ahead and dispense with these motions and then and just be mindful of our timing.
I thought we were going to have a chance to discuss the amendment he's proposed. We hadn't.
Yes, you may discuss the amendment.
All right. I'm in favor of the amendment because the way this is worded, this gives them a quote, as we say, it says pathway, which means they will never get there. If you look at how our legislature has worked over the last 40 years, you give them this kind of a directive, it will never get done. And, that's why if you read the paragraph above that did come out of Denton County, So obviously I'm prejudiced, but if you did that, adopted that paragraph above there, you would get rid of half of your property taxes as soon as that bill was passed and effective. This one, this language at least is taking out this part. At least it will accelerate this process under Scott's language a little bit, but that you adopt this whole thing, you will never get rid of your property taxes. Thank you.
All right. And just to speak to the pathway, like a legal pathway would mean that it is a legal requirement that from that point on, the surplus is automatically, like what you'll notice when you see discussion over property taxes is that people like taking credit, right? So they'll say, we had a surplus of $32 billion and we spent $18 billion on property tax cuts or something like that. But in reality, when you look at the details, some of that money went toward the last round of property tax cuts, and they were just re-upping it. And so when you really break it down, it's not quite that amount. What this would do is it would make a fact of life out of the fact that every time there's a surplus, it would be put toward property tax cuts by default. And so if 5 years down the road, the legislators want to take credit for it, it's what are you doing above and beyond that baseline is what this would create. But anyway, is there any further discussion on this amendment? And the amendment is just the strict strike-through language. If you were in favor of taking that out of the language, and I don't see any other discussion, so we will move into a vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that fails. So we're back to the original language. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to use this overall language for the property tax item? Oh, go ahead.
My motion would be to, I know we're talking about simplicity and readability, but it is important that if we're using M&O taxes at the end, we need to make it clear that we're talking about M&O taxes at the beginning. So school maintenance and operation property taxes, because this would not go anywhere towards ending INS, which is voter approved by local voters and has nothing to do with state revenue.
Okay, so the amendment would be to say school maintenance and operations and then in parentheses M&O
Correct.
Taxes?
We're wordsmithing.
Yeah, I know we're wordsmithing. I think we'll once we're through this item, I think we'll go to a, yeah. Well, well, I think what you would do is you would leave it as M&O the second time, but on first reference you would say maintenance and operations M&O. Is there any objection to that change? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and make that change. So yeah, you would say school maintenance and operations parentheses M&O property taxes, but then on the later one you would just say M&O. Okay, is there any further, Brett?
I just have a point of clarification. So we're skipping over all of the other stuff that was submitted by all of the other counties and we're skipping over all of the other stuff that was submitted by all of the counties and SDs and going straight to your language. Is that what we're doing?
No, we're going to go to this section again. There are other things on property taxes that don't have anything to do with eliminating property taxes.
Understood. I just want to make sure I understand that so for this first item, we're adopting that language right there for the first item.
That is the amendment that we're discussing now. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? All right. Hearing none, we will now take a vote. All in favor of using this language for our our first item, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. The ayes have it. So that will be the first one on our live list. All right. So, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that was an amendment. Okay, so all in favor of adding this to our list, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. Okay, so item number 2 on the ballot propositions goes like this. Texas should create a border protection unit and deploy additional state law enforcement and military forces to seal the border, to use physical force to prevent illegal entry and trafficking, and to deport illegal aliens to Mexico or to their nations of origin. Is there a motion on that language?
So moved.
All right, that has been moved by Rolando Garcia and seconded by Brady Gray. All right, any discussion on including
Scott, can I get
this?
a quick point of information here?
Sure.
So generally speaking, we're trying to get a broad list here as we move down. Right. My concern right now, and I know it was voiced a minute ago, if we get deep in on every single one of these like we just did, we're going to be here for a month trying to finish this.
Yeah.
So just clarification, we're trying to get a broad list now that we'll go back and clarify.
Correct.
Any debate on this one?
Yeah, so that's, I just wanted to kind of clarify that as we move here, so perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so is there any discussion on this item? Peyton Inch.
I hate to be the bad one all the time, but I think we just need to keep in mind that some of these, while I would vote for this and will vote for it, we need to keep in mind that some of what they're saying is a clear breach of Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. There will be aspects of it, and I'm a little leery of, as we go through some of this, we need to at least keep that in mind. Sometimes we're telling them to do things that they clearly cannot do, because some aspects of that will violate the Constitution.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of adding that to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. And so that is number 2 on the list. Next up is
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a point of information. Are we able to adopt a rule that we're not going to do any amendments right now? We're just going to vote yes or no to add them to the list to keep it rolling? Or
I think that rule would be out of order. Technically, I guess we could we could adopt a standing rule, but even then, I think let's just agree not to do it. And if we run into a situation where it really seems like we need to, then we'll handle it. But the main way to go about that too is be judicious about seconding motions. So if someone makes a motion and you really don't want to take it up, don't second it, and it just goes away. Anyway, the next ballot proposition: the Texas legislature should require the use of E-Verify by all employers in Texas to protect jobs for legal workers by preventing the hiring of illegal aliens. Is there a motion there?
So moved.
It has been moved by Rolando Garcia. Is there a second? Seconded by Spencer Brolsma. All right. Is there any discussion on adding this item as a draft priority?
Anyone who opposes this, I'm reporting you to ICE.
I do have a question.
Yes.
How would this work with the work visas that the federal government is issuing to illegals?
They're legal.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, there's probably 20 experts on this who could correct me, but my understanding is if E-Verify tells you if someone has been authorized to work by the federal government. So if someone is authorized, even if, by the Biden administration, even if they really shouldn't be, it wouldn't catch that, but it would catch if they're using false documents, if they don't have a visa, things like that. Yeah. There's a reason people who hire a lot of illegal immigrants don't want this. So. All right, any further discussion, or are we ready for a vote? All in favor of adding this, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right. Next item, number 4, the Texas legislature should end all subsidies in public services, including in-state college tuition and enrollment in public schools for illegal aliens.
So moved.
All right, that has been moved by Rolando Garcia. That has been seconded by Julie Dahlberg. All right, is there, we'll go to
Hans?
Yeah, Hans, sorry.
Enrollment in public schools right now, that's federal law. It's already been decided, I believe, by the Supreme Court. So I don't think we can enact this.
Okay. Our platform is full of items that say we believe the Supreme Court decided an issue incorrectly and it needs to be reversed. And I think this is one of those. Public school is by far the biggest expense of illegal immigration. It is the biggest magnet. Well, that and employment and healthcare. Okay. Yes, this idea that, okay, we didn't take that position with Roe. We didn't say, oh, well, the Supreme Court decided Roe, so I guess there's nothing we can do about it. Of course not. This was a clearly a wrongly decided case, and I think this is a good time to challenge it again. We've got a great conservative Supreme Court, so let's, full speed ahead.
All right, Genera.
Genera, Lewis, SD 27. I love the idea of this, but if we are going to fight in the Supreme Court, then we need to address that perhaps with the AG. The in-state college tuition, I believe, is a Texas legislature issue that we can handle. The public schools, we cannot handle that. That we need to go to the AG and have him fight.
No, we need to pass a law first, and then the AG defends it.
Right.
Just real
Hans.
quick, and that goes back to the one item thing we're trying to get to. By eliminating some of the laundry list, it makes the thing a little more concise. So I'm with Genera.
So, Spencer.
To address the point about going to the AG, I've heard him speak on this, and he's very willing to go to the Supreme Court and fight for this already. So he's willing and able.
All right. Is there any other discussion on this right now? And I think as to the issue of enrollment in public schools versus in-state tuition, or whether we include both of those, I think that's something we can probably spend some time on tomorrow as well. I think if we're trying to build out the list, then we can probably return to that debate. Any other comments before we take a vote? All right. All in favor of adding this item to our priority list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. Next. The next one was Texas urges the United States Congress not to grant any form of amnesty or a pathway to legalization for illegal aliens. Since that's a Congress issue, not a legislative issue, I'll give the opportunity for someone to make a motion.
Peyton Inge?
Okay.
I'd like to move that we skip this one or omit it, because
Okay.
it is a resolution and not a priority.
Well, if nobody seconds Peyton's motion and also no one makes a motion, then we'll just keep going and we don't even have to discuss it or vote it. Is there a second? There isn't one, so we'll keep going. All right, next, the Texas legislature should prohibit the deployment of the Texas National Guard to a foreign conflict unless Congress first formally declares war. Is there a motion on this one? All right, that has been moved by Hans Sassenfeld. Is there a second? Seconded by Davis Ford.
We can't do that. When the federal government nationalizes the Guard, they're no longer under our control.
All right, is there any other debate on this item?
I would just, because I think it makes the point to, I'm sorry, Peyton Inge.
Go ahead.
I think it makes the point to the legislature, and so I will vote for it, but I will agree that it is absolutely unconstitutional.
All right, is there any other discussion on this issue? Jeff Frazier.
Yes. So this is one of the bills that came before the Defense and Veterans Affairs Committee, and a bit of the work that was done there on this initial bill was that one of the things that, just to make some clarity on this topic, since it is a major issue and was largely discussed, formal declaration of war, the definition of that is that when you declare war formally, you use everything in your arsenal to achieve victory as quickly as possible with no hesitation. That means using nuclear weapons. That is why we have not formally declared war since 1941. Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, Iraq, none of those were declared war because we were not willing to use everything in our arsenal to achieve victory as fast as possible, because we would not drop nukes. And so one of the versions that was discussed with this bill, and one of the things that might be added to this, is unless the Congress first authorizes that action. So Afghanistan and Iraq were congressionally authorized actions that they put the money towards. Congress authorized the military action, but it was not a formal declaration of war because it is a very specific thing. and it's a line that we're only going to cross one more time.
Thank you. Is there any other input on this item?
Was he making a motion?
He was
Scott?
he was not making a motion.
Okay.
Yes. He was speaking on the question. Okay, so is there any further debate on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this to our list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, so that fails. Item 7, the Texas legislature should establish authority within the Texas State Comptroller's Office to administer access to gold and silver through the Texas Bullion Depository for use as legal tender.
So moved to pass that and add that to our list.
All right, who moved that? Janera Lewis. And is there a second from Debbie Duke? Right. And is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we'll now move into a vote. All in favor of adding this to our draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. All right. Let the record show it was unanimous. All right. Number 8, the state of Texas should ensure that Texans are free to give or to withhold consent for any vaccine without coercion.
So moved.
All right. That was moved by Jeff Russell and seconded by Julie Dahlberg. And I will say on this one, we'll keep the language for now. I think this is one that would probably benefit, like when we get to the medical freedom section, there will probably be some more specificity on this that we could look at borrowing some language and kind of adding it to this priority instead of to build it out and make it more impactful and not just add a separate one. So I think this one is definitely ripe for some wordsmithing and expansion. Okay, number 9, the Republican Party of Texas should. Sorry. Yeah, good. Thank you. All right, all in favor of adding this as a priority, say aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes, but not unanimously. All right. Now, the Republican Party of Texas should restrict voting in the Republican primary to only registered Republicans. Before we take motions on this, let me point out that the Rules Committee is already considering this question. So the Rules Committee may be able to accomplish this without any involvement from the Legislative Priorities Committee. So with that being said, if they're able to do that, then that would not require us to take up one of our 15 priorities doing this. So do we still want to make a motion to do it? Okay. All right. Motion has been made by Michael Salvo. Was there a second? Seconded by Dan Tully. Yeah. All right. And I'll start with Rolando and then go to Don.
Well, not only is this going to come through rules, I hope, I think it will, by making it a legislative priority, we're kind of acknowledging that the party does not have the authority to do it without legislation, which is not true. So I think by adopting it as legislative priority, we actually hurt the case by doing it through party rules, which I think most of us support.
Done.
I agree with what he just said 100%.
Microphone.
Can you hear me now?
No.
How about now?
No. Where's James? All right. Do you want to just come use this one? Yeah. That'll work too.
This is going to be heavily litigated. And the idea of the Rules Committee is to close our primary through the rules and go to a judge for a declaratory judgment. And Rolando's completely right. You know, if we do this, it will be acknowledging that we can't do the other. And anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'll also make sure everybody on the live stream saw Don Hooper saying Rolando Garcia was completely right. Yeah. Save that timestamp. Spencer Brolsma.
So I would just say maybe we could leave it on today. If for some fluke the Rules Committee didn't pass it through, then at least we have it here and we could take it off tomorrow if they pass it.
Sure.
Yeah, I would second what he just said, if we can keep it on just in case the Rules Committee doesn't do it. But also, I would actually change the language and make it to where legislatures take out the law regarding primaries and political parties in the language of the law completely. We're a private organization. They shouldn't be telling us what to do.
Thank you. Is there any further Rick?
Yeah, I'd simply point out there's no such thing as a registered Republican.
All right. Is there any further? Peyton Inge.
Scott, this is interesting in the sense that it says the party will do this, and while we put it into the, quote, legislative priorities, this doesn't say the legislature is going to do it. It says the party's going to do it. And on that basis, I'm actually comfortable with it because it doesn't really direct, even though we put it in this group, this is not a direction to the legislator, it's to the party.
Right, and so if it's not a direction to the legislature, then it shouldn't be a legislative priority, right? Right. Anyway, is there any further discussion on this item before we vote? All right, seeing none, all in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. Oh. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, the nays have it, but we'll let the record show that it was not unanimous. Thank you, Michael. All right, item number 10. The Texas Constitution should be amended to restore authority to the Texas Attorney General to prosecute election crimes. That has been moved by Dan Tully, seconded by Julie Dahlberg. Yeah. And is there any discussion?
Discussion.
All right, Rolando.
Well, I totally believe the AG should have authority to prosecute these cases. And I wish there should be a way to do, I'm not a lawyer, there should be a way to do this by statute. Or to get the Court of Criminal Appeals to overturn its horrible decision. But I hate to waste a priority on something that would require getting Democrats to vote for it. And that's what we're asking with the constitutional amendment. Obviously, not a single Democrat will vote for it, okay? And we don't have a two-thirds majority. So I feel like we're wasting a priority on something that can't possibly happen. Honestly, we'd have better luck trying to get the Court of Criminal Appeals to overturn the decision rather than trying to pass a constitutional amendment.
Hans.
I speak in favor of this because just what you just said, I would see the opposite. How could the Democrats vote against it? Then they're saying that they're for election fraud. Plus, we were just talking, Janera and I were talking about the one thing that we need in election integrity is some teeth. You know, we keep finding issues and we don't do anything about it because our Texas Attorney General's hands tied.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment and then I'll go to Don. They won't vote against it. What they'll do is they'll do what they did on the citizenship requirement constitutional amendment. There was a constitutional amendment last session that would have created a requirement that only citizens can vote in elections. And so for a constitutional amendment to pass the House, you have to have 100 votes in favor. And so what the Democrats did is they didn't vote against it, they abstained. And because enough of them abstained, they were present non-voting, it didn't get to 100 to pass. There was actually only one Republican who voted against it, and that was Andy Murr. But he won't be there next time. So, anyway, that's probably what they would do on something like this also. They would vote present so that they could claim they didn't vote against it when in reality they prevented it from passing. Don.
There are a couple of court cases making their way back up to the Court of Criminal Appeals and I have pretty good confidence, since we sent a pretty big message by removing 3 judges in this last election, that we may get a different result fairly quickly. I'm involved with this fight every day.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, all in favor of adding this as a legislative priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. We can do a show of hands. I think that failed, but I'll call my own division. All in favor of adding it, raise your hands. All right. All right, I counted 14. All opposed, raise your hands. No, there's more than that. Raise your hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's more than 2 missing. Well, there's 2 people missing, so. All right, all in favor, raise your hands again. Okay. All right. All opposed, raise your hands. So 14 to 12? Okay, so that passes 14 to 12. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and put it in. Then the next one is Texas parents and guardians should have the right to select schools, whether public or private, for their children, and the funding should follow the student. Anyone want to make the motion? All right, that has been moved by Brady Gray. Is there a second? Seconded by Erica McCrutchen. All right, is there any discussion on this item? Oh, no discussion. All right. All in favor of adding this as a to our legislative priority list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passed. We'll just say it passed, nearly unanimously. Okay. Number 12, the Texas Constitution should be amended to require proof of citizenship before any individual can be registered to vote. All right, that has been moved by Julie Dahlberg, seconded by Mike Jackson. So.
Discussion?
Yeah, discussion. Peyton Inge, go ahead.
You bet. Texas Election Code, which is part of the Constitution, as I understand it, Title II, Section 11.002, Paragraph 2 says U.S. citizenship is required.
That was seconded by.
If it's required, it means you have to be. Somehow people have to know. So I think that you're requiring to do something that's already there.
Okay, and I'll just go back to the issue when we were talking about the amending the Constitution. This amendment actually did come up in the legislature last session, and it made it all the way to the floor, and it was voted on. And like I said, Democrats voted present to prevent it from passing. So my concern here would be making a legislative priority out of something that we know is going to be prevented from passing by Democrats. And wasting a slot on something like that. But is there any further discussion? Janera.
Janera Lewis, SD 27. If we just cut the words, amend the Constitution, and start with require proof of citizenship, that would solve the constitutional amendment issue. So moved to do that.
Okay, so the motion has been made to actually, we would strike everything before require.
Right.
So the priority would be require proof of citizenship before any individual can be registered to vote. Is there any further discussion on Spencer Brolsma? Oh, okay, that's a second. Is there any discussion on that item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote on that. All in favor of that amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passed unanimously. Aren't you glad we didn't set a rule against amendments? All right. All in favor of the underlying, the amended language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. And then number 13, Texas should ban the sale of Texas land to citizens, governments, and entities from China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. That has been moved by Brett Rogers, seconded by Brady Gray. All right, is there any discussion on that item?
Uh-oh. Sorry, yeah.
Peyton.
Once again, this is one of those that I know there's a lot of feelings about it, and I believe we've got to solve the problem somehow. But Article 1, Section 10, about bills of, no bills of attender, bills of attender. I went back and looked at a lot of lawsuits about that concept, and what that means is, bottom line is what we're saying here is absolutely unconstitutional, based on the Supreme Court anyway.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Dan Tully. Your mic isn't on. Can you have a working mic? No. No. Does someone have a working mic they can let him use?
Yeah, right behind you.
Yeah, it's working now.
We need to add some language in there to talk about not only citizens and the governments and all, but the proxies to those governments should be prevented from owning land. Because it's a situation like out in West Texas, there's some places where the foreign governments like China are using proxies to buy the land and take care of it. And we need to make sure that we can, even those proxies would not be allowed to do it, even though they may be U.S. citizens, they cannot be proxies to these governments of selling the land to them. It's kind of like being a straw buyer for guns and stuff. We need to stop that somehow.
Thank you. Brett, did you have any debate? Yeah, that was kind of my thought too. When we discussed this on in resolutions committee, when we were working on ballot props, I think entities was kind of intended to capture that, but definitely more specificity would be helpful. Were you going to debate?
Yes. One possible motion of change, because Senator Kolkhorst, when she filed this bill, the committee substitute that she filed before it would go through the Senate was to amend to citizens of these countries who are not holding or who are not permanent residents of the United States. Because if you are actually coming to become a citizen of the United States, the first step is getting your green card. And a large part of that is permanent residency. Getting your green card is they are going through a very complex and difficult process to become American. Like, it's on the pathway to becoming an American citizen. And that was one of the changes made in the Senate on that. I think should probably be reflected in the priority.
Okay, so Michael put some language up there, who are not resident, legal, lawful.
Legal permanent residents.
Okay, is that
Yes.
the term of art there?
That
legal
is the term,
permanent?
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Roland.
Are you sure it's not? Is it lawful or legal permanent?
Legal permanent resident
Okay.
is the correct term.
Who are not legal permanent residents. So if you take out the and. All right.
Hey, Scott, I would amend that to where it says right before who, instead of saying citizens who, it'd be individuals who. So let's just say Texas should ban the sale of Texas land to individuals instead of citizens. It's an amendment to his amendment.
Okay. Is that well taken? Since technically
it
it
would
hasn't been
be-
seconded yet.
It would have to be flipped a little bit, because you're saying citizens of China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia, and not permanent. Yeah, sorry. I know it's a little more complicated.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Individual. Yeah. So I think that works. Individuals who are not legal permanent residents of the United States.
Yeah. Now it reads
yeah.
backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't legislation. All we have to do is get the idea across.
Yeah. So, is everyone okay with? Is there any objection to adding this in with the understanding that it's going to be cleaned up later?
Well, my concern about it, my brother has lived in London for 20-something years. Of course, he was here last week, but he's more or less really a permanent resident in England, but he owns a lot of property in Texas. He's a U.S. citizen, but he owns a lot of property.
Okay, yeah. I don't think that would apply. Genera.
I'm sorry, SD 27, Genera Lewis. I got to tell you, down where we are, it's the corporations, the Chinese corporations that are gobbling it up. It's not just individuals. It's their Chinese businesses and their proxies buying them up on their behalf.
Right. I think, yeah, we're going to get another pass through this. I think, is there any debate against the highlighted language being included? Hearing none, all in favor of the highlighted language, say aye. Aye. All right. All opposed? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes. Is there any further discussion on this overall item?
My county presented a resolution.
Microphone. Microphone.
You'll have to forgive me. This is my first go at this. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
We had our economic development coordinator for the city where I live came up with a resolution that was submitted. I'm not sure where that is, but he had a vast amount of experience working in economic development for various large municipalities, and said that a lot of times these transactions come about because our very tax dollars are helping to fund these acquisitions and economic development by foreign nationals. And so I would propose that we amend this to add language that bans the use of taxpayer funds to incentivize these transactions or other economic activity.
Okay. So is there a second? And we'll work on language later. We have a second from Julie Dahlberg on that. And I think for now, if you just add a sentence saying ban taxpayer funds from being used for these purchases, we can clean it up later, right? Does that capture it? Rick.
I would offer an amendment after the word individuals or
We're going to handle this amendment first, and then we'll go to yours. But we'll handle this amendment first from Ms. Ratliff, and then we'll go to you. All right. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Here,
I'm
Genera.
not sure what part was highlighted, but the sentence doesn't read, and I don't know what the amendment actually is, but it doesn't read if you say residents of the United States, governments, and entities from China.
We're going to fix that.
Okay.
I'm aware of that misplaced modifier. Okay. We'll fix it. So what we're voting on right now is ban taxpayer funds from being used for these purposes. Okay. Is there any other discussion on that amendment? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passed. All in favor, or is there any further discussion on the underlying language? Rick, did you want to make a motion? I'm good. Okay. No other discussion on the underlying language. All in favor of adding this to our list say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, that passes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of information. Is
Yes.
it still your intention to return to public testimony at 5:15?
Yes. Yeah, and we're just about there. So we got through the ballot props. How many items is that on the list so far? 10. All right. So what we're going to do next, we'll do testimony for, I'll say for 45 minutes. And then I think what we'll want to do after that, before we break for dinner, is at least take a first attempt at going through some of the submissions from the SDs. And I think what we'll do is we'll start in categories that haven't already been addressed by ballot props. And then we'll come back to the ones that have. So with that being said, though, we'll go to public testimony now. And on the list, the first person I have up is Marnie Freeman. Is she here? All right. And she will be speaking on gold and silver bullion. After Marnie Freeman is Michelle Evans. Is Michelle Evans in here? After Michelle Evans would be Sarah Bailey. Is she here? Okay, we'll go ahead. And then after her is Christine Welburn. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Marnie Freeman, SD9, and I wanted to talk to you about transactional gold and silver, which you've heard a lot about today, so I'm just here to agree with that and say that we would really like to do that. So we've been calling it affectionately pirate money, so you all have books and things that we've given you. Wanted to let you know that if you guys back there see pirate money, you're going to know why. So to the founders, real money was gold doubloons and pieces of 8, which we today think of as pirate money. We chose to not use the British term, or our founding fathers did. They didn't want to use the British terms, pounds, farthings, shillings, all of that. So forgotten from our history is the fact that pirates helped us beat the British. John Paul Jones, founder of the American Navy, was called a pirate for the Boston Tea Party. It was actually an act of piracy. So we call this a pirate money movement. What can you do with gold but bury it in the ground or a vault right now, because we were taken off the gold standard and that was taken away from us in 71. So we want to basically unlock people's gold and silver and help them pay their bills, buy coffee, gas, entertainment, and please help us do that. It's a hedge against inflation, as you heard. And how it works is basically just another way to pay for everyone. It can be a financial arc for all, that's true. It can be an alternative to CBDC, that's true. People on the other side, which Representative D'Orazio said, is that they agreed with this as well. They thought of it as economic justice and fairness for all. So there's the technology that exists, and it's easy, like putting in money online to the Texas Bullion Depository. They convert it to actual real gold, physical gold, hold it for you, give you a debit card on your own gold and silver, and then you can go to the restaurant, buy gas, coffee, the things that you need. So it's historical. I mean, money, pieces of 8, all of it. There's so much history, and it's really interesting. Wizard of Oz is all about money and allegory, by the way, side note. So if you're looking at it from a historical, biblical perspective, gold and silver are the only things God or the Bible mentions as true money. Everything else is mentioned as unjust weights and measures. So if you all feel that, unjust weights and measures, sometimes with our actual fiat money. So what I wanted to do was explain to you why you might see pirate money floating around. And the book that you have will explain more deeply this issue. You might get even a better understanding, although Mark did an incredible job breaking it down in bite-sized pieces. So we've worked with him. We almost got it through last session. We're looking forward to doing that this session with your help. And I wanted to invite you again. We're trying to educate. We have we don't earn anything off this. We don't do anything like that. But my husband, Kevin Freeman, is an economic warfare and financial expert. So come by the booth. He's speaking in a couple places. So look for anything that says pirate money and get us back to what our founders wanted us to have, which is economic freedom.
Thank you. And quick question.
Real quick question. You keep talking about gold and silver. Would you have one card for gold and one card for silver? How's that work?
No, just one card. It'll work for both.
Well, how would it? You're either buying gold or your silver because they go up and down at different rates.
They do, but it'd be like you take your credit card and you travel to Italy, converts everything in milliseconds. That's the same thing that happens here. So whether you have gold or silver in your account, it knows what to do. It converts automatically. So the technology exists.
Gold or silver? You pick gold or silver?
It's an app, yes. There's technology, an app that exists to do this already. What we want to do is bring it to Texas. The app exists out of the London. So we need to bring that here so that we can hopefully get rid of, when we declare it legal tender, which I'm asking you all to do, is it'll take away possibly the capital gains, and then make it transactional with a debit card or an app.
Right. Thank you. Our process, just to remind everyone, is after you're done speaking, come back around to our secretary, who will make sure that we capture what the subject of each testimony has been. Next is Michelle Evans in the room. All right, you're up next. And then after is Sarah Bailey in the room. All right, still don't see Sarah Bailey. Christine Welburn. Don't see Christine Welburn. Oh, you are? Okay, you're on deck. So.
I guess I'm going to come here. Okay. I did not know that I was signed up to speak. So I'm just here to support making vaccine choice a legislative priority by adopting a priority that says prohibit all public and private entities from adopting policies which mandate vaccines or discriminate against individuals based on vaccination status, whether in the provision of medical care, receipt of goods or services, access to educational opportunities, or to become or remain gainfully employed. Very simple. That's it.
Thank you. And are there any questions?
Go see the secretary. Sure.
All right. All right. Next up is last call for Sarah Bailey. Christine Welburn, it's finally your turn.
Right here.
And then after her will be Jonathan Covey.
Hello, so Christine Welborn, SD24. I am the president of Advancing Integrity and also the director of the Texas Election Coalition. And the Texas Election Coalition has been a whole bunch of activists and advocates working together for the past 6 months to kind of work together to formulate this language and try to improve Texas elections. I don't think that I need to convince anyone here that our elections are broken. And I would say that our elections have suffered the death of 1,000 cuts. So we had a lot of little things that came through and chipped away at our election integrity. And so there's a lot of things that we need to fix. But first of all, we have to fix our problem with prosecution. We must be able to prosecute election fraud. The problem is, as we know, you can have all the laws you want, but if there's no way to prosecute them, then you're never going to get anywhere. There's no point in even having those laws. And we even have right now where voter registrars can just completely ignore list maintenance activities and just not even remove people who are deceased. And, there's no way to have any recourse against them other than the ballot box. So we need to have ways to police not only elected officials, but election officials and bad actors outside. So that's the number one thing. I would also say uniform elections is absolutely crucial. We have our local races are just getting out of control. We have some cases where you've got a hospital district and they are running their election for the hospital district and the only polling location is literally at the hospital so that all of the employees can vote, but the residents who live in rural areas are having to travel from all over the county to go there, and they're passing, millions of dollars in bonds. So we need to pull those local elections into the regular election system. I would also say that we should make these local elections partisan. And so we should have primary elections every March and general elections every November. And people will just get used to voting every March and every November. We'll increase our turnout and we'll decrease the burnout. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm voting 5 times this year. That's a lot to ask people to go vote, and that's a lot of candidates. So I think we'll have a lot more participation if we have people involved in that. So those are the main things. I also have on that form just some other small things about mail-in ballot integrity audits. Chain of custody is an absolute mess. We have a lot of counties that the Secretary of State will give best practices for people to follow, but counties do not have to follow those best practices. So you can have someone go in a room with ballot boxes by themselves, open all the boxes, go through and do whatever activities, close all the boxes, and do it all alone. And there's no one to fix that. So those are the main things. Obviously, don't have time to read it to you, but I'll be happy to take questions. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think it was earlier.
Thank you. Preeti Malati, SD 16. I agree with much of what you're saying. I think this is our most important issue. What is your group's thought on the the electronic voting systems?
So electronic voting systems are something that it's just a part of the issue. So I think that, you know, all of the things that we're focused on are things that would be a problem whether we had machines or not. And I would also say that every method has vulnerabilities. So I do think that we need to have more restrictions, better audits. We need to look at the machines better than we do. But I think that we can have a sort of happy marriage with them together, although eventually, if we want to get rid of the machines, that's completely fine. I just don't know how practical that is right now.
Thank you. Davis Ford and then Jeff Russell.
Yeah, Davis Ford, SD 24. Are you aware that Bell County and Williamson County, and there's another county or two involved too, have a lawsuit against our counties because, well, I won't mention ES&S as far as the machine manufacturer goes, but they don't have a sequentially numbered ballot system in our voting machines, even though the county commissioners claim these things are wonderful, great, and absolutely secure. They're being sued. Our county commissioners are being sued by some very good, knowledgeable people because found out that the random number at the top of the ballot gives computer geeks the ability to go in and find out exactly how you voted. Yep.
Yeah, I do agree that we should have sequentially numbered ballots, yes.
Yeah, so how about we get rid of the machines and do that as fast as we can, push for that as fast as we can, and we can still have, you know, dumb readers to do the calculation. Just give people a pen, let them mark the paper ballot, and do our ballot tabulations that way would be a whole lot more secure.
And sure, it's the machine part is not really our issue or what we cover just because there's so many different things. So I feel like our elections are being attacked from so many different places. Mail-in ballots, our voter rolls, because even if we were voting on paper, if our voter rolls are completely inaccurate, it really doesn't matter whether we're voting on paper or machines if our voter rolls are not accurate. So we need to make sure that we are, you know, fixing it from all sides. So I think all sides are important. I think all of the different issues are important. But the main thing is if we can't prosecute election fraud, then it's just going to happen all over the place.
All right. Were there any other? Oh, Jeff Russell, go ahead.
Yeah, I love the idea of having just 2 election dates per year. I think that would be very, very helpful. We've also seen in Ector County, we had a water district that was literally conducting elections in a shoebox on the counter of the water district office until we put a stop to that. So that, and then we recently did a recount of our last primary because we had 2 races in and 50-50 ties. And so we went ahead and paid for the recount and did that. We found all kinds of anomalies with brand new, hard interactive voting systems and machines. I don't really think it was the machine, but a lot of sloppy administration on those things, and there were a lot of things that could have really impacted that election.
Yeah, human error is a huge, huge factor. We are just not training our election officials and election workers the way that we should be.
Thank you. And For future questions, just to make sure that we're getting through these quickly, let's make sure that we ask questions to the people speaking. But anyway, I think that's all for yours. And then could you just make sure you talk to the secretary to... next up is Jonathan Covey. And then after him will be Tammy Brown.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. It's good to see everybody on this Monday and glad to get to visit with you. My name is Jonathan Covey, SD 24. I work for Texas Values. I know a lot of you know me in that role as well. And we are here at the convention. We have a booth, but we're going to be sort of pushing different legislative priorities. I submitted a couple of these in writing through the portal. And I'll talk about the first one. The more important one is parental rights in public education. So I think this is important because we're seeing all across the country, a movement for parental rights, but even particularly here in Texas, we're seeing this happen where kids are, public schools are withholding information. They're withholding medical information, even about social transitioning for kids. They are they're not informing parents when kids decide that they want to go by a different pronoun or they want to go by a name other than their legally recognized, legally established name. So this is a violation. This is an infringement of parental rights. And of course, we want to make sure that that this is a partnership between school administration, teachers, and parents as well. But what schools have to know is that this is a parental right, and the buck stops with the parent, right? Parents are the ones in control of the education of their children. So that's one thing. And we submitted that in writing with sort of an idea of not being too prescriptive. You guys can workshop it a little bit how you want. And then the other one was banning legalized gambling, especially sports betting in Texas, and making sure that that doesn't go any farther. There was an incredible, and you guys know we do a lot of work at the Capitol. We're there all 140 days of session, and I run a team of people who work up at the Capitol all day, every day. But there was a bigger push to get legalized gambling and sports betting than I have ever seen. More money dumped into this effort than I have ever seen. Las Vegas Sands did this. Mark Cuban's now involved. This was an enormous effort, and it did end up passing the House. So I can't imagine what the effort is going to be like this time, and we need a legislative priority that says that this is not okay. I think Brady's group even testified against it last session. I'm also in favor of a couple of the resolution priorities that were included. Let's see, one of them was the Wood County priority, defining a man and a woman. That's a great priority. Also, the Denton County priority that was submitted on illegal abortion medication. So those are kind of the ones that we're looking at, focusing on right now, and happy to take any questions, but that's kind of what I'm up here for.
Thank you. And are there any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Tammy Brown, speaking on repealing sovereign immunity for ISCs.
Hi, Tammy Brown Rodriguez, and I am in Senate District 16. I'm also the policy director for Yaku Bullions Ministries, which is an anti-trafficking organization. And even though this legislative session we made a tremendous amount of headway in protecting our children, it is not enough. So our request is that we look at Plank 106, rename it to prohibit sexual grooming of our children. Now that is a huge content. There's a lot of information in there, but the two things I want to speak to today as somebody who's had a family member trafficked for over 15 years in the United States is, number one, we have to repeal the sovereign immunity of our independent school districts. Do you know that when a sex crime happens at school, that superintendent is not required to call outside law enforcement? In the great state of Texas, we have documented over 100 incidences where children were raped, either by other children or by teachers. There was sexual grooming happening, and that case stopped. It did not go to law enforcement. Parents did not know. That is unacceptable. So we have to do that. Common sense repeal of sovereign immunity. The other item that we have to hit hard on, folks, is that even though HB 900 did do some great work, that too was not enough. We passed legislation in Oklahoma, HB 3702, which actually made it a felony for a teacher or a librarian to show pornography or this child abuse sex material to our children. Here in Texas, we didn't, quote, have the backbone to do it. They did not want to go after teachers and librarians. We must, because these are our children, and understand when they get groomed at school, they will go out and they're more likely to be trafficked, as my niece was for 15 years, because they're introduced to these ideas in school and nobody's protecting our kids. We must make sure that we pass a digital measure like 3702, which would make sure that the digital content, online resources are cleaned up. HB 900 didn't do it. We have to have a digital bill. I have language I'm happy to submit. You all have packets in front of you of the additional requests that we would love to see in order to protect our children. But the top two right now is we've got to clean up and make sure no pornography is online in those digital resources. And number two, that we repeal sovereign immunity of ISDs to protect our kids. Not one more child should be trafficked in this great state or in this great nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question from Ms. Ratliff.
Well, yes, that's true. Some of you do. We did not have, the other person who's supposed to be coming from Dallas did not bring the packet. So I can get you a packet. She should be here any minute, but I'll make sure that you have those by tomorrow. I know that half of you do. I think the front row doesn't and the back row doesn't, but many of you do. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll actually ask a question. So Texas Education 911 sent us language where they said amend relevant sections of Texas government civil practices, penal and education codes to allow for a statutory waiver of immunity from civil liability in cases involving bodily injury and sexual abuse of a student at school. Is that kind of capturing the same thing?
That is absolutely capturing the same thing.
Okay.
It's the repealing the sovereign immunity, yes. And we have a bill already drafted for that, and we're calling that the Safe Student Reporting Act for Texas.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You bet.
Teresa.
Yes, thank you. We know that the state of Texas has spent a lot of money making sure that active shooters aren't as accessible to our schools, but the safety and security within those buildings. So thank you for bringing this up. But I have a question for you. With the school districts that have their own police departments, this is ironic. I was on a call on the way to San Antonio concerning that very issue, how the superintendents and the school police departments tend to do that. And I've personally been involved in helping mothers with that issue. What would be the answer to stop some of these potential cover-ups that where the school district police versus the regular police?
That's exactly what we're discussing. So the ISDs have sovereign immunity, and so they don't have to report. And so what ends up happening, even though teachers and principals are mandated reporters, they're not reporting outside of the district because they're told to report up. So the superintendents, because they have their own police, they're not reporting. And so what we want to do is to have a common sense repeal of that sovereign immunity and or compel the superintendents to report. Now, I would prefer them to report to the sheriff's office, but outside law enforcement will work. It's simply because in sex trafficking and sex crimes, here in the great state of Texas, we only have 10 counties that will prosecute sex crimes against children. That's going to need to change, but we must raise this level of awareness so that people understand what's happening in their own communities, because people don't even think trafficking is happening in the United States.
So you're saying that we should stick to what the sovereign immunity versus adding to this something to the effect of this needs to be reported to?
So it's repealing the sovereign immunity would give us civil action. What's happening right now is that because they're not, teachers and principals are not reporting, even though they're mandated reporters, to report to outside law enforcement, It gives the schools, the sovereign immunity gives them protection. So if we repeal that sovereign immunity, then there's more likely chance that we can litigate and sue and hold these people accountable. And that's what's critical right now is this, to your point, this massive cover-up happening across our state.
All right, Rick, and then that'll be the
Do
last
the school
question.
districts have absolute immunity or qualified immunity?
That is a great question. I believe it's qualified immunity, not absolute immunity. You bet. I sure would.
All right, next to speak is Chris Corbett. All right, no, he's here. And then after him will be Samantha Farnsworth.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Corbett from SD 12. I'm a precinct chair in Denton County and the chair of the Denton County Conservative Coalition Legislative Priorities Committee. I was on this actual committee, the Legislative Priorities Committee in 2022, and it's good to see a few familiar faces and good to see some new faces too. I just wanted to actually speak on something that has already been decided earlier, which was to go forward with the rule of possibly expanding the priorities at the discretion of the SREC. But I wanted to encourage you about the priorities and also to encourage you about that possibility, and then just to give you a little bit of intel of what I saw happen with the priorities in Denton County. So I do want to say I think it's a good idea to expand the priorities. I think it's possible to have too many, but I think it's possible to have too few. And last time, we would have loved to have had 10. We would have loved to have had specifically property taxes, which didn't make the top 8. I have no problem with the top 8, but we're a society in crisis right now. And the priorities are reflecting that crisis. Property taxes was a great thing that would have been, it's an activist thing, and it would have attracted more grassroots support. The other thing was the electrical grid, which is another thing. If the electrical grid goes down, one of the people giving testimony 2 years ago said it's kind of a pro-life issue, because if the grid goes down and stays down, we're all dead. At least 90% of us. And if 90% of us are gone, then we can't get the rest of the priorities. But what we did in Denton County is I went back and I encourage you, take ownership of whatever priorities you have. We went back and we formed with one of our conservative groups a transparency and accountability website called staterepscorecard.com. And we just simply took the priorities, the 8 priorities. We looked at the RPT, what bills they said were carrying those priorities. And then we looked at our own House members. And we said, who's voting for these priorities? Who's supporting the priorities? Are they supporting them before they're dead on arrival? In other words, we filtered out the ghost votes that sometimes you have, the ghost support that you sometimes get. And then we just scored our 5 House members in Denton County on that. We had 2 that got pretty good grades, 1 that was middling, and we had 2 that did not get good grades on the priorities. All of these were Republicans. One of those that didn't get good grades isn't coming back. She didn't make the primary. And we know that our scorecard was responsible for the margin of votes that disqualified her. We think that in maybe a week, we're going to have another one go. So I would just encourage you to go back, take ownership, and congratulations, and make it a very sellable group of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Samantha Farnsworth. And then after Samantha will be Kelly Perry. Sure.
There's 3 of them. I'm staggered. Thank you. Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Samantha Farnsworth. I'm a legislative associate with Texas Right to Life.
What I really want to emphasize to y'all, what I'm here today to say, is that the fight for life is not over. Thankfully, everybody here is, really involved in politics, really involved in the party. But there are some people who really do believe that the fight's over. They would rather us move on and focus on some other issues. While other issues are important, this fight is by no means over. The enemy is coming up with new ways to promote abortion, bring it into the state, despite our laws, and we need to counter that with also creative legislative approaches to stop these abortions from happening and to save lives in our state. I'm handing out some handouts that we have from Texas Right to Life to y'all, and we'll go over these in more detail later, but just generally, the first one there is a priority to stop abortion pills from being trafficked into the state. This was passed by several Senate districts, several counties, who all recognize that this is an important and effective way to save lives from abortion by stopping these pills at the source from coming in. The second is a priority regarding medical emergencies and pro-life laws, with goals to protect mothers' lives and also to protect the lives of babies who have some sort of medical disability, to not characterize that as a quote-unquote medically necessary case. And the third is a resolution to improve adoption and advance adoption in our state. Since our pro-life laws went into effect, we've seen the birth rate rise in Texas. Literally like 9 months after the pro-life laws went into effect, birth rates rose in Texas by quite a bit. But at the same time, adoption is still highly stigmatized in Texas. Foster care is a broken system, and we can all recognize this. This is a universal issue that both parties can focus on, and it's critical to building a pro-life state to destigmatize adoption and bring that up to the forefront. So once again, the pro-life fight is not over. The abortion industry is getting more and more creative, and we need to meet them there in order to stop these abortions from happening in the first place, cut it off at the source, and we need to keep it a priority as part of the Republican Party, because we are the party of life, and we are the party that cares about the preborn, everybody being made in the image of God, including those in the womb. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yep. Yes. All right, next is Kelly Perry. Kelly Perry. All right, next is Vance Ginn. And then after him will be Michael Deffendahl. Okay. After Vance will be Michael Deffendahl. Yep, you're on deck.
All right. I'm Vance Ginn from SD5. I was also the chief economist for the Office of Management and Budget in the Trump White House for a year, which was fun. I've also worked a lot on property taxes in the great state of Texas, and so I'm here to talk about why we need to eliminate property taxes. I think the discussion you had earlier was really good, a lot of good insights that are there. I've been looking at this issue for about a decade. Like many of you, I worked at the Texas Public Policy Foundation for many years. Now I'm president of Ginn Economic Consulting and work on a lot of other issues as well. The key thing is that property taxes are going up too fast. I ultimately believe that property taxes are an immoral tax. They're a tax on unrealized capital gains that should not be taxed at all. It's something that you buy or something that you get one time, you pay a tax on, that should be it. You shouldn't have to pay taxes on it year after year after year. And we should start by eliminating the school maintenance and operation property tax. And the reason why you start with that one is because the state already essentially has the state funding formulas that send the money out to the schools. It's really a statewide property tax already, but we keep putting Band-Aids upon Band-Aids over time to get to the situation that we're at today. I've also looked at it from a sales tax expansion area or a VAT. I'm not in favor of the VAT, by the way, the value-added tax, but I think the best way to do it is for the state to rein in government spending, spend less than population and inflation, and use any surplus money above that to buy down the school property taxes until they get zero. My calculations have shown that through a dynamic economic model, I'm a PhD in economics, I should have mentioned that as well, but through a dynamic model, you can eliminate property tax, that school portion, which is about 50% of the overall property tax burden in 10 years. We could have eliminated in 10 years. I also have ideas about how to eliminate the rest with cities and county and special purpose districts, but I think they should do it on their own. They should limit their own government spending to population inflation and use their own surpluses to buy down their property taxes until they get to zero, instead of having a redistribution scheme of funding from the state to all those other local governments. That's something else, but I think you've got to start with the school M&O. The state legislature's already done this in 2019. They already started buying it down. They did a little bit last time as well in 2023, so this has already been an approach that's in place. Now we just need to put it in law. Otherwise, what are they going to do with this surplus? They're going to spend it. Last session, they spent way too much money, in my view. They spent more than 20% when you look at appropriations to appropriations, and that's why there wasn't as much put towards property tax relief. We've got to make sure that happens each and every time so we can actually own our own home instead of renting from the government forever. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start off. So having watched the discussion we had, do you believe it is possible to buy down school M&O without increasing the sales tax?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Yep.
Oh, thanks. Okay, are there any other questions? Brett.
I just want to say I'm really happy to hear you and also you talk about cutting spending. We didn't cut spending.
Right.
We need to cut spending, and I would hope that at some point we put actually cutting spending as a legislative priority.
Amen.
Because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Spending is the ultimate burden of government, not
right.
taxes. Those are symptoms of the disease.
Rick and then Paul.
Would you briefly elaborate on how to avoid increasing other taxes?
Yes. I thought Jeff did a good job earlier as well, but basically whenever the funding comes in, let's say you have $100 and you have $110 that comes in, that surplus, the extra revenue, you would use to buy down the property tax by that $10. So 10 billion, whatever you want to use it as. But there would be no need to raise any other taxes. You're just using the surplus. Because next time, what is the 110? That's the new base for what it's going to build off of in the future. So you can use that additional funds to maintain the reduction in those school property taxes. So there's no need to raise any other taxes.
What if the $10 is not adequate?
Why wouldn't it be adequate? It doesn't mean that it eliminates all the property taxes. That's why it takes about 10 years to do it from this perspective. There are other ways to do it. You can do it faster if you broaden the sales tax base or something. But this approach, you wouldn't need to raise any other tax. You're welcome.
Paul.
Yes, Paul Yamrick, SD 18. Thank you for being here. One of the resolutions that I put in passed, I do not see on this list, is applying the same fiscal standards at the state level to the city and county level.
Yes.
And I don't see that, and my resolution's not in this list.
Okay.
I'd like to make that point. Thank you.
Yes. I think that Texas at some point needs to have what Colorado has, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's called TABOR, to where you have a spending limit based on population growth and inflation that covers not only the state funding, basically our tax dollars, what they're spending money on, but also all the local governments. It covers the state and local governments. We have a spending problem in Texas, but not as bad at the state level compared to the local governments. When you think about Austin, Dallas, and Houston of the world, we've got to put them under restraint as well. The property tax limitations that were passed SB 2 in 2019 are important, the 3.5%. Those should also be made zero. If you want to raise any property taxes, you should have to go out to the voters, not this 3.5% and not 2.5% for schools. That way we have our voice in the process. And ultimately, it should also be about spending limits as well, not just the property tax restraint, because local governments also get sales taxes and fines and fees that they spend money on.
Yeah, and
I may follow up real quick. The bond review board that's done at the state level, could you see that as on the debt at the subdivision level as well?
Yeah, you should be able to.
That would limit the bonds.
That would help out, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that one thing, this is a short list, but one thing the city of Houston does right, because it was forced on them by voters, is they don't have a property tax cap, they have a revenue cap.
Yeah.
And so as sales taxes go up, the property tax rate is automatically cut by the city of Houston because the overall spending is what is limited. Now they find ways around that. And
Sure.
It's the city of Houston, but.
But you're right. Over time, though, Houston has done a better job than some of the other cities that are out there because of this limitation.
Any other questions?
There's one over there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any thoughts on limiting appraisal increases?
My thought is that's not the problem. The problem is the amount of tax revenue, the levy that you're actually paying. So your appraisal can go up by 10%, but that just means the rate's got to go down by 10%, so that there's zero increase in the revenue. So let's say you limit appraisals to 1%. That's what they have in California. The problem is it creates a lock-in effect to where people don't want to move. So I have a house that's $100,000 and it goes up 1% each year. Then you buy a house across the street for $200,000. Now you're paying property taxes on $200,000, whereas mine's only $102,000. There's a discrepancy. It's a fairness issue, and in California, what it does too is it raises the values even more for those who are new home buyers. So it kills all the new home buyers in the area, and it drives up their property values tremendously, which is why nobody can live in California and they move in Texas. Don't put something that doesn't work in California in Texas. It's not about appraisal, it's about levies, in my view. And I've looked at this a lot.
All right, Jeff Russell, and then that'll be the last.
Question for you when you start talking about capping revenue. How do you account for population growth, and how do you account for inflation when you do that?
The way that I do it, and you can do this a number of ways. My preferred way is just to do it for the state. What's the state population growth and what's the inflation? Because I live in Round Rock, and Round Rock is growing faster than Austin. Actually, Austin's population decreased over the last year. So if you have it growing at different rates in each locality, then it makes certain areas of the state less affordable than other places. What I would like to see is for the whole state to be affordable. so limit it based on population growth and inflation of the state. And so that way, no matter where you move in the state of Texas, which I have no intention of moving anywhere else, it's more affordable that way.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for coming. All right, I think we have time for one more. Michael Defendahl, could you come speak? And then after him, we are going to go back to working on our list for a little while. And then after dinner, we'll probably open up testimony for another 30 minutes or so. But Michael, you're the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Defendahl, SD 25, Guadalupe County. And yes, I am a delegate here. I'm also the state policy advisor for state policy advisor for Convention of States. And I'm here to talk about the request from many counties and SDs that came out through the process to have a legislative priority to indefinitely extend our 2017 call for a Convention of States. When they passed in fact, 8 years ago, I was standing in front of a committee just like this, the first Legislative Priorities Committee, asking for the Convention of States to get passed. It passed in 2017. We had the support of the governor as an emergency priority. But the problem is when they also didn't turn around and put an 8-year clock on it. The process to hold a Convention of States for any thing is very complicated. It takes 34 states to actually get on the same page, and it's very difficult to get all these states together. And so that 8-year clock was been a problem, and especially with a state that only meets every other year legislatively. We need to let the time to get the other states on board. There's lots of issues out there. If anybody just turn on the news, you can see all the problems with the federal government, and we're looking to help restrain the time, money, and power of the federal government and kind of right-size the government based on the original intent of the founders. And for those that would like to say that, well, they're not following the Constitution already, well, actually they are, but they're following the interpreted Constitution. So a well-written amendment that says you can't do this, or you can only do this, that is what can be followed, and then there's less chance for judicial intervention. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Janera Lewis, SD 27. How do you pick delegates for a Convention of States?
So, thank you for the question. Each state picks up how their delegates are going to be picked, but in the end, each state only gets one vote at the convention itself. Texas has already passed a resolution on how Texas is going to do it. It's going to be in Texas currently 3 members of the Texas House and 2 members of the Texas Senate. But it's up to the individual states on how those people get set up. Thank you.
All right, and with no other questions, I think that concludes our time for public testimony for now. And like I said before, after we'll work for a little while longer, then recess for dinner, and then come back to it when we get back. With that, let's the way I want to go through our topic areas is we'll go topic area by topic area, and then if anyone wants to make a motion on including some of the language, and I'll show you what's in each area, or if something else has been submitted that we maybe missed, then we could address it then. But I think as soon as he's finished getting that down, we will get the document up on the screen that shows areas that have been submitted. Yeah, the submittals, from the SCs and counties. Yeah, so I guess starting with parental empowerment school choice, I think we already got that one on the list. I don't see anything that's been submitted that is really different from what we have on there. So if there's no objection, we'll just move on to the next section. No objection. All right. Education. So we have several items here. I also added one of my own. I don't know if anyone will want to take it up, but we'll start with you, Ms. Emmons.
Just a point of order, I guess.
Yeah.
If you could tell us which one of these you consider to be the parent choice, school choice one, or as we go through.
So
let us know which one you think that is.
Well, so the parental empowerment, right now we have on the list already the ballot proposition dealing with parental empowerment. There are a lot of different wordings that have been submitted by the counties and SCs. I also had an idea for one as well that kind of synthesizes those if people want to use it. But I think for now, since we're not debating wording, we're just debating what should go on the list. Then unless there's a new priority you want to add from this section, we'll just come back to it later. Yes. It's not on. Okay, Spencer's handing you a microphone that works.
You know, maybe, I don't know whether we go here or in another place, but I was at a DISD school board meeting listening to the school's attorney argue how the new statute that Texas passed in the last legislature actually prohibited them from moving some of the books that the parents were demanding be taken out. Some of some talking in a favorable way about queer lifestyles and some things like that. They were arguing that this new statute would, by its language, prohibited them removing books out. And so the school board very happily I guess all but one person voted to keep the books in. And so somewhere that statute, and I heard the argument that statute needs to be amended, and so we can address that later here, I don't know, but I thought I'd bring it up.
So that could be in the education items that have been submitted. There's also a lot under when we get to stop sexualization of minors. I think that's where most of those are. So we did have. I think everyone should have received an email from a group called Texas Education 911 that had a few proposals. And I've included one of them in here also. The others are in different sections. But is there any, are there any motions to take up education priorities?
Rhonda, SD 19. Scott, I like yours because I was a teacher and I quit because of the STAR test because my kids were having anxiety attacks and they could make straight hundreds on them. But I like the one that you added, I don't know if that was sent in by some state, different county, but
Okay.
most of us hate the STAR test, teachers and parents.
All right, that has been moved by Rhonda Marquardt, second by Jeff Russell.
Well, a comment on it.
Okay.
You know, we have one that's submitted every county convention that I can remember for a long time, and that's to just totally eliminate standardized testing. It was TAX, it was STAR. You know, if we say eliminate STAR testing, then they just change the name on it and it comes back again. We get almost universal support when you talk to individual state legislatures. Everybody hates the STAR test, but they never get rid of it. And, you know, we've had standardized testing for many, many years now, and I don't think anybody would argue that they've made our schools better. So why not just eliminate standardized testing?
All right, so is there, I know Ms. Marquardt made a motion to add this to the list. Is there a second?
You do need to amend, like he said, and take the STAR out because they'll call it something else.
Yeah. Well, so the way I wrote this one, and this is one that I just wrote myself, but basically this would say that any district that has an A or B rating could stop using the STAR and use a national test instead. So instead of one that is created by Texas for this purpose. So they could use like the Iowa Achievement Test, or there are several of them out there. That are all credible. And the advantage there is it would actually let us see, it would let us compare to other states to see how we're doing. Which is one thing that STAR doesn't let us do, is STAR prevents us from being able to tell how Texas schools compare to other schools in the nation. And
If we do that, my question would be, if we do that for A or B rated schools, why don't we just do it for everybody? I mean, why have two separate sets of tests? If a nationally normed test is adequate to show us how we're doing, why not just use that and get away from the state-specific testing?
I'll go ahead and second the motion so that we can start talking about it. And then would you like to amend it to just take out the which have achieved an overall A or B rating for 2 consecutive years?
Yeah, I think that would be an improvement, yes.
Okay. All right, so that amendment has been made. Is there a second? Second. All right, seconded by Don Hooper. Is there any further discussion on that amendment? No. Hearing none, we'll move into a vote. Go ahead.
I do have one question. So if we have the A, B, A through F ratings for public schools, if they're not taking, and this is not a defense of the STAR test, believe me, but if they're not all taking the same test and being scored on the same instrument, is that essentially saying we're doing away with the A through F ratings because if you're not comparing them on the same standard, it's not theirs, you're not getting the same results?
I think that's why that's why you would still have statutory requirements and SBOE approval for whatever they are using. Like, it basically says you have to use something, and then the state will do with that information what it will. But you can't just pick a test out of thin air and use it. It would have to be approved, but it would not necessarily have to be STAR. Rick.
What would be the benefit of restricting this other test, whatever it might be, to A and B rated schools? Presumably they're at least okay, and our problem area is the other part, the ones who are not achieving.
I think that would be an argument for the amendment we're discussing now, which is to take out that section. So, okay, it's what you it's which have achieved an overall A or B rating for 2 consecutive years. So, is there any further discussion on that amendment?
This is an amendment to strike the language in red?
Yes. All right. Seeing none, all in favor of striking that language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. And is there any further discussion on the underlying priority? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes unanimously. Are there any other motions in the education section? And I would direct everybody's attention to the Independent Office of Education Inspector General item. Are there any motions there? Okay, the chair will entertain a motion on taking up the item that says create an independent office of an education inspector general. All right, that has been moved by Rolando Garcia. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Spencer Brolsma. We're going to be recessing for dinner pretty soon.
I moved it. I assume you wanted to talk about this?
Yeah.
Because I think many of us may not be clear exactly what this means, so I think you could explain it.
Yeah.
Explain it.
So what this would do is this would essentially create this exists in a lot of government agencies. It's called an inspector general, and what an inspector general does is they are a government employee who investigates the government, essentially. So it's their job. They don't have any job except to go through what the agency they're tasked with overseeing does and find malfeasance, find the check registers that aren't correct, find evidence of things being done wrong, and then bring those to the authorities so that they can be prosecuted. So what is essentially being asked for in this item is for that to be created for public education. So you would have an inspector general under the State Board of Education whose job it was when we find out about situations like some of our speakers have described, or if parents have issues with their districts and they believe that something is being done wrong, this is an office they can go to that would be charged with investigating that for them. So is there any, I'll go to Genera first and then Brady.
Right, Genera SD 27, this is an investigative office, not an audit office. Is that correct? In other words, they're not charged with going to every single school district in the entire state of Texas.
That is correct. Every school district has an auditor already. This is not a state auditor. This would be an investigator.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brady.
It seems to me that there's more of an appetite to get rid of things like TEA and these type of things, and we're creating another entity here. And so my question would be, if we're going to create this, should this come with something that dissolves the TEA and this in place of something like that? And I understand they do different things. We're not talking about apples to apples here, but we're creating another government agency here.
Well, remember that the SBOE already exists, and TEA is separate from the SBOE. So it is part of our platform that TEA should be put under the State Board of Education, and that is something we want, but I think that's a much bigger conversation. This would just be creating a new office that is under the State Board of Education. That allows them to investigate education. It's not, that would be a much bigger change, although it's a worthy one for sure. But Donna.
Donna Carter. But it's going to be appointed by the State Board of Education? That's
Yes.
Sort of them checking themselves.
No, it's not.
It's not.
So the State Board of Education does not oversee the Texas Education Agency. Texas Education Agency is run by the Commissioner of Education, Mike Morath, who's appointed by the governor. He does not answer to the State Board of Education. The State Board of, the people you vote for the State Board of Education are not involved in the management of the school districts. They approve curriculum. There are a few other things they do, but the big thing they do is they approve curriculum. And so there's a disconnect between where the accountability is statewide and education. So this is actually something that would give your elected State Board of Education members more teeth in being able to oversee what school districts are doing. All right. Is there any further discussion? Teresa.
Wouldn't it be more feasible to have it put under the Attorney General's office? Let them oversee it versus, because if the makeup of the SBOE changes, then so could the direction of the Inspector General? Just a question.
That is a good question. I think my response to that would be the Attorney General can already do this, and in some cases does. I mean, the AG's office handles tons of different issues, and they have a staff of thousands of people, versus this would be someone whose only job is to investigate education on behalf of the State Board of Education. So,
in theory, I love this, but I was told that the two attorneys that we have to look into these things, open records requests, were shared with human trafficking. So would it not be better, and again, a question, to ask the legislature to expand under the Attorney General's office versus creating a new office? Again, I love this. It needs to happen. It's just, where would you place that entity?
yeah, at some point, I've just got to deal with what we've got put in front of us. So that's probably something that we could debate as we get into the wordsmithing and all that. But I think right now, we should probably move toward having just an up or down vote on this. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of adding this to our priority list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, that was close. All right, we'll do a raise your hands vote. All in favor of adding it, raise your hands. All right, all opposed, raise your hands. I had 14. So I think that narrowly fails, 13 to 14. All right, are there any other items in education? Keeping in mind that a lot of what you might consider education is probably covered in the Stop Sexualization of Minors section. All right, we will move on to the next one, which is property tax elimination. Oh, go ahead. Can you go to the microphone?
Sorry, do you know what the Keep Defunding Woke Education was about? Because obviously that's different from sexualizing children, but it's an important topic.
That's all we got from this county. Yeah, so I can't go any can't go to any more detail there because the detail just wasn't provided. So in the property tax elimination section, is there anything else in there that anyone would like to move to a priority? Yes.
The Travis SD 25. Texas will eliminate all property taxes for any Texan age 65 or above. Would like to stop it there. Or 65 and above who has maintained a Texas residency for a minimum of 20 years. Or just full elimination. No more property tax.
Okay, a motion has been made to take up Texas will eliminate all property taxes for any Texan age 65 or above who has maintained a residency for 20 years. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that has been seconded by Hans. All right, is there any discussion on this item? Jeff.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to this. I'll make a motion for an amendment. And essentially to, if they're reducing all property, eliminate all property taxes for any Texan 65 or above who has maintained a residency for a minimum of 20 years, and reduce the revenue cap for all entities by an equal amount. And essentially, if you're going to reduce property, eliminate property taxes for anyone 65 or above, you need to be. That's not just an amount of money that then, because with the way our property tax system works, it's a revenue cap, not a tax rate cap. So if you eliminate property tax for one person, all it means is that they collect the same amount of revenue, and everybody else just pays more. So if you want to cut a group, and I'll tell you, working with Senator Betancourt's office a lot, this is one of the things that he is adamant about, is if we're not going to be cutting property taxes for one group out and then just letting them raise the taxes for everybody else. So it either would have to be reducing their revenue cap by the same amount or not doing it.
Yeah, that's good feedback. So is there a second to that amendment? All right. I think that was Ms. Emmons who got it first. So Loretta Emmons. Is there any discussion on this amendment? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. And I think that addressed a good point, which is that if property taxes are eliminated above age 65, then they'll just go up for everybody below 65. If you don't include that. I'll debate against this. I'm a little skeptical about it because, as we've seen in bond elections, the first thing that people will do when they go campaign for bond elections or tax ratification elections, anything like that, is they go to the seniors who vote and they tell them, vote yes on this because we need the new building and your taxes aren't going up anyway because they're frozen. And I can only imagine, like the more we carve people out of the property tax system, but keep letting them vote on bonds, the higher the bonds are going to go because they don't hurt them, and that's going to put everybody who is less politically sympathetic in a worse and worse position. AKA, I'm 34 years old, and my property taxes are going to go sky high. Because what will happen is seniors will keep voting for tax increases, and they'll vote for local officials who will raise taxes for everybody else because they're not going to be impacted by it anymore. So the way I look at it as a much younger person is we're all in it together. And if taxes are going to go up, then they need to go up on everybody. And if taxes are going to go down, then they need to go down on everybody. Because otherwise you'll have people voting for higher spending that they know they're never going to have to pay for, and that's really not fair to everybody else. So I never like stuff like this. Like when we see ballot propositions coming out exempting this person or that person from taxes and tax increases, I get why it happens, but it's something that I think we need to be really careful about carving more and more people out because the better pathway is just to get rid of property taxes completely. So, Dan.
I'd like to make a motion to add one piece to that after 20 years of homestead exemption. That way, and it's only on the homestead exemption property that the tax would be eliminated on. Because there's a lot of seniors that have all kinds of investments for property all over the place. And the way this is written, it would get rid of their taxes on that, which would be an unfair advantage. So if it's only on their homestead, and they've had to have it for homestead exemption for 20 years, then, they're just a single permanent location there. But all the other investments they may have will always be taxed at whatever the current going rate is.
So it's just directing, you want to eliminate it just for homestead properties?
Correct. Since you can only have one homestead, you need to have that homestead for 20 years means you're a stable resident in that area, or the case is, so 20 years. So, thank you.
All right, Chris Ratliff.
Does the homestead property have to be in that county, or could it be somewhere else in the state for 20 years? Does it have to be in that county for 20 years?
Texas residency is what it says. All right, Jeff Russell.
Yeah, I would agree with Scott on this. I hate all these carve-outs because every time we carve one group out, it gets shifted around. And we kind of want to believe, I mean, when this says all taxes, you know, all property taxes, we're talking city. And so I guess seniors don't drive on our streets. They don't use our water or sewer lines. Or any of these other things. I mean, this is what that implies, that somehow you reach the magical age of 65, and I'm getting fairly close to that age, but I realize that those things still have to be paid for somehow. And every time we carve out veterans, and I love veterans, and I thank them for their service, but we carve out veterans, we carve out families of veterans, we carve out seniors, we carve out this, we carve out that. We're just building this big grab basket full of exemptions, and someone else is left paying the bill.
All right, so yeah, the of homestead exemption, was that seconded? Did anyone second that? Okay, that has been seconded by Hans. Is there any further discussion on that item? Go ahead.
Yes, really quickly. I think there also, it has not been included in the text yet that we're talking about eliminate property taxes on homestead properties only.
Yeah, is that well taken, Dan? Is there any objection to adding all property taxes on homesteads to the first line? Yeah, that's fine. All right, hearing no objection, we'll put that up there also. That's just part of the green text. All in favor of adopting the text in green, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that passes. So now that we have amended language, all in favor of adding this this item as amended to our priority list?
Were we going to have a discussion, though? Just got it all?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to point out, at least in Denton County, as we watched the bond elections and what's going on, the only reason the majority of these are passing is because the schools get all the teachers out. And, of course, you probably all saw where they, I guess, indicted a supervisor of one of the schools because the teachers go out and vote for it. And that's what's causing most of this stuff to pass. And so I think as we're trying to deal with taxes, we're missing the primary cause.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right. Go ahead.
I'm kind of with the general feeling of what some of the others have expressed, that I don't feel like there should be any carve out for anybody. If you spread the taxes out over a larger base, it's going to be less burdensome for everybody. So I would be totally in favor of not even having this thing added.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, the nays have it. Are there any other items from the property tax elimination section that anyone would like to move that we take up?
Scott?
Yes.
Peyton, HSD 12. May I propose that we add one that would maybe give you the exact language or clean up later, but that would actually bar schools from, I think there are already laws against them promoting it, but bar anyone publicly employed being able to vote either way on an election that directly benefits them. Is
there a second on that? All right, seeing no second, are there any other items in the property tax elimination section? All right, we will move on to the next section, which is Attorney General Prosecutorial Authority. So we already have the ballot prop on this, and we're going to talk about the Constitution versus not part later. Does anyone want to take up any of the language here as a new priority? All right, I don't see any requests to do that. Let's go ahead and do judicial reform. We'll do that section, and then after that we will recess for dinner. So, are there any motions to be made on the judicial reform section? And I already see a hand up, Spencer Brolsma. Make your motion.
I would like to take up either one of them. They're the same language, so it doesn't matter if it's Denton County or Texans for judicial accountability.
Okay, a motion has been made to take up the entire. Are you moving to take up the entire section? Yes. Okay, a motion has been made to take up the entire section. So I will point out here, this is one that has a lot of different moving pieces, and we heard in our testimony. We heard in testimony from the organization that is promoting this. That some, basically in order from front to back, are kind of the orders of her priorities. So the retention and public availability being most important, then requiring judges to publish rationale, and then court records maintained for 24 months. So is there any motion on taking up a particular element of this? Or I think I see Hans first, and then we'll go to Genera. Okay, so a motion has been made to amend this so it would only be the first 3 items. Is there a second on that? All right, and that has been seconded by Loretta Emmons. Go ahead. Okay, so the is there any objection to dispensing with the amendment and just doing that? All right, all in favor of adding this clause to the draft priority report, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes, and it is now 6:32. And if there is no objection, we will recess for dinner until 7:45 p.m. And so we need to be back here at 7:45. We will hear a little bit more testimony at that time, but then we're going to be going probably right up until 11 o'clock trying to get through the rest of this. So if you need to do anything with hotel reservations or anything like that, now's the time to do it. But if there's no objection, we are now recessed until 7:45. I would say take expensive stuff with you, but like if you have a laptop or something, I think I'd bring it with you.
I love the ambiguity.
Yeah. I'm not going to pack up my entire bag, but I am going to keep my laptop with me. What is your email address?
All right, my name is Paul Roby from SD2, here to talk about the Texas Independence Referendum Act. This is something that has been passed over 32 counties that we know of, that we've gotten records of. I know we're short, or what's been turned in to the chairman is short, but we know Gillespie, Blanco, Guadalupe, Cherokee, Orange, Nacogdoches, Hidalgo, Trinity, Tarrant SD10, Lamar, Rusk, Panola, Menard, Wise, Coryell, Fayette, Anderson, Navarro, and Fort Bend SD8 have all, it's passed in addition to the 13 that you have record of. I was able to confirm that with Karen Marshall. She had to go through several of the referendums. So I just want to bring that up because we do have it in 32 counties, which it is very popular throughout the state. And the other thing I want to make sure everyone understands is the Texas Independence Referendum Act doesn't mean once we pass it the next day we're an independent nation. That's not the way it works. The Texas Independence Referendum Act just asks for a vote. The vote passes, a committee will be formed within the Texas legislature to investigate how to detangle from the federal government and put a report together for the next legislative session. So even if you are not for Texas independence, which I am, I'm for full-fledged Texas independence. But if you're not and you're for state sovereignty, which I believe every single person in here, the reason why you're here is to fight against the federal government and the overreach of the federal government, and you want to protect state sovereignty, there is no better way to give teeth to the legislature and to the governor to negotiate with the federal government than to put this vote out to the people and it pass, and now they have bargaining chips to negotiate with. Anyone that has ever negotiated any kind of contract, anything, you know you want to go in with the strongest hand possible. And this is the way you can do that. So I urge everyone, please listen to the voters of Texas, to your constituents that have passed this resolution as a legislative priority in 32 counties. All right, thank you.
Thank you. So next up to speak will be.
No question.
Do we have any questions? Okay, hearing none, next up to speak is going to be Herschel Redding on abolishing abortion. Yeah, normally we would take you down here. I'm just writing down topics, so I got you.
You got it?
Yep. Okay, Herschel Redding. Is Herschel Redding here? All right, next would be Richard Bonert for Convention of States. Is he still here? All right. Next is Erica Hatfield. Is she here? Erica Hatfield. Okay, next is Leanne Penton Walker. Is Leanne here? All right, next is Bradley Pierce on abolishing abortion. All right.
Ready? All right, thank you. Chairman, committee members, thank you very much for the time that you're going to be spending this week working on all these issues. Very much appreciate it. My name is Bradley Pierce. I'm a delegate from SD5. I'm a native Texan, attorney, practicing since 2007, and I'm the president of Abolish Abortion Texas. Texas is not abortion-free. It's not even close. Clinics are not doing abortions in Texas, but Many babies, somewhere around 30,000 babies, are being taken out of state to be murdered. But right here in Texas, we still have well over 20,000 abortions estimated still taking place on Texas soil every year. And that's since Dobbs overturned Roe versus Wade. And this happens by what is known as self-managed abortion, where mothers order the pills and do the abortions at home. Even before Dobbs, the pill abortions were the majority of abortions that took place across the country. And again, because of that, over 20,000 estimated abortions still taking place on Texas soil, and that number appears to be increasing. But why is that? Because our pro-life laws keep it legal. Here's how. The Texas Heartbeat Bill, the Trigger Bill, the Texas Homicide Law, all contain provisions that explicitly allow mothers with no consequences, legal consequences, criminal or civil, to abort their children. Texas Penal Code 19.06, the law against homicide does not apply to the death of an unborn child if the conduct charged is conduct committed by the mother of the unborn child. That's how you get 20,000 continuing to be murdered every year. And the solution is equal protection. Many, many women who are post-abortive tell us, I wish that it had been illegal for me. I wish that it had been murder for me, because then I never would have done it. And that's what we want. We want our laws to deter people from doing things to kill their children. Right now, our law singles out babies to deny them equal protection and singles out mothers to give them a special murder privilege. It's unconstitutional, violates our Republican principles, and it's unbiblical, and we need to repent of it. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution says no state shall deny to any person the equal protection of the laws. Our Texas Republican principles, what it means to be a Republican state at the very beginning, we believe in the sanctity of innocent human life created in the image of God, which should be equally protected from fertilization to natural death. The Bible, God's word, says you shall not murder. You shall not show partiality in judgment. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. That's what we're to do, to love them and protect them with the same laws protecting us. That's why we need equal protection. Just means that the same laws protect the lives of born people should also protect the lives of preborn babies. In other words, murdering anyone should be illegal for everyone. So please keep abolishing abortion by equal protection a legislative priority for Texas Republicans, because we still need it. The fight is not over. Thank you. And I yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, Teresa.
If the legislature passes equal, if the legislature passes equal protection, will the mother be the only one prosecuted, or how about the men that pressure women into having the abortion or take the chemical?
Yeah, that's a great question. Right now, we have a special, and the reason why we kind of talk about mothers is because that's the one that the pro-life laws have written a specific exception for. But we think everybody should be equally protected by the law. Everybody should be equally subject to the law. So no matter who it is that's involved with the abortion, paying for it, encouraging it, pushing it, pressuring, coercing, they can be, liable for that. Right now, under existing law, because it's not, the mother cannot be, criminalized, there's an exception for her. I believe that our law makes it legal right now to pressure a woman into an abortion, right? And unless you're threatening someone with violence, right now today, because it's legal for a mother to do an abortion, that means it's also legal to pressure her into it. It's to say, you know what, you need to do this, or I'm going to kick you out of the house, or I'm going to break up with you, or what have you. Whereas if you make it equal protection, then anyone who encourages, solicits, or directs, or pressures someone into something that's a crime for them to do, now becomes a party to that crime, and they can be prosecuted. But right now, because of the way that it is, those men and others who are pressuring women into those, they can't be. So that's why equal protection is not just best for the baby, it's also best for those mothers as well.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. The stories that we're hearing coming out of the public schools, where I've even been told a counselor told the minor where to get the chemical pill. Would the sovereignty that the public schools currently have, would this cover that as well?
Well, this would, anyone who's helping then someone at that point, right? If someone's helping someone get the abortion pill and telling them where to get it and encouraging them in that, they would also be then a party to the crime. And the prosecutor could say, you know what, that's the real perpetrator here, and that's who we're going to prosecute. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Pierce, I absolutely support abolishing abortion. I think that it's probably the most important issue before the committee. There are people within the Republican Party who think we should just surrender on this issue and retreat because they don't think that it's politically advantageous to advocate for preborn babies. They don't think it's a winning political issue, and what do you say to that?
Yeah, I would say that, first of all, we've had this in our platform now, or in our legislative priorities, equal protection, for now several rounds of this, and we've still been winning. We've been winning just fine with this in there. And the other thing I would say is, if we're not here to perform the most fundamental function of government, which is the protection of innocent life, then why are we here? And if we're ready to kick them to the curb, preborn children to the curb, the most innocent, most defenseless, those being murdered, just so we can make it a little easier to beat the Democrats, that's not the kind of party I want to be a part of. And I don't think it's the kind of party you want to be. I don't have any plans to leave this party because I don't think that's who we are. I think there's a very small contingent that's saying that, hey, we need to water this down. I think it's cowardly, personally, for us to say we need to basically trade the lives of these children to get more votes and make it easier to win. I think that there are some things that we have to say. There are hills that we die on. There are hills that we never surrender, like the Alamo right over here, that we say we're going to draw a line in the sand and we cross it because we're prepared to give everything for that cause. And this is one of those causes that we have to be able to say, I'm willing to give everything for this. And that's certainly where I stand, and I think that's where this party stands as a whole.
Thank you. And could you approach the secretary over here so that we can take down your information? And the next person up to testify is, apologies if I don't have the name exactly right because I've just got an email address. Brian McKenzie? Brooks McKenzie. Thank you.
And just for clarification so that I understand, so I get to speak once for 3 minutes, correct?
This is probably the only time you'll get to speak because of the number of people on the list.
So okay, I just wanted
to
make sure I had the parameters before I started.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to speak to two issues since this is probably the only time I get to speak, and I'm going to speak very fast, and I apologize for that, but I have a lot of information because I'd like to speak on more issues than that. But I'm going to speak to judicial accountability and our family court system because I'm an expert in both. I have a PhD in developmental and experimental psychology and served the assistant director of research at the TCU Institute of Child Development, is recognized as an expert in the state by every organization we have. So if you have questions, I will be more than happy to meet with you and answer to you and give you any research you need on anything I say. And what I am saying is that the state of Texas systematically destroys children in our public schools, our CPS, our courts, our family courts. Everything that we have that is supposed to protect them monetizes their destruction. And I can show you the money on that, but I don't have time to address it here. At the crux of this, so we're talking family court, CPS, it's already been ruled unconstitutional by Judge Janice Jack in Corpus Christi in federal court. We lost. CPS is unconstitutional if you're a foster child, never went through it. And guess where those courts are? Family courts, the same courts that do divorces and custodies and everything else. Guess what's coming down the pipe? But we don't hold anyone in those systems accountable for doing what they're doing is literally child abuse. We're destroying children by removing them from parents. I can show you the research. Everything we see today, school shootings, mental health care in schools, every argument the left has to destroy our fabric comes from the destruction of our family. And at the crux of that are judges, and I agree, everyone should be held accountable for murder. Judges are not held accountable for crimes they commit on the bench. Judicial accountability, family courts. You want any information, I'll give it to you. I'm going to yield for questions now because I can go for an hour, but I want to know what you want to ask me. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions? Yes.
So our priority is, I'm supporting the one actually submitted by Texas for Judicial Accountability. It has multiple points. Cameras in the courtroom. There is no, so in Tarrant County, associate judges have no court reporter. So if you do not have witnesses or you bring your own court reporter, they don't have to accept that transcript. It doesn't have to be accepted into evidence. And in family court, you have something what's called presumption of, or preponderance. That means my opinion. So I can say, Rustin, you raped me. And I don't have to show you a video, a medical screen, a witness, or anything, and Rustin can be convicted of a rapist in family court, labeled as one, have to register, and then he'll never see his kid again. So when a judge does that because he hates Rustin's guts, and y'all have heard Rustin speak, and I'm an expert witness in that case. So I can give you dozens of cases where judges have literally looked at someone and said, I violated your constitutional rights, what are you going to do? So everything, we need cameras in the courtrooms, we need accountability, reduced immunity. Cops used to not wear body cams, but it made the world better because the good cops got their butts covered and the bad cops went to jail. And so we kind of need to do something like that. So the judicial accountability, we have none. The State Commission on Judicial Conduct, David Schenck used to be over it. He ran his primary campaign on the corruption within it. He calls the 5th District, or the 5th Court of Appeals out of Dallas, the most corrupt court in this state. He ran this and said this from the stage, so I'm not making stuff up. These people will tell you, and we are out of control. And any priority will go in front of a judge. Abortion already went in front of a judge with our trigger bill. It was tossed out by Judge Haas in San Antonio. Who knows that? A judge can kill your legislation even if it passes.
All right, and with that, can you please give your information over here? And our next speaker, you're welcome. Next speaker will be Christy Day. Is Christy Day here? All right, and then after her will be Tom Novus.
Hello, my name is Christy Day. I'm a nurse practitioner. I represent B County, SD 27 as a delegate. And I'm here to talk about, I'm going to testify about healthcare independence. It's 137J. And the topic, the text of it reads, any requirement that a nurse practitioner can only provide health care to Texans under a delegation agreement with a physician in the state of Texas. What this means is that nurse practitioners graduate, get certified, get licensed and in the state of Texas, and then nurse practitioners must get a delegation agreement with a physician. And we must pay for this delegation agreement. So we can go open our own practice, get a delegation agreement with a physician, and then start caring for patients. The physician is not required to see our patients or to consult on our patients or have a relationship with our patients. The physician is required to discuss patients with us once a month in any format, any electronic format, any way. So, and we'll sometimes discuss a patient or two and talk about maybe the practice. So that's great. So currently, if you look at the handout, I'll give this side the handout in a minute. There's no oversight. That was removed from the law. And so there's really no in-person oversight. The physician's not required to live in the same county or practice in the same city. Like I live in Corpus Christi. I can have a physician in Dallas who's an anesthesiologist sign my agreement. I may have to pay him between $12,000 and $90,000 a year to do that for my practice. And then I get a monthly meeting. And so you'll hear things like that. You'll hear things like liability. Well, the physician's liable. And that was removed from Texas law also. The physician the nurse practitioner is solely responsible for the care that they provide. And Texas is one of the last states to do this. I know Texas, we don't follow anybody and there's lots of priorities. But there is a problem with access to health care. If you try to get an appointment with a provider, you've already seen it. And what we know is when these delegation agreements are removed and regulations are lessened, that states have more providers, more rural health care, improved outcomes, and they saved lots of money. So there's, I'm asking that you all kindly consider. We were in the top 15 last in 2022, and we're asking that you get us in there again or move us up. And I know there's lots of priorities. So, but this one is kind of in the shadows, but it's important. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jeff Frazier from SD 14. So can you briefly, if you know any of the history for this, how the link between nurse practitioners and military medics and where this is coming from? Because this is a Department of Defense initiative as well, talking about the way that we treat nurse practitioners, because so many Army medics come out and go into being nurse practitioners, that this is actually something they're scoring as part of the base realignment and closure process.
Are you asking about education and matriculation from service and into nurse practitioner care?
Yes, ma'am.
Licensure?
Yeah, this is because there's like somewhat of a pipeline from Army medics to becoming nurse practitioners that the Department of Defense really cares about.
So every nurse that wants to become a nurse practitioner has to have a bachelor's degree. So those medics will go into a university and be given a credit for their clinical experience for certain classes. And then after that, they have to go through just like everybody else. Of course, if they're still reserve or they're still, active duty, then they get, colleges try to help them out. We approve all leave and all that. Does that answer your question? Okay.
All right, and if there are no further questions, next up to testify is Tom Nobis. Is Tom Nobis here? I know he was here earlier. All right. After Tom Nobis, Sarah Bailey. Is Sarah Bailey here? And then after Sarah will be, I have Richard Bonert on the schedule again.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lindley Bailey. I'm a political activist for the chronically and terminally ill. I am SD 4, precinct chair of 539. So, in our Constitution, there's the Fourth Amendment. It prohibits illegal search and seizures. Being medically kidnapped is the modern day of illegal search and seizures, and people are dying because of it. It doesn't matter the age. It happens to the young and old, and I receive many calls about the situation, and it's genocide. Accountability needs to happen. People's lives depend on it. And we have plenty of laws, but there's no teeth to it. And that needs change. So constitutional rights, as well as medical freedoms, need to happen, because I do not want to pump poison into my child. And if I deny that situation, then do you know what? hospital protocols, CPS is going to get involved. You are medically kidnapped and you don't have a choice. Oh, you can't fire a doctor, although he molested your child. Hospital protocols. Oh, you're denied blood cultures? Oh, she doesn't have a fever based on a 100-year-old study. Hospital protocols. I want to change some language that I just came up with not too long ago. You know, last minute, it happens. So anyways, we have the God-given right to choose what we want to do with our children. And that needs to be implemented. And if there's force or there's threats, do you know what? Those doctors need to be held accountable. That is government overreach. And things need to change. Cancer is the second leading cause of death among children and adults. 40% of people in this room will be diagnosed with cancer sometime in their life. We need better treatments, and that's your God-given constitutional rights. And I'll yield till any questions.
All right, are there any questions? Ms. Malati? You really have to get close to the microphone. Oh, no, it's not on.
Hi, Preeti Malati, SD16. I could hear a lot of passion in your voice, and I heard you touch on different topics. What exactly are you looking for from a legislative priority? Could you succinctly state?
Good question. Constitutional accountability from medical institutions, as well as medical freedom. Medical institutions are practically the wild, wild west of any entity, and they're not being held accountable. Laws are being broken constantly. By law, you're supposed to obtain your medical records within 15 days. It took me 2 years, because my signatures didn't look right. And there's no repercussions for them breaking the law. And tort reform, I can't sue, although there were many, many injustices that cost my child's life. And you won't hear other people talk about this because, one, they're in the hospital with their babies. No one else. This is my second year at the convention. I'm the only one that's talking about this. And I'm all over Facebook. So I just need help, please, because this is an important matter and people are dying because of it.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? All right.
Right.
And
thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker for today should be, if she is still here, Christina Harhoff. Oh, yeah, okay. You can go, and then we'll let Christina go.
I'm Richard Boner from Kirk County, Senate District 24, and I want to talk about Article 5 and Convention of States. First of all, I want to read what Article 5 states in the Constitution. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states or by conventions in 3/4 of the states, as one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress. Convention of States was passed in Texas in the 85th legislature session in 2017. All of the states for calling the convention will be impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and to limit the terms of office of the federal officials and members of Congress. That was SJR 2, and also that was added to that was SJR 38, which was passed by the legislature in the 85th session in 2017, requiring that Article 5 resolutions passed in or after 2017 to have an 8-year expiration, making it necessary to either indefinitely extend the current resolution or pass it anew. And be it resolved that the Republican Party of Texas shall reiterate its support of an Article 5 Convention of States by including it as a legislative priority. I have some of the endorsers of the Convention of States, which a lot of you may know. Congressman Chip Roy from Texas, Ben Shapiro, Kirk Cameron, Rick Green, Ken Cuccinelli, Texas Public Policy Foundation, Senator Rand Paul, Senator Marco Rubio, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Governor Ron DeSantis, Governor Greg Abbott, Mike Huckabee, Sarah Palin, and Vivek Ramaswamy. Those are just some of the ones who have endorsed it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up will be Christina Harhoff.
Well, my name is Christina Harhoff. I am eating the mic as instructed, and I am a delegate from SD4. My request of you today is that you keep the Abolish Abortion Texas priority as a priority, and here is why. The biggest myth at the Capitol right now is that we already abolished abortion with the overturn of Roe, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. The truth is that we are post-Roe and we have a trigger law, and yet I personally could still abort my baby in the state of Texas, and I would get away with it legally. Every single baby who could have been aborted prior to the overturning of Roe can still be aborted post-Roe. And here's how they're doing it. So the Democrats are stomping all over our trigger law, and the way that they're doing that is they're working the exception clause in our trigger law that says, in effect, that a pregnant woman upon whom an abortion is performed may never be prosecuted. So the Democrats know that laws without enforcement are as if there is no law in the first place. So, hello, she's saying. So they're coaching the mothers from doing the old school abortions, the surgical abortions at the brick and mortar surgical clinics, and they're switching into the do-it-yourself at home, self-managed abortions done by pills. And they get gory and graphic, just like the surgical abortions of yesteryear. And so they're working that exclusion clause, and we have right now 32 online abortion clinics selling loud and proud to Texas women. No shame, not underground, advertised on PlanCpills.org. 32 clinics. Just one of those clinics has data from the Journal of American Medical Association showing a bare minimum of 20,000 abortions ordered by pregnant Texas women in the first year post-Roe. That data does not include numbers from the other 31 online abortion clinics. We have a massive abortion problem post-Roe. And so what is the answer? The answer is what Bradley mentioned earlier. It is equal protection. It's what is in the language of our Abolish Abortion in Texas priority. And it's taking the same laws that protect you and me and simply extending that protection to protecting all of human life in Texas, regardless of age, size, or location in the womb. Some people say that that's bad and horrible to do to women. I'm telling you, as someone who has ministered to these women, actively aborting women for 16 years, that this is what we need. This is what equal protection is, what is good and right and loving for Texas women. And that's why I'm encouraging you to keep this as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could come over here. And
Any questions?
Yeah, we'll get your information. And or right on time. It looks like our last few committee members made it too. So we will now go into yes. Yeah, I think we are out of time for testimony, unfortunately. Yes, there will be more time tomorrow, and we'll start tomorrow. We will start with people who signed up today. So I'll keep the order the same. I'll go through, and basically when we start testimony tomorrow, I'll go through the list of people who signed up but didn't speak first, and then new additions after that. So. Hang on. I'll probably have it be the first thing we do. Let me figure out exactly what time that is. Yeah, so we start at 8:30, so I would be in the room for that at 8:30. But anyway, for now, I think we want to pick up where we left off on our live document. So before we recessed, we had just dealt with the judicial reform, and so yes, it was judicial reform is where we stopped. So we will pick up with border security and protecting Texans. So. Looking at there is a lot in that section that has been added, but we also have our ballot priorities or our ballot propositions that have been added to the live document already. So are there any motions to take up any of the items that are in the border security Protect Texans section and add them to our list that are not already in there? And we'll start with Peyton Inge. You need a better microphone. It's not working.
Is it on? Hello. Okay.
That works.
All right. Thank you. Well, in Denton, we took a little different approach than what we're doing here, in that we assumed that, you know, the multiple points that you really give somebody a job, but a job often it requires, just like painting a house. Well, you got to paint the windows, you got to paint the doors. The eaves, it's all one job. And so we just spelled out some of the points. But so you really see 7 points here, but it's really all the same thing, is that rather than continue to limp along with the legislature, you're doing piecemeal, we said, you can fix this problem, and here's how we thought to do it. And like I said, we got broad support in Denton County for it. And so, you know, I would like to adopt to some degree all of these things, but it would take some time to do it. So I recognize that, and I respect everybody's time.
Well, so first of all, I'll point out, I don't think you normally paint windows, but okay, yeah, but I see your point completely. So do you want to make a motion to take up any one of these from Denton County?
Yeah, I appreciate that opportunity. Let's see. I would like to take up at least one of them.
All right. So
yeah, I think
which
the very
which
first
one?
of it.
Okay.
Deny all taxpayer-funded services and subsidies to those. Let's see here. Well, we kind of already addressed that one. It could be that one. It could be wordsmithed into one about education, but which one? Let's see here. Yeah, I like that'll work. The Denton was about seeking recovery. And again, I recognize, just as we talked about earlier, some of these things will require constitutional change or contesting prior decisions. But I would like to adopt that one if you would consider it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, can we zoom in a little bit? All right, is there a second for taking this item up? All right, that's been seconded by Spencer Brolsma. And is there any discussion on this item? So in this, can everyone read what we're looking at right now? All right, is there any debate on adding this to our draft list, Brett? Because he made the motion. If you want to take up a different one, then make a motion. Yeah. Yeah, anyone can make a motion on anything in this section, or even language that has to do with border security that doesn't appear here. So.
Scott, can everybody read it, or if not, may I read it?
I think everyone can read it. Does anyone feel the need to have it read out loud? All right. Is there any other discussion on this motion? All right.
Yeah, I'd like.
Go ahead.
I don't disagree at all with the substance. However, I just find it hard to see recovering losses as an urgent priority. I do believe border security is a priority, and I think we should have like 3 or 4 legislative priorities focused on closing the border and enforcing our immigration laws. But seeking recovery and restitution, that is something you do after you put out the fire. But let's put out the fire first.
All right, is there any further debate? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this to the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that motion fails. Where were we? All right.
Scott, I would like to look at Harris County SD 7, the one about human trafficking.
The state level investigation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So are you moving to take up this item?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second? All right. That's been seconded by Erica McCrutchen. And can everyone read what we were looking at? The Texas legislature shall call a state-level investigation by the Texas Human Trafficking Prevention Task Force into the trafficking of unaccompanied children, et cetera. Is there any debate on this item? Hearing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of adding this to our draft priority list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that fails. But yeah, so I think as we make motions, when you make a motion, you can also speak to it. So speak in favor of it if it's something you want to take up. Are there any other items on border security that anyone feels need to be added? Yes.
County, prohibit any taxpayer funds from being provided in any way to care for illegal aliens without a vote of citizens.
And which one was that?
Cameron County.
Oh, there we go. All right, so the language is prohibit any taxpayer funds from being provided in any way to care for illegal citizens without a vote of citizens.
Yes, and I understand we've already addressed public schools. I'm talking about everything else.
Okay.
This is a broad bucket.
Would you like to speak in favor of doing that?
I'm selecting this one because our concern is that we are caring for these people. That seems to be everybody's concern, and they seem to think that the way to solve the problem is to stop funding services for them. We do know that the Supreme Court at this time makes us educate them in our public schools, but this is a broad brushstroke we've already addressed in not paying for their college education. So this would just cover all those things legal to Texas that we can withhold.
Do we know, and maybe if there's someone on the committee who can speak to this, besides higher education and public education, where is state funding coming from that is going to illegal aliens? Don Hooper.
Hospitals.
Yeah. You might have to get closer, though. You need to get closer. Closer to your microphone.
The biggest cost is being done on a local level with health care. And so you saw it in Harris County where they just sold that $2.5 billion bond that went to Harris Health to treat illegal aliens. That's being done in Dallas, Bexar County here, and whatnot. So healthcare is a huge cost, and I think the healthcare is a huge cost, and I think that's what this is trying to address. But I could be wrong about that.
Yes. Your microphone's not on.
Housing costs, as they come over, the city and the county vote, and the citizens don't get to have a second vote on it.
I would add, Don, to add to what you just said, indigent defense is also a big expense, right, for illegal immigrants?
Yes, yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was thinking of like public defenders and things like that, but
Yes,
you're right.
they're
There are even attorneys that in Harris County, our great county, there are attorneys that are actually being hired by the county specifically to defend illegal immigrants.
Correct.
Like that is their purpose, according to the county, which is crazy. Rhonda.
Another cost is ESL, and education is off the chart because they don't just speak Spanish anymore. They're all different languages. So that's put ESL, English as a second language, that part in each school is shorthanded.
Right.
So that's education impact with taxpayers paying for that. And yes, on what you said about the attorneys, they are paid for.
Yeah. So if we were to, for this Cameron County priority, would there be any objection to maybe rewording this slightly to make it clear that it applies to local governments?
I do welcome friendly amendments, but I don't know why it has to be just local. It could also be state.
Well, I think if you, again, the more specific you get, the easier it is to like target exactly what you're trying to do. So I think, and we'll run into that with some of these where you can say no taxpayer funds should be provided to illegal aliens, and everyone says, well, of course we shouldn't do that. We already don't do that, not realizing that it's the local governments doing it. And so I think the priority, including that language, could actually inform people who might not know about what's going on.
Is county included in local?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I welcome the amendment.
All right. And then also, we don't want them doing this with a vote of citizens either, do we?
No.
Okay. So the other friendly, so I'll suggest a couple of amendments. Prohibit any taxpayer funds from being provided in any way to care for illegal aliens by local governments, and then just take out without a vote of citizens. Because I don't care if Harris County votes for that. They still shouldn't be doing it. Jeff Frazier.
Sorry, one question real quick. So on this, and I understand the cost of healthcare issue being high and everything, and I don't want to see folks get the funding, but the question is does that take the form of like, since the funding goes to emergency rooms to cover uncovered costs, that if you show up unconscious and bleeding to an ER, they have to track down your immigration, your citizenship status first before they're allowed to treat? Or like, these are the types of things that can come up in those types of situations where you're delaying care for someone who's unconscious because you don't know, you can't prove whether they're a citizen, therefore they can't do the procedures because there's no funding. That's just one of the details that would be important to know before putting this on the plank and censuring representatives who don't vote for it.
Thank you. And is there any other, well, first of all, is there any objection to this amendment? All right, hearing none, we'll consider that the language of this, this possible priority. Is there any other discussion on this possible priority?
Yes.
All right, Rolando, and then we'll go to Christie.
I think, I mean, I like it, but I think ultimately we're going to need to find a way to include this in the other priority that we approved about education funding. We need to find a wording that captures education, healthcare. I don't know if we would word it like, you know, denying public services, but we need, so let's include it for now, but we need to find a wording to include education, healthcare, all of that in one priority. Yeah. Maybe we just call it deny, you know, no, they should, you know, not have any access to public services. I don't know how we would word that, but it does need to, I think it needs to be eventually one priority.
Rick.
I have no problem with the sentiment of this, but I don't think it's within our power.
Yeah. Is there any other? Oh, sorry, Christy.
So I agreed to a large extent. A lot of these things are going to be out of our control, and I'm not sure that we want to create a situation where we have a large number of indigent people in our communities who are unable to get housing or health care, who may be sick. I think it's going to, you know, exacerbate the homeless problem in a lot of cases if we refuse these services to these people who are being allowed into our state. I think our priority should be to stop them from coming in the first place, not to abandon them once they're here, because some of them came here, you know, for good reasons and want to be a contributing, you know, citizen at some point. But it seems a little inhumane to me, and I think there probably are better ways to address the issue, such as stopping them from coming here in the first place. One suggestion I would have, I believe Ted Cruz touched on this, that a lot of them are getting funding from nonprofits that are handing out things to them as they come across the border. And nonprofits are registered through the Secretary of State's office, and they have to have the state's permission to exist and operate in our state. And it would be, to me, seems like a good idea to cut off their ability to operate in our state if they are in the habit of enticing illegal immigration. That might be a little bit more humane a way to approach this issue.
Yeah, so I think once we have dealt with this issue, then we can, then if you want to make a motion to consider that language, then we could do that. Donna.
I think until we stop rewarding bad behavior, it's not going to stop, because there's still the carrot on this side. And I love people. I don't want to be inhumane, but, you know, just like with training a child, until there isn't the benefit from it, they're going to continue to do it. Whether, I mean, if we could stop them, that'd be nice, but apparently that's an issue.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead,
Genera
Janera.
SD 27, I'll make it quick. I think the local aspect is really important, because what we're saying is we know they're already getting federal funding. The NGOs get federal funding. We know the states have to provide them with funding from the federal government. We're trying to eliminate one layer, a very substantial layer, called local governments, from also funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will go into a vote on this language. All in favor of making this one of our priorities, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. So this will be added to the list. Is there anything else on the subject of border security? Preeti.
Preeti Malati, SD 16. I was wondering, there's one on here about actually an effective physical and technological barrier. I don't know if that's something that we would want to add to our other one about the enforcement unit, the one that we already had talked about, if we wanted to add that with more specific language about having a barrier.
We could consider that. If you wanted to add it to that one, we could consider that when we're going through wording and prioritization over the next couple days.
Okay.
Is there anything else in this section?
I'd like to make a motion that we consider what I've just mentioned earlier.
Okay. So let me see if we can capture that correctly. Is there a second for that? All right, that has been seconded by Spencer Brolsma. Let's try kind of drafting this on the fly. Go ahead.
It seems like there's one that's similar that's on there from Denton.
The prohibit encouragement and/or assisting illegal entry with mandatory fines and jail time, which should also include the ability to charge corporate and/or social media entities that facilitate or encourage the same. Is that pretty close?
Which one is that?
It's the fifth Denton County one that starts with prohibit.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, but I would like the component that relates to nonprofits who are registered and authorized to operate in the state.
Okay. Well, I think we could probably, can we just add after corporate, maybe say corporate, nonprofit, and/or social media entities? Does that cover it? And if we need to workshop that a little bit more, we can. All right. So is there a second on Chrissy's motion?
A second.
All right. I got one from Hans. And is there any further discussion on this item?
Scott, I have something to say about jail time. One of the big issues for us on the border that are prosecuting is there is no jail space. And so one of the costs our counties is incurring is we're hauling them, we have our constable that hauls them all the way to Kerrville because they have jail space. And for girls, it's worse. So our county is looking at putting in a $356 million girls facility because there's no place to go with the women. For a long time, we were just turning the girls loose, and then they opened up a girls facility. But it's an hour and a half from us, and I'm not sure how far it is from El Paso and all those places. But anytime we pass something that says jail time, which I'm totally for, you need to realize we don't have the jails for that. Just putting that out there.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this proposal?
Yeah, I'll just mention one thing quickly, and I think the thing that gives me pause on this when you put nonprofit in there is when we're talking about and kind of understanding your heart on that issue that if we're talking about caring for these people, your nonprofits are the ones that should be doing this. I understand we're talking about encouraging this, and that's a different thing. I think I'm a little concerned about the implication this would have on nonprofits and churches that are caring for people that really they should be doing and the government shouldn't be doing, and so it kind of creates a bit of a problem there for me.
Thanks. Any other debate on this proposal? All right, seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of adding this to our draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes Is there anything else on border security? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to no Democrat chairs. So we have a couple of proposals that were passed by Wood County and Denton County, but where you see Wilson, Sutton, and Hayes, those are counties that just passed last year's language. And so this is one where I kind of would want us to consider just instead of reinventing the wheel here, just using the language from the last set of legislative priorities. Is there a motion to take up a priority on this issue?
So moved. Using the language from the previous language.
All right, so Rolando Garcia has made the motion to adopt the previous language, and Loretta Emmons has seconded. It is getting late. Also, I don't have any water, but
We're all out of water.
oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're looking for the 2022 plank, or the 2022 priority. Yeah, yeah, we'll just pull it off the website. While we're waiting on that, is there any debate on this? Peyton Inge.
All right, thank you. Denton County, the reason we expanded it and went beyond to talk about no Democrat majority membership in any committee that would be taking on one of our legislative priorities is because the way the speaker can get around, even if he doesn't appoint a chair, a Democrat chair, the way he can get around the issue we're trying to do and still block the legislation is simply stack the committee. And we've just seen so many different ways they are blocking the things we've asked them to do, and then everybody blames somebody else. We thought this is a way to kind of put an end to it.
Yeah, so one thing to think about here too is I know the talking point gets thrown around a lot that that Democrat chairs aren't really a problem because most of the bills don't even go to Democrat-run committees that are on our priorities. The problem is, and this is something that Tom Oliverson talked about in his speaker announcement speech. If any committee is run by a Democrat or has a majority Democrat membership, then it is a threat to the members who are sending bills to that committee. So you might like what Oliverson referenced was that he was the lead author on Save Women's Sports, and so that went to a Republican committee and it ended up passing, but he was explicitly told that he was going to have a problem with his own bills that went to other committees that were on completely different subjects. Basically, any bill he had that was going to a Democrat committee was threatened because he authored a conservative bill anywhere. So anywhere you put a Democrat in charge of the outcomes of a Republican effort, even if it's on its face completely non-political, you give that Democrat leverage over everything that representative does. And so that's the reason why we can't really tolerate Democrat chairs on any committee. So even though it might appear on its face that all of the priorities are going to Republican-led committees. But is there any more debate on this, Rick?
This is just an observation. We've had trouble getting an enforceable rule out of the Republican House caucus. They've tried, and, well, there are no teeth to it. Just as though in the election of a speaker, for example, the nominee of the caucus may or may not get all the votes of the caucus. There's no enforcement mechanism. I just don't think this is productive.
Thank you. Is there any other debate on this item? Preeti.
guess just furthering what was said earlier about that one update from Denton County, should we add that also further prohibit appointment of a majority comprised of Democrat members for any committee, you know, that aspect? Because the original one just talks about the chairs.
So if we added language on here that said awarding committee chairmanships to Democrats or appointing a majority on any committee of Democrats, would that work? So, yeah, see. Maybe say, and require all committees to be yes. Yeah, I think that covers it. Is there any objection to that amendment? Seeing none, is there any further discussion on the priority as a whole? Don Huber.
I like it, and I like where we're going with it, but what technically do we have to do to it I mean, if it becomes a priority, it will be a 44 censure issue, but Dade Feeling can explain to all of us what that means right now.
Right.
And so if we're going to do this and put teeth into it, you know, let's make sure that, you know, if they want to put Democratic chairs in there, that we can censure them for it and they can suffer the same fate as Dade did.
Yeah, that's exactly what this would do. As long as the Rules Committee doesn't mess around with Rule 44, then that is what this would accomplish. Is there any other debate? Jeff.
So there is the one question I have here, and this was brought up here about the legislature adopting the rule versus the House caucus adopting the rule. And in the history of the state of Texas, in the rules of either chamber, the membership's makeup by political party has never been implemented into any rules, into the actual rules of the legislature itself, other than to prohibit the use of state funding to be used for party purposes. And so one of the things, like the question of putting this into the rules of the chamber itself, as opposed to similar to the rule for electing a speaker candidate, which I know we brought up that there's no teeth to it, but I mean, there is some kind of teeth to it because every one of our candidates for House, this was the big push a few years ago, was to get everyone to sign the pledge that you will honor that rule in the caucus and you will vote for have the secret ballot election for speaker, honor the person that comes out as the candidate for speaker, and then vote for it on the floor. All but 3 did do that, whether you like who that candidate ended up being or not. That rule did end up getting followed by all but 3 members. And so if it is a House caucus rule that you have to, in order to be considered a candidate for speaker, pledge to not appoint Democrat chairs, and that it is a cause to be recalled as speaker if you are to do so, would be the type of mechanism that would be more enforceable inside the House caucus than it would be to try to get it done on the floor itself.
Well, I mean, I think what we're asking for is a House rule that says that the majority party would be appointed all of the chairmanships. I mean, it would be a House rule which would be instantly enforceable versus a caucus rule, which is not real. I mean, you basically just have to kind of count on everybody to follow the caucus, which sometimes they do and sometimes they might not. So I know there was an attempt to add it to the rules last time around, and like you said, the logic there was that it was that it was spending on partisan politics to add it to the rule.
No, that's just the only time that has ever been the only mention of political party membership in the rules going back to the first legislature is to prohibit the use of funding to do that. It wasn't that that was the reason for not doing it. It's just that's the only place in the rules where political party membership is mentioned. So
Right.
that's just as an example that it's not used anywhere else in the rules and hasn't been before. So the one place to put it would be in the caucus rules, just going with what happened in previous legislatures as an example.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, for the first 100 years of Texas history, we didn't even need a rule on this because Democrats controlled 100% of the legislature, and the means they were using to do that were pretty horrifying. So yeah, they never needed a rule on that in the past because they had dictatorial control over the state anyway, and so it never came up. But do you want to jump in? Yes. All right.
So this might be a question for Jeff because you might know three things. Number one, what is the voting threshold to pass the rules of the House? Is it a majority vote?
The passing the rules is a majority vote.
Okay. Two, if I put my slimy politician hat on and I read this, I could read into it and say, well, if the House caucus, Republican caucus, passes a rule in the caucus for this, I could get past this by saying, I got it through the House caucus, I made a rule. So that's one of my concerns here. We need to be a little more direct in the language. Because we're trying to make it an actual rule. And the third one was, well, that's it. You know, I'll leave it at that.
I will add that one of the thing that did actually, the point of order that was sustained on this issue was that it doesn't actually belong, even the question about party aside, it does not belong in the House rules. It belongs in the housekeeping resolution, which is a slight, it seems like a splitting hairs, but that is the place where it is laid out. It's two resolutions every session, housekeeping resolution and rules. And the rules dictate how the committees operate, like that there will be a chair and this is the rules by which this is done. And but the actual determining which committees exist and how the seats on the committees will be decided by the speaker is laid out in the housekeeping resolution. So it's just a technical difference there.
So what if we change the language here to say instead of the Republican-controlled Texas legislature shall adopt a rule, which one of the advantages of that language is that it applies to the House and the Senate. The Senate is now entirely Republican chairs, but it didn't always used to be. But could we say the Republican-controlled Texas House shall adopt a House rule or housekeeping resolution? I mean, what do you even call an element of the housekeeping resolution? Is it just a clause within the housekeeping resolution? Is it a rule itself?
You'd be placed within the housekeeping resolution, I believe would be the right phrase for that.
Hey, Scott, the Texas legislation, the Senate actually had a single Democrat chair initially, and then I think he retired mid-session. And you got a lot of games going on right now for trying to restructure the Senate on the upcoming. And I wouldn't bet for sure that they won't play games there, so what it's worth.
Rick.
This really is a party matter, meaning a caucus matter, not a House or Senate rule matter. As such, this really isn't a legislative priority. It belongs as a resolution.
So I will share that this being a legislative priority made a big difference in the past session.
Well,
the fact that it was on the list of 8.
You can't have the House specifying a rule for the benefit of one party. That's just wrong.
I mean, that's they can set whatever rules they want, provided they're constitutional. Brett.
So, just a point of order kind of question. We're coming up with legislative priorities to give guidance to the legislature, yes?
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure, not only based on the proposition that was asked, but in just talking to Republicans in general, they just say no Democrat chairs. What I find we're doing is we're getting deep into the weeds about the legislative rule aspect of it. And that might be necessary for them to determine, but we're telling them no points, you know, don't ignore us, no Democrat chairs. Why don't we just say no Democrat chairs and then let them figure it out, knowing that 2 million Texans told them that?
Okay, so if we were going to do that, huh?
Yeah, but everything that we're doing here is we're telling our Texas Republicans in the legislature, both Senate and House, what we want them to do. Therefore, hey, Texas Republicans in the legislature, don't appoint any Democrat chairs. That's a bad move.
That's why it should be a resolution. We're not asking for
Okay, this
legislation.
this is out of order. We're going okay.
Actually, that's my comment. This is out of order.
Okay, you two are out of order.
I move to call the
okay,
question.
so Brett, what if we did this? Michael, can you highlight from to ensure all the way to like basically if you remove that prefatory clause up to the Republican-controlled Texas legislature. So we would just start with the Republican-controlled Texas legislature shall, and then take out the words adopt a rule that would. So it just says shall end the practice of awarding committee chairmanships to Democrats and require all committees to be majority Republican. Would that satisfy? Okay. Everyone's clapping. Is there any objection? Okay, we'll take a vote on this amendment. All in favor of this amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. Is there any further discussion on the underlying priority language? Hearing none, all in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. And that passes as well. So that takes care of no Democrat chairs. Next is protect elections, and I put closed primaries in here because there were already a lot of there were a lot of priority language that was sent to us that kind of addressed both at the same time. But closed primaries is already being addressed by that item that we have in the list. So look through this section. Is there anything? There's a lot in here. Is there anything that anyone would like to take up as a priority? And it can be anywhere from the beginning to the end of that section. And we'll start with Jeff Russell.
Yeah. I'd like to propose that we kind of combine two of the ones out of Wood County. The one that's only used hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots, and then precinct-only voting, which is down below that, just a couple of things. I think those are closely tied together, and that's the way it works. And people want to say that you can't go back in a state as large as us to paper ballots and precinct county votings, but there have actually been some counties of decent size that have done that. When you do it at the precinct level, it's not that hard to do, to count 1,000 or 1,200 ballots maybe on election night and bring forth good results. So.
All right, is there a second for combining those two and considering them as a priority? That has been seconded. Second. The second one was
Up above that.
yeah, the hand-marked, hand-counted. All right, and that was seconded. Seconded by Johan. Is there any debate on this priority?
Yes. Can I?
Oh, go ahead. Okay. Rolando.
Well, I was going to object to one part. I'd like to remove the part about only use hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots.
Yeah, my issue is with the hand-counted paper ballots as well. Having
Okay,
worked
so-
elections, it's not just counting the presidential. You have to count all 65 races. And
Right.
after working 15 hours of bringing in the voters, the thought of having to count and look at hand-counted ballots, I'm just, that's a hard no for me.
Donna. I'll let you go first, and then we'll go to Don.
It's my understanding that we can do hand-marked and still use the machines for counting.
But it says hand counted.
Yeah.
And so can we just strike that part and leave the hand?
Okay, so right now, no amendment has been made yet. We are discussing the underlying priority. Rolando, do you want to make an amendment to?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we strike hand counted and the rest of it would still make sense?
Are you leaving in paper ballots?
Yes. It would just be hand counted that you remove. All right. Hans, did you second that? Yes. Okay, that has been seconded by Hans.
I think the hand counted takes out the bulk of of at least my concern. I still have concerns about hand marked. Again, the Harris County ballot, it's about 80 or 90 races. You're going to be hand marking each one. I'm not too keen on that, but I can live with that. But the hand counting is it's bananas.
All right, Don, and then Davis.
Well, my comments are similar to Rolando's. The Harris County ballot is the longest ballot in the country, and with millions of voters in a high turnout election, you'd be counting for weeks. And I think we had 42 different styles. We may have had more in the last election. So, you got different geographic areas of Harris County where the styles are completely different. And so it is a logistics nightmare. It has been for years.
Right, because even within one precinct, you can have split precincts where people are in one jurisdiction for some races and one jurisdiction for different races. Davis, and then we'll go to Rick, and then Preeti.
Yeah, I'm having been involved in some hand count practice stuff myself in numbers not near what you guys in Harris County have to deal with there in Bell County where we are. I can understand that. You can always you definitely want to keep the hand-marked part in there because we're supposed to have sequentially numbered. You might want to add this sequentially numbered, hand-marked paper ballots. And then you can use, a Scantron dumb reader to do the vote counts and totals. And then that would be, very reliable. That would take out the time factor. And that is what, forgive me, our hero in the Senate, what's his name? Bob Hall. This is what he proposes. So, the hand count part, he said that's not the critical part. It's the rest of it. Sequentially numbered, hand marked paper ballots.
Rick.
Yeah, Senator Bob Hall, I had thought we'd have a copy of his proposal, which is paper ballot, sequentially numbered, watermarked with the little fill in the circle and a dumb scanner with write once media to electronically take the results from the dumb scanner and a couple of other details. And I think his proposal would be a more complete approach. And so I'll move to table this until we can see about his proposal.
Okay, a motion has been made to table this item. I'll let Preeti debate first, and then we'll come back to your motion.
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
This is an incredibly important issue that I've been kind of focused on in Dallas County, but I absolutely believe we need hand-marked paper ballots, and I'm for hand counting, but I could be, persuaded into a dumb counter. It has to be in-precinct voting as well as in-precinct counting and publishing of data at the in-precinct level so that we can then add it all together as a public. And it can be potentially consolidated precincts so we can limit the number of, poll locations, some close precincts can get together. But this is absolutely important. Any kind of centralized counting is not good. Any kind of centralized machine is not good. There's too many vulnerabilities, so that's my opinion on this. I would rather not table because I'd like to at least have this in our priorities. but we can maybe craft the language over the next couple of days to make it more resemble a certain amount with Senator Bob Hall.
Okay, so we do need to move into a vote on whether to table or not, and that's technically not a debatable motion. So all in favor of tabling this item, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, we will continue with it. Dan Tully.
Dan Tully, SD 9. Having been an election judge on about a half a dozen major elections, I've done both the precinct level voting and I've done also the countywide voting. And I'll guarantee you I'd rather do the countywide voting and do that. You have less problems when dealing with the voter than any other thing. And when I had precinct, they combined 4 precincts for me. I had 14 ballots that I had to separate out and know which person had to get which ballot and make sure that it was collective. And I guarantee you that is a pain in the butt, especially when you got 1,700 people come through your voting precinct that day. And then trying to go hand count them, it's not a very practical solution to it. The system we have in Tarrant County right now is, I sit on the ballot board also, it is very clean the way it operates. It's still a dumb scanner. There is nothing connected to it, and that's where the real votes are at, is in that dumb scanner. And we're just going through it. And also, if you look at our voters, the voters of age 30 and under, they cannot understand why in the world you would need to mark something when you could do it electronically. They are totally beyond the idea of hand marking. And it's coming whether you like it or not. I mean, we can do this now, and in 10 years, that group of people will totally override what you're doing right now because they say they have total trust in these electronic things. I don't have total trust in them, but I like the idea of Reagan, let's go verify it. So you need to really consider it. To me, hand marking, it was nice, but I've had to hit the button on the back of the deal where they went eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and they're taking the dot of that pen back and forth, and it messes it up, especially because we have we have a bunch of races that you pick 2 out of 3 or 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5, and people will make that mistake all the time. If they don't like that, you have to, as a judge, you got to spoil their ballot, give them a new ballot, and do it. And after the 3rd try, you got to make them go sit down at the electronic machine anyway and do it there, because just to make their vote count, or you hit the button and let it be a no vote for that particular race.
All right, Davis Ford.
Yeah, Davis Ford, Senate District 24 again. Yeah, you do not want to go with countywide voting. Countywide voting just opens the door to a lot of corruption, and I happen to have personal experience in just running for precinct chairman there in Bell County. I supposedly lost by 14 votes, and ours was the only race that had 3 people in it, and a guy who nobody knew and didn't do anything ended up with 25% of the vote. And how do I know that I lost by 14 votes? We'd have to recount the entire county for one precinct race. And also, too, if you look at the ballots, again, I won't mention that we use ES&S machines, but you look down the right-hand side of the page, and those are the people that you voted for, supposedly, but the voting machines do not count that. They count little barcodes up at the top. And I don't know about anybody in here, but I don't read barcode. And I doubt there's anybody else in here that could read barcode. So you really don't know what has been voted. So there's lots of problems with using countywide voting and, again, using machines. So using a paper ballot that you have to hand mark, I'm sorry that there's some mental giants out there who can't figure out that they can't dot 2 or 3 things on the same race, but that's really got to be a small problem for a whole lot more secure election.
All right. Okay, we'll go to Brady and then Peyton. Oh, sorry.
So I'll kind of echo a little bit of Dan's point there. I'm a county chair, and so every election I do logic and accuracy testing on our machines. We test hundreds and hundreds of ballots, and we don't have issues. Our ballots come out exactly the way they're prescribed every time. I don't disagree with you on precinct level. I think precinct level voting is a great idea. But on the machines, I would contend that hand mark, and especially hand counted, I know that's struck, but I would contend that that opens up to much more fraud and just human error versus the machines. I think the machines have been proven to be really accurate when they're maintained correctly and when they're checked with a good ballot board and folks like that.
All right. I too have served as county judge and also clerk for many, many years, many elections. And I don't have any problems with a dumb machine counting the ballots. I do think they have to be paper. But I will tell you, if you have precinct, if you have countywide voting, then you have something like the poll pads. And I can tell you, we have multiple times had in Denton County where the poll pads don't all have the same registered voters. We've had them where the counties, we can't find a guy on a poll pad, and the county said, "We'll try the other one," and by golly, he chose up on the other one. We've had a lot of other irregularities on things that go on the internet. So I think it ought to be, as Donald Trump said just on Saturday, it ought to be one-day voting, paper ballots, and get it done. So I would be in favor of striking this out. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Preeti, and then, well, Michael, you haven't spoken yet. So, okay, go ahead.
Just real quick, since we're on page 19 of 62, and we can come back and wordsmith this later, I'm going to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. We actually never, first of all, that's a 2/3 vote. And would you call the question on the entire thing? And then we just go through, because we still need to vote on yes or no on the red language, and then we do the entire thing. All in favor of ending debate on this priority and moving into votes, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay. So first we'll vote on removing hand counted. All in favor of removing hand counted, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. And then all in favor of adding the entire priority to the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes.
That was combining both of them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and closed primaries is already in a different one, so we'll probably come back to that later and have to make some changes on that. I would actually like to move that we take up a different Wood County proposal, which would be restrict mail-in ballots to disabled military and citizens that are out of the state or country. All right, and that has been seconded by Michael Salvo. Is there any debate on this? Doesn't sound like it. We'll move into a vote. Rhonda Marquardt, sorry, I didn't see that your hand was up.
College students. College students who don't live by where you live, they get mail-in ballots. Is that what you're talking about? Any mail-in ballots, they have to be military or out of whatever that.
Disabled military and citizens that are out of the state or country. So if they're in
college students would go with that last part? Just making sure.
If they're out of the state. If they're in the state, then they would need to either register where they are college students and vote there, or go back home under this. Hans.
My father-in-law is 96. He's not disabled, but he cannot get to the polling place. So I would say you still should have the exemption for over 65, whatever it is.
So I will argue this. I wish we didn't have mail-in ballots at all. I think the biggest problem with mail-in ballots is not, there's definitely the problem of who's counting them. That's a big problem. But I think the number one problem with mail-in ballots, beyond fraud or anything else, is the fact that it's not a secret ballot. Everybody in the house, if there is a family living together and 3 people there qualify for mail-in ballots and 3 ballots show up, we have no idea if one person is filling out all 3 of them, if they're all sitting around together and one person's telling the other 2 how to vote. I think the concept of a secret ballot is inviolable in this country. And so mail-in ballots are a total violation of it. Because In any other context, like if you want to have someone translate for you when you go into a polling place, there is an oath that that translator has to swear, that they're not influencing the voter. There is all kinds of accountability around that. If it's happening in the home, then who knows? So at the end of the day, I think we want to restrict mail-in ballots only to the people who absolutely cannot vote any other way. And so if people are old enough that that they can't leave the house, then I would say that the legislators who actually write this law will probably make some kind of determination that that counts as disabled for these purposes. But yeah, I think mail-in voting needs to be a lot more restricted than it is right now. Rick.
I would move to strike the words state or country at the end of the sentence and insert instead out of the county for the entire voting period.
Okay. Is there a second on that? All right, seconded by Preeti Malati. Is there any debate on that? Yeah. Seeing none, I don't object to that. Is there any, or I guess no one else wants to debate. So we'll move into a vote. All in favor of making that change, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, we're going to need more than 6 people to vote here. All right.
I can't read what's up there and I can't find it on the computer.
Voting on.
All right. Out of the county for the entire voting period. So all in favor of this change, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. I think that passed. I'll call that a yes vote. All in favor of adding this priority to the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. Is there anything else on protecting elections that anyone wants to take up? Spencer, and then we'll go to Preeti.
Would it be in order to take up the advancing integrity resolution that we heard testimony on earlier? We all got a handout on it.
It would be. I don't have a copy of that in front of me.
I can bring it up to you.
Yeah, please do. I actually don't have everything that y'all were given. I didn't even get the pirate gold.
It's a really long one, so obviously we'll want to wordsmith it, but just if we could take it as a whole and then edit it tomorrow.
Okay, so the proposed priority. Well, let's talk through this real fast. Enforce criminal penalties for election code violations, which are enforceable by any Texas jurisdiction, including the Attorney General. So we have the Attorney General in there already. Citizenship verification. Okay, this is a laundry list. And I think a lot of this has already kind of made its way into some of the other priorities. Do you still want to take this one up?
Yeah, that's why I was saying if we could just put it on the list today and then edit it tomorrow, because I know some things already are addressed, but there's some stuff in there that's not addressed at all. So.
Could you just bring up the stuff that's not addressed?
Yeah, could you just like bring up one thing from here that is not addressed, and maybe we could consider adding that?
There's part that's in parentheses because you have my copy now, so I can't bring up anything. But
Yeah, establish uniform elections with all candidates at all levels elected in the same partisan process through closed primaries in March and general elections in November. Okay, would you be open to making a motion to add that?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, so moved. So it's the language in parentheses here. Yeah, it's not in the live document. And is there a second?
What are we adding again?
Okay, so it is, yeah, he's going to type it, but it's basically uniform elections for all offices. So everything from your municipal utility district all the way up to the governor or the legislature, yeah, would be on the same November ballot, and they would have partisan primaries in March. So, are you seconding?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Is there any discussion? Jeff Frazier.
Just one quick question, sorry. Does that mean re-electing new school board members in the middle of the school year as a default?
Yes,
That's
and
one of the questions.
there's a ton of variety to when school districts conduct their elections anyway. Some of them, like my school district does it in May, others do it in November. What's actually kind of interesting is that right now, no school district is able to change when they hold their elections. There was a law that was passed several years ago that opened a window that allowed some of them to change it. But currently, if your school district has May elections, and they want to move to November, they currently cannot vote to do that. The legislature basically has everybody locked in amber right now on this question. So anyway, it's just a random fact there. But is there any further discussion on this item? Robert.
There you go. Thanks. So I'm against this. I think the big issue that I see out of this is voter fatigue. Don, I think, made a comment earlier about Harris County already being the longest ballot in the country. If we combine all these local races that are already on different periods, well, it's just going to make that process even worse. I mean, voters in Harris County already they already don't go through local races as much as we want them to at a county level. And I think if we were to advance this proposal, I think it would just make that worse, especially for those urban counties that already have many races to go through.
Yeah. So I'll point out really quickly that there's a different kind of voter fatigue, which is we have too many different elections. So there's a particular area in my Senate district called Clearbrook Mud. If you live in Clearbrook Mud, you have voted in these, and you voted your ballot every time. These are the different elections you will vote in. The March primary, then in May, you have to go to 3 separate places to vote for your school district, HCAD, and your municipal utility district. So those elections just happened, and there are people who actually did that. There are people who drove to all 3 places and voted for all 3 things. Then you have the May runoff. That's on Tuesday. Then you have the HCAD runoff, the appraisal district runoff, and then you've got the November election. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ballots in different places that you've got to vote in order to vote all of the different things you can vote for this year. So I think no matter whether we do that all in one election or it's spread out over the course of the year, we're going to be fatiguing somebody. But that's not the case everywhere, but we were forced into that position by Harris County this time. And it can happen again. Donna.
Yes, so Donna Carter, SD2, so Bob Hall is SD2. And I have talked with him at length, and I believe he's going to come talk to us tomorrow, hopefully. But one thing we haven't talked about is he said that merging early voting and election day so that 9-day gap is gone. And then we end, so that it's just the full 9 days and we end the 3-day gap. And then if we run, that way we can run a 0 tape at the beginning and just keep that same tape till the end, and there won't be any gap, and the voting is continuous, which makes it a little more believable. And then that way we could do precinct voting right then, because it's one tape and the precinct would have to say what that tape said. And there are places, and it's my understanding there are people now in Texas, I'm not sure what counties, that are currently doing a hand-marked ballot. And so we can have them hand-mark them and then count them by machine And I think, personally, I do live in one of the places where I pay property taxes to one place and school taxes to another, and it is a lot. And I would much rather sit down and just knock it out rather than travel repeatedly.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Jeff?
Just a quick comment. You know, we've actually run into this in Ector County with our water district out in the county, and we got into this whole debate and a lawsuit and AG opinions and all about when they're supposed to be holding their elections, because one part of the code seems to indicate May elections, the other part of the code seems to indicate November elections. The AG said it should be in November, and we've been back and forth, and there's a lot of conflict in the code. So I think if we could get all that stuff cleaned up on uniform dates, that would be very helpful in a lot of cases.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is kind of one of my passion projects here. You know, you get some municipal elections here where 3% of the voters get to decide for the rest of the city, you know, who runs your water, you know, what your roads look like and whatnot. We need to do everything in our power to encourage voter turnout. And November elections is the way to do it, I believe. I love the idea of doing a primary every year because, you know, we don't have enough of those. But I think it's a really good way to also keep us from having multiple Republicans split the vote and then you get a liberal in the local office. So I think it's a great way for us to come together as a party and ensure that everybody's playing by the same rules. And I mean, take Round Rock for instance. Everybody knows who's a Republican or Democrat already. So local races are already partisan.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this as a priority to the priority list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. Is there anything else on election integrity? Okay, we'll go to
Janera.
Janera, I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's okay. Janera Lewis, I would like to propose new language to add an amendment. All right. Create election courts and election investigative teams with the authority to mandate new elections where election anomalies could have altered the outcome of an election.
All right, is there a second for that? All right, that has been seconded by Hans. While
Okay, create election courts and election investigation teams with the authority to mandate new elections where election anomalies could have altered the outcome of an election. And I can speak to it if you like.
All right, could you go ahead and speak to that?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I led the forensic audit team for a state Senate candidate, and all I reviewed were the mail-in envelopes, and 18% in a most conservative estimate were anomalous, and I was called off the remainder of the forensic audit because there was no remedy to reseat after this election was stolen or anomalous at under 1%. So the candidate lost the election by under 1% with hundreds of thousands of votes that all showed up at the last minute, and we had no remedy to address all of this, all these anomalous mail-in ballots. There was substantive evidence that there's something wrong. We had no avenue.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Rolando.
We have courts, and you can file an election contest, and it is possible that the judge, it's unlikely, although we've seen it in Harris County, where they just ordered that the result, that a district court race be held again. I mean, I'm sure that'll be appealed, but So we already have courts that can handle these types of lawsuits and election challenges. Why do we need to set up new courts? If you don't like the way judges are handling them, what makes you think these other judges will handle them better? I'm just really reluctant to start have every election being decided in court. The other thing is where election anomalies. That is really broad. Are we going to go to court every time there's an election anomaly? I mean, I understand the frustration. I mean, obviously coming from Harris County, where most of the election challenge lawsuits were thrown out. I mean, those are just very hard cases to prove. But I'm really reluctant to go for this remedy.
Dan Tully.
Rolando picked up on it, and that's the anomalies. Who's going to decide what an anomaly is? I mean, you have an election team that's going through and counting and sorting out, they're verifying signatures and comparing that, and it's a Democrat and a Republican and potentially even a Libertarian sitting there with you, the three of you, to review those ballots. And you have to all three agree, or it goes to an appeals within that. At least that's how it is in Tarrant County. And my question is, you know, what really determines that, you know, there's certain anomalies where, you know, signatures may not match, but they'll go back in and they'll see something else that, because at least in Tarrant County, the signatures are copied into the computer, they're scanned into the computer, so you can pull back up and examine them on top of each other. So my biggest question is who determines what an anomaly is, and how do you determine whether that anomaly is within the law or outside the law?
Thank you. And I'll just add from my own perspective, I've actually seen an election challenge play out before in a school district, and it's exactly like Rolando says. The law has been changed to the point, pretty recently actually, where if you are a candidate who feels that an election was improperly conducted and it may have made a difference in your race, then you sue in the county court or district court, and you get pushed to the front of the line. I mean, they essentially create an election court for you. If you're in a jurisdiction where if you're in a jurisdiction that could be decided by that election, then you actually get assigned a visiting judge to adjudicate the case. So. I've seen it work, and it does work. And like Rolando said, we actually had an election in Harris County that was invalidated from 2022. I mean, we've heard about the problems in Harris County. They actually did find in favor of the challenger there, who was able to prove her case, that the margin was tight enough that the errors that were seen in Harris County made a big enough difference. So I'm really skeptical about using a priority on this, because I think we're doing something that already largely exists. But if you'd like to speak to that one more time.
Yeah, I would. So unfortunately, the word anomaly is not mine. It's an election code. For instance, I ran a race, and there were pre-marked ballots. That's called an anomaly, not election fraud or election theft. That's what we call it. If they don't lock the ballot box, or they allow a candidate in there to carry the box around, that's called an anomaly. So you cannot declare what it is. You have to call it an anomaly, which you and I know is a mistake or fraud or incompetence. So it says election anomalies that could have altered the outcome of an election. So it doesn't matter what the anomaly is. It's an anomaly of any sort that could have altered the outcome. And right now you can sue. After you spend and wipe out your family saving accounts and all of your friends' money, you can go sue in court. It's millions of dollars just to get a recount, 1.5 million if you're on a state level. What I'm saying here is creating election courts, that is a constant court, meant for these constant elections that we have that are actually taxpayer funded, because there's nothing more expensive statewide than local and county, local, state, and national elections that are stolen. Thank you.
Done.
It's an old debate, and it went back, does the Attorney General do this?
You've got to talk in your own.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
it's an old debate that goes back to, do you allow the Attorney General to do this, and it was undone by the Stevens decision, or recently the new debate is, do we give it to the Secretary of State to do this? And SB 1 changed the level at which you can order a new election. Before, you had to prove ballot fraud, which was very, very difficult to prove. Under SB 1, you are now able to challenge an election to the standard of, is the true election results knowable, which is what Judge People ordered in this election that Rolando's referencing in Harris County. And that is a huge difference, and that was part of the deal. And so the law has changed significantly, and I think it is easier to do that. And now we have precedent to establish, you know, where there's so many things wrong with an election that a judge would order a new election. We now have the ability to do that. Previously, we did not.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? All right, seeing none, we'll move into a vote on this possible priority. All in favor of including this, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that fails. Is there anything else in the election? Yes, Preeti Malati.
There's one on here, well, there are a few things that I'm interested in, but one of them is no preferential voting, so no ranked choice voting. And it's, which one is it? Yeah, SD 24. So I know right now it's illegal in Texas, but Dallas County has already tried to, change the charter in the city of Dallas actually to have a trigger clause in their charter. They haven't fully voted on this, but the Charter Commission already agreed to it. The trigger clause, once it's legal in Texas, they're going to trigger it for Dallas, city of Dallas elections. And ranked choice voting, I think most people probably know what it is, but it is highly problematic, and we shouldn't have it. So I'm worried that, you know, they're going to try to get a pilot program. They're going to start doing this in Dallas, and it's going to kind of spread its way around. So I agree with that.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so that has been moved by Preeti Malati, seconded by Robert Garay. And I think the language here, yeah, ban preferential voting system. I would say ban preferential voting systems, and maybe put in parentheses ranked choice voting systems at all levels. Yeah, the parentheses would be after, yeah, you got it. All right, any further discussion here?
Nope, never mind. Nope.
All right. So seeing no discussion, we will go into a vote. All in favor of adding this to our draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes unanimously. And I'll just add, I was actually at the Capitol when this was being discussed in the Senate, and I believe the Senate passed the bill, it ultimately passed the bill banning preferential voting. So I obviously didn't go anywhere in the House, but I mean, this is something that is getting real legislative action. So thanks for bringing it up. Dr. Malati.
Sorry, but this is a very important topic. I know we've talked peripherally about countywide voting, but I know there are some proposals on there to eliminate countywide voting. We already talked about the reasons for it in terms of getting rid of e-poll books, which have a lot of problems, and I know in Dallas County and other counties, to get the fact that we lose anonymity for various reasons, including what they talked about an ES&S at the top of the ballot. There's a number that you can correlate to voters, as well as the fact that when one voter votes at one area, you can figure out their vote. So you lose the anonymity of the vote. It is incredibly hard to audit, and it's incredibly hard to do a recount. So for those reasons, and wanting to go back to precinct level, precinct data, I think we should get rid of countywide voting.
Okay, and would you eliminate countywide voting for early voting also?
We should, and we should get rid of most of early voting.
Okay, so eliminate countywide polling and return to precinct-based. Instead of polling, let's say voting. Is there any objection to that? All right. And do you want to say precinct-based voting including during early voting?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this? Rhonda?
Yeah, I do. Our precincts are so tiny, like, we have 4. And so, like, in one precinct, we may have 80 people vote, or 100, and we have 47, 41% voter turnout, but we're just that little, and we're not the smallest out by us. But this is so expensive, and when we apply for a waiver, we hardly ever get it. Like, so does anybody know anything about the waiver system? But my county clerk always tells me I applied for a waiver and I can't get it. And so it takes 12 people to run an election that 2 probably could, but they won't waiver it because it's precinct voting. So county voting for the early part is what we do, and then we go precincts for the one day. And so I don't know if there's something there that we could do for, I don't know how to word that. I just know for us, it's crazy, expensive, waste of RPT's money.
Davis?
Yeah, I believe that you can consolidate precincts under certain conditions. I don't know, I don't know everything about that, but I think you can consolidate several precincts together in situations like that.
In practice, that's probably what would end up happening. So someplace like Harris County, we have what? I mean, we have over 1,000 precincts, but so on election day, we have several hundred voting locations. For early voting, we have a couple hundred, but currently we have countywide polling centers. And so I would think if we went to a system like this, you would just have 3 or 4 or 5 precincts at one early voting location.
That's part of Senator Hall's proposal. You can have multiple precincts at a single physical location. They have their own paper ballots. It's really pretty straightforward.
Yep. Hans?
Just the way it is with us, either you want early voting or you don't. I think that should be a separate item because there is no, in El Paso, we're the same. We have like 300 precincts. If we had even 3 of them, you'd have to have 100 different polling locations. It takes a lot of people to run that, and the turnout is low in a given precinct. So either you do early voting or you don't. If you do early voting, then it has to be pretty much countywide.
Thank you. Yes, Gil? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move into, if there's no other discussion, we'll go ahead and move into a vote on this. All in favor of adding this as a priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that fails. Is there anything else from the election integrity section that anyone wants to take up? Paul.
Paul Yamrick, SD 18. How about cleaning up our voter rolls? Did I miss something?
No, that would be in here.
Okay.
So, is there a specific? I remember seeing that for sure. Yep. Okay. Clean up the voter rolls.
Now that's not enough detail by your standards.
No, it's not. Is there something more specific you would like to do?
The suggestion was made at the time that if somebody doesn't vote in 3 general elections, that they would be dropped off the list as a suggestion. But I think we all agree that our voter rolls do need to be cleaned up.
Yeah. We can take that up if you want. I'm just going to editorialize here a little bit. The election integrity section is already getting pretty long, and everything we add, we're eventually going to have to subtract something later. So really it takes twice as much time because we debate things once on the way in, and then we're going to debate that number minus 15 on the way out. So is this something that you think is a high priority? You want to make a motion?
I have a question on it.
Go ahead.
Why does our Secretary of State not remove them when they turn in the death certificates? And that would eliminate a lot of the voter roll mess, at least for us.
Because the Secretary of State doesn't manage the voter rolls. It's the individual counties that do.
So when you apply for a death certificate, though, there's no way that we could change that to where that could be they could be taken out of the no?
It's up to the counties.
Okay.
Yeah. Dan Tully.
In this, just some information, in the last legislature, they got rid of the integrated deal around the United States of cleaning up the voter rolls because of the way the back end of it was structured and set up. The legislature's already dictated to the elections folks that they have to come up with a different avenue to get rid of all that. So things are already in the mill to be able to fix all that. And a lot of it you can do by your county, just taking together and put together a committee to go through and start finding these things and make the petition to your voter registrar in the county to get rid of them. It's always within your power. It's just a matter we don't apply the elbow grease to go get it done.
All right. Okay. What's your point?
This wasn't seconded, so we don't need to debate it right now.
That's correct. Well, I don't even think a motion is being discussed right now. Paul, did you want to make a motion to clean up the voter rolls?
I kind of open it up to discussion because I'm not sure what the detail is to make your SMART goal.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think there's not a motion right now, but if you want to add details and make one, then you can. Dr. Malati.
I had submitted a resolution for our platform committee in Dallas County. I mean, we could use the verbiage from that. It's about voter rolls.
Okay. Did you send that to me?
No, I haven't. I just, because we had this discussion, so I have it, though I can send it to you.
Do you want to make a motion to adopt it?
Sure. And I can read it to you and send it to you. I'm sending it to you now. You should have it by email. I can read it.
Okay, hang on. All right, Michael, I'm forwarding it to you. Okay, yeah, and he'll copy it in just a second to the into the slideshow. But the motion is to require the counties and the SOS to update the voter rolls between 90 and 30 days prior to any partisan election, and then there's more detail beyond that. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, seconded by who? By Rhonda Marquardt. Okay, is there any discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, we'll move into a go ahead.
Okay, on as far as on voter rolls and stuff, one of the questions that I would ask on that is, why wouldn't we be able to make that a mandatory thing either every year, every other year, or something like that? Kind of like what we do we go and register our car every year. We go and, register for other things on an annual basis or some basis, frequent. Why wouldn't we be able to do that with the voter rolls?
I don't have an answer to that question. We're just debating whether this should be passed.
Why could we add that to this, where it would be where the voter rolls would be updated or would be required to be updated every year, every 2 years, or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could be added up here. Do you want to make a motion? Brett.
Doesn't this say to do it before every election, so wouldn't that?
That would automatically cause every 2 years they would update.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, and again, I think we're getting into wordsmithing on that. Is there any more discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, all in favor of adding this to the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passed. And by the way, the reason I'm trying to avoid doing a lot of wordsmithing on these priorities as we add them in is because we don't want to spend a ton of time wordsmithing something that, wordsmithing 40 priorities, and then we're going to cut 25 of them, and then we're stuck with 15. Brett.
Potentially cut 25 because we might not have one single action item per legislative priority.
Well, we're going to. Debbie.
Hold on. Are we? Did that been decided?
That's our job as a committee. Debbie.
Hayes County submitted, make the Secretary of State an elected office. And is it not on? It's on. I would like to move to take that up. I think that we're a huge state. I think that the people should choose a Secretary of State. I do not believe it should be an appointed position anymore. I believe it will cut down on waivers and other things when they have to earn our vote. I think that's something that we really should consider doing in the state of Texas.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that has been said. Michael, you can be the seconder on that one. So the motion is to make the Secretary of State an elected office. Is there any further debate on this?
Would that require a constitutional amendment, or could it just be through law?
Would it require it? Does someone know that?
I venture it would be a constitutional amendment to do it. I have a feeling
Is that a constitutional office or a statutory office?
It's okay.
I'm looking at you. Yeah.
Maybe we can figure that out by tomorrow.
Yeah, by tomorrow, I think we can figure that out.
Yeah, we need to check it, because that is a question whether whether that's directly in the Constitution for the governor to appoint that position. So check that.
Okay. It's in the Constitution, so this would be a constitutional amendment to make the Secretary of State an elected office. So do you object to adding that language in?
Yes, then I object.
Okay.
For the reasons that I've discussed before, let's not waste a priority on something that will never happen because Democrats are not going to vote for this.
Jeff.
Quick little research. It looks like the Secretary of State is a statutory office, not a constitutional office. It says the Texas Constitution does not establish the position of Secretary of State. Rather, the office is created by statute.
Oh, okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, all in favor of adding this to the draft list, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passed. How many items do we have on the draft list so far? Okay, so we're we have 21 items, and we're going to have to cut this down to 15.
How many?
Yeah.
How many?
21.
21.
21. Y'all have voted for 21 priorities so far. Yes. So, is there anything else y'all want to bring up from election integrity? All right, I'm not hearing any, so we will move on to taxpayer-funded lobbying.
I'd like to move, where is it? The one from Harris, SD 15.
All right. The language there is abolish all forms of taxpayer-funded lobbying, including using tax dollars to hire lobbyists or paying tax dollars to associations that lobby the legislature.
I'll second.
And yeah, that was seconded by Julie Dahlberg.
Can I speak?
Go ahead and speak for it.
Oh, this came out of my SD. I don't know where exactly the language came from. I think it may have been from the last time it was a priority, because it was a priority, I think, from the 2020 convention. So I think this language may have come from there. But in any event, I think we're all in agreement. This is very important. In fact, until we get rid of taxpayer-funded lobbying, we can't get our other priorities done. This is important. So I definitely want to include this in our priorities.
Is there any further discussion? All right. Yep, it's already been seconded. Rick.
I'll offer an amendment to strike the words "the legislature" and substitute "any governmental entity," which is in Harris SD 7.
So I will argue against that, because I think this is an area where less specificity, even though it makes it seem broader like it does more, I think it actually makes it less powerful, because what we are really concerned about taxpayer-funded lobbyists lobbying the Texas legislature specifically.
Well,
I'm not crazy about them going and lobbying at Congress either,
No.
or lobbying state agencies.
They lobby TxDOT and every other agency,
Yes.
and they should get in their car and drive to Austin just like I do.
But I think this is one where making it more general also makes it less impactful. Yeah, and we're wordsmithing. All right, an amendment has been made. Is there a second? I don't hear a second. So we're back to discussion on the original motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adding this to our draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes unanimously. Moving on to Defend the Guard. Does anyone want to take up the Defend the Guard? Actually, we already had this in ballot props, and it was so long ago I can't even remember what happened with it. Did we pass it or did we not? No. We didn't? Okay. All right, then is there any objection to moving on past this one? All right, next is Protect the Grid. And there are also some cybersecurity AI related items in here, but I'm sure we want a Protect the Grid. Does someone want to take up one of these options kind of as our Protect the Grid option? And I think Wood County probably has the most solidly written one, I would say. Does someone want to take that one up?
Wood County. Yeah, I'll make a motion for the Wood County language.
All right, that has been moved by Brady Gray.
Second.
And then, yeah, I'll take a second from Generia. I think she had it first, so. All right, so harden the electrical grid. The legislature can't harden the electric grid. What can the legislature do to contribute to hardening the electric grid? That's, I think, what we have to think about in a legislative priority. So do we want them to fund hardening the grid? Do we want them to require electric companies to harden the grid themselves? We do need to answer that because we're asking for legislation. The 181 legislators themselves don't go out and start cladding wires and putting up Faraday cages and all the other things you do to harden a grid. They've got to incentivize it or require it or mandate it or do something. So does anyone have any language they would like to add in? And I see, Paul, you have your hand up.
I would say establish the Texas Grid Security Commission to evaluate the risks.
Yes.
They could do that. We don't know what all the risks are. We know there's a problem. We don't know what the risks are. You can't legislate unless you know what the risks are that you're trying to mitigate.
Well, so I'm looking at the Trinity, actually now that I'm looking at this, the Trinity, Lee, Lavaca, et cetera priority says immediate passage of legislation to direct and fund the hardening of electrical transmission and generation facilities. So would you be okay with substituting that language in? Or do you want a commission?
I think you need to evaluate the risks. And the only way to do that is to investigate it with the commission.
Okay.
Scott, can I speak to that? I'm real good friends with the lady who is on an electric board, and her comment to me on this is that what keeps them awake at night on all the electric boards is not if, but when in the middle of the night they're going to get this call, because she says there's no way they can do this, that it's impossible. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know what we can do about this or how to word it or how to do that, but I asked her about this one because I am a big proponent of this because I know it's not secure, but I don't know how to secure it.
Peyton.
All right, the reason the system went down and people died a few years ago is because the percentage of energy that's derived from the intermittent, which is wind and solar, is greater than the grid's design safety margin. And right now, the incentives are all to keep pushing the solar and the wind, so that margin so that dependence is increasing. So you're absolutely guaranteed during stress times that the system goes down. And so if we don't make the point that we have to move back to where our dependence upon what's called intermittent sources, that it cannot exceed, say, 75% of that safety margin or something like that, we will always have a problem, will never be secure. And so we have some, Denton County has some language along that line down in its suggestion.
Thank you. Dan Tully.
Well, true disclosure, I've worked in the electric grid system for over 20 years now with TXU Electric and Encore, now with Xcel Energy. And to do what you think you want to do here is next to impossible. They know a lot of the risks are there, and they're working overtime trying to fix it. They're spending literally billions of dollars as they build out the new grid to make it where it is hardened. Their biggest problem is they're having to go back into a lot of the old stations, substations and all, and retrofit them, and it's very expensive. Some of that equipment, it's taking them 2 and 3 years to get before they can fix it. Just getting some of the switches that we have for like 345 kV lines are taking 3.5 years now. 2 years ago, it only took 18 months. So there's a massive supply problem that we've got with even thinking to do. But the gentleman over here spoke exactly the truth. When the state of Texas deregulated utilities, it separated generation from transmission and distribution. What they didn't do, what they thought they were doing when they got rid of separating the two is there was going to be all this flood of money come in to build generation and replace all the old fossil units that had been sitting out there. Well, they started that, but the Wall Street people finally figured out you're not going to spend $15 million on an electric power plant and find out you can only operate it maybe 2-3 weeks out of the year but you've got to have people there at it 24/7. And you can only charge maximum of $1,500 for a megawatt of power, and you can't even begin to pay off $15 million if you only run your power plant for just a few weeks. They walked away. There's literally foundations sitting in places around Texas where they just walked away from those projects. What we have to do is instruct the legislature to go back, and we have to say, they know, ERCOT knows what the base requirements are for power in the state of Texas. You can look at their grid that they show you all the time. It's live. There needs to be a base amount of base power, which we used to call in the regulated industry. We had nuclear and coal were base load units. We even had some gases that were base load units. Then you have your gas units and all that are peaker units, and then you have solar and all this other stuff. They're not dependable 24/7, and we've got to fix that.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I think we're conflating a lot of issues here, and I'll allow you three to speak, Spencer and Janera and Paul. But before we go there, kind of going back to Paul's idea, it sounds to me like some of this is kind of above our wheelhouse. And we're like, we don't have the expertise in this room to figure out amongst each other. I almost wish, like, even beyond having a legislative committee, although that would certainly be useful, it would almost be more useful to me if we had some kind of, like, RPT committee, like within the Republican Party of Texas, maybe even like overseen by the SREC, kind of like a special purpose committee whose job it was to pull in like experts, but people who are conservatives and who are not just trying to minimize these risks because they want to get it off their plate, and really determine over the next couple of years a real proposal for this for our next convention. Because I think this is not going to be the kind of thing we achieve overnight. And I think if we try and be too prescriptive now, then we just don't have the knowledge base to direct the legislature on what to do, much less what a good bill here would look like. I mean, like Jeff, you're nodding. So, but I will turn it over to Spencer, then Janeria, then Paul.
So if I remember correctly, we were trying to figure out the language that we would want for a priority, correct? So the priority that made it in the top 15 2 years ago is specific, but not so specific that we're getting in the weeds. And it was also a state rep that works in the energy sector helped write that language. So that might be somewhere that we could look to know where to go from here.
Okay, Janeria?
Right. Senator Bob Hall, this is his baby. He's the one who educated us about it. He's done a documentary on it. He very specifically wanted, and that one from 2 years ago, he wrote with me. And what he wanted was us to tell the legislature to prioritize this. He doesn't want us to write it. We're not here to debate it. This is what he's asked us to do, is just push it because it's critical. We will be in anarchy within months, and there will be mass casualties within 1 year. So however they do it, it's not for us to figure out. I'm sure they've got some idea. They just want to push it because it's that critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
So I think everybody is agreeing we don't know what the risks are. Oh, we do. We know we have risks. We know we have a problem. We're not smart enough to know all the risks, but if we put our heads together with the experts, kind of like what you're saying, but I wouldn't do it within the RPT. I think the legislature needs to do that. They can pull in those experts. They can spend that money and evaluate those risks because we are not unlimited resources. We know that. So this is how you limit what has to be done and what are the risks once you know, and then you can apply to what resources you have to those risks. So I think I've said enough.
Brett?
What it's worth, we have an expert in the room, Tom Glass.
Yes.
Do we want to listen to him for a couple of minutes and see what he has to say?
I mean, we've only got 30 minutes before we get kicked out of the room, and we've got a lot of business to do.
Do we want to pull it, do it tomorrow then?
We could do that tomorrow. I mean, we could wordsmith it tomorrow. Do we want to just adopt the language we have now and then like handle this later when we have more time for wordsmithing?
Just as a placeholder for till tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Is there any, Rick?
Yeah. We do know what the risks are. Open source estimates are 90% casualties within 18 months or sooner. We would instantly become a pre-industrial society if one, perhaps two EMP devices are detonated at about 100 kilometers. It's an existential threat. The legislature has interim charge hearings to collect facts. Mr. Glass has been studying the subject and advocating for it for some time. And what we need to do is simply tell the legislature the mission. The mission is harden the grid. We don't need to tell them how.
Thank you. All right. So is there any further discussion before we move into a vote? Don.
So what you're talking about is a winter fleet or summer fleet. This is my business. I've been in the generation business for a long time, and the question is, do you harden for the winter or do you harden for the summer? And right now, we do have kind of a winter fleet that is been somewhat modified since Uri, but there is litigation with billions of dollars going on right now to answer all of the questions that we're talking about. And the solutions that are going to come out of that litigation is going to answer most of these questions. You're never going to be able to harden the plants, any one particular plant, any particular way. In the way we build plants in Texas is to cool people. It's, when a cloud comes over the city of Houston, one cycle less on a generation unit. If we harden it, we create heat on it, and it's a very complicated question. And the industry, I'll assure you, is moving heaven and earth to supply power on a basis to prevent anything like Uri happening, but during the summer as well. Now, there is some truth to what is being said about the number of wind generation megawatts that we have running during the summer, and they do not, provide it, and that's kind of a weakness in the legislature.
Yeah, I think we're conflating again, because this priority language and really the entire hardening the grid movement kind of within RPT and Senator Hall, et cetera, is not so much about the typical ups and downs of the seasonal cycle, although that is a problem for us for sure. It's about protecting the grid against terrorist attacks and electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear weapon, which is a very well-studied attack vector from possible adversaries. So, like whether that's something you believe in or not, this is speaking to that issue specifically, and studying the impact of that. And so, Mr. Briscoe, you said that there's already an interim charge dealing with this in the legislature?
The legislature routinely conducts interim charge hearings on matters to be brought up during session, and that would be a much better forum to address the specifics. They have the ability to call the industry and national security experts to testify.
Okay, so they don't already have one.
Well, number one, we don't need a commission. The legislature is quite capable.
Thank you. So with all of that being said, Janera, and then we'll move into
I'm sorry, this will be my last comment. This really is about an EMP attack. This is really, we have the capability. In harden, we only mean to protect our critical infrastructure, our electronics that are associated with it, from EMP pulse attacks. It will take a year and a half just to get the parts from Europe if our grid goes down, and by then we will, this is where the anarchy and the death comes in. And it's not exaggerated, it's not a theory. This is only about getting the parts that protect our grid from EMP and solar flares, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are we ready to move into a vote? Yes. Okay. Peyton, I saw your hand up, but go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I recognize that the EMP is the greater threat, but anyway, we had people die from a seasonal stress just a few years ago, and so that it is a serious problem, and it is getting worse. Because the problem is getting worse is because all the money and all the press push from Washington is to expand the solar and the wind and to shut down the dependable stuff like the coal and the nuclear to get rid of it. And so we're moving more and more towards the other, trying to push in the next 30 years to be more than 50% dependent upon those uncontrollable sources, which guarantees people are going to be dying on a seasonal basis as well, and we really ought to say something about it. Thank you.
All right, are we ready? We'll move into a vote on this. All in favor of including this item in the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. We have 24 minutes left. Our next section is medical freedom. So there is a lot of very dense language in a lot of these, but we did already move the vaccine choice ballot prop into the list. Is there anything else within medical freedom that someone would like to take up a motion to address? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the next section, which is criminal justice and individual rights. Is Dr. Malati?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what do we have could you remind me what we have in our priorities already?
So we already have the vaccine choice ballot proposition. Yeah. Yeah, and if there's some tweaking we need to do on that, we can do it later if that's in our top 15. All right, Rick.
I would like to move to adopt the Wood County terminate qualified immunity. Qualified immunity provides the ability.
Well, but before you speak to it, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that has been seconded by Loretta Emmons. Go ahead and speak to it.
Qualified immunity is frequently the basis of abuse of citizens physically and otherwise. And at least here in the Fifth Circuit, qualified immunity is such that it's virtually impossible to overcome. I have personal knowledge of an event that occurred in Almus Park here in San Antonio, in which the police suddenly, violently, and deliberately attacked people who were not breaking any law, seriously injured them. There was what's called a 1983 lawsuit, a civil rights lawsuit, and frankly, the courts have failed us. And the Fifth Circuit recently heard the appeal on the issue of qualified immunity, and I've got to say, a police officer wearing a badge is virtually licensed to kill in this state. And I'll ask one last question. What other job gets immunity like that? Do truck drivers?
All right, is there any other discussion on this?
Yes. This qualified immunity issue comes up at all of my ST15 conventions, I don't know, going back to 2016. Because we have a strong, libertarian faction and a strong law and order faction. And every time it comes up, I always have at least 2 or 3 former prosecutors among our delegates who passionately argue against this and explain why this would hinder police and prosecutors from doing their jobs. And so I don't know the details of of this issue, but I have heard from too many people that I trust that say this is a horrible idea.
All right, Michael.
My understanding is that qualified immunity is born out of not just state issues, but the U.S. Constitution. So it sounds like this would make it a U.S. Constitution issue. I'm not sure what we can do legislatively here in Texas regarding it. I know it's a big issue, probably bigger than just Texas, even though we're a really big state.
May I comment on that, sir?
Sure.
Qualified immunity applies both at the federal and state level. Obviously, we can only address the state level issue.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this item? Don.
Well, I've been married to a prosecutor for 15 years, and I can tell you that we cannot recruit police officers in the city of Houston. We can't recruit sheriff's deputies in Dallas or anywhere. If we got rid of qualified immunity, you know, I hope everybody in this room is prepared to become a very skilled gunfighter, because you'll have to be.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of including this one, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. That fails. All right, any other criminal justice individual rights? Jeff.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the Wood County abolish civil asset forfeiture in Texas.
All right, a motion has been made for abolishing civil asset forfeiture. Is there a second? All right, that was seconded by Spencer Brolsma. Can you speak to it?
Sure. So civil asset forfeiture as opposed to criminal asset forfeiture, two separate issues. Civil asset forfeiture is when you're charged with a crime, or even before they charge you with a crime. A police officer pulls you over, sees you have a lot of cash in your car, for example, decides, this happens a lot in states where they have casinos, and they'll say, yeah, you got a lot of cash in your car. That's typically something that drug dealers have, so therefore we're going to investigate whether or not you're drug dealing, and we're going to seize this cash in the meantime, and it's because it's evidence. And then at that point, they don't have to give they literally file the lawsuit, file the charges against the property. So they can file, there's tons of these where you see a situation where it's the state of Oklahoma versus a 1996 Ford Pinto, or whatever, they're literally filing the charge against the vehicle or a giant block of cash, and it becomes state property or the police department's property at that point. And even if you, with the civil asset forfeiture laws, even if you are acquitted of the crime, they keep the stuff, and it is their property. And changing this to criminal asset forfeiture means that you have to get a conviction before the police department or the county or the government entity gets permanent possession of the item, and it doesn't have to be returned. We don't want, this is a big issue when it is a drug dealer. You do want their assets not being returned to their family or given back that are part of a crime, but you should have to have a conviction before that becomes government property.
Thank you. Is there any other debate on this item? Dan Tully.
I agree with you. It should be criminal asset forfeiture. There shouldn't be any civil assets. And when you take it to where it's just pure criminal, that means that person's assets, if they want to, they can go to a grand jury, especially the innocent people that have their items taken because of somebody else doing something. I know about 10 years ago, I served on I was foreman of the grand jury in Tarrant County. We had one of these deals where a teenager, which was the grandson of a convenience store operator, had the grandson take the day's cash to take it and put it in the night deposit at the bank. Well, he stopped and picked up a couple of his friends, and they were holding a lot of dope on them. They got pulled over. The officer correctly arrested him, seized all that money, seized the grandparents' car that the grandson was driving. And they spent 3 years trying to get that, just the vehicle back. So it's because it was civil, it was not criminal. So I can tell you, from firsthand experience, it's like, that was the first time my eyes were opened up as to the difference between the two. And it should be strictly criminal. And have it go through the criminal system, because you're going to have to, if they're indicted, I could see how the state could maintain it. But if they're not indicted, it should go away. If they're not convicted, it should be returned to them, and the state or the county, whoever has that asset, must maintain it in good order to return it back to them if that's the case after conviction.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of adding this to the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. All right, anything else on the criminal justice and individual rights section? All right, seeing none, we'll move on.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I back up just one?
Back to medical freedom.
Yeah, the Dallas Institute, the.
Can you use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Enact legislation requiring that a patient's Bill of Rights may not be in any way infringed by a hospital or other public, private entities, protocols, or policies, I think would be a good fit in the medical freedom, given the last 4 or 5 years.
Where is this one? Oh, I see it. I see
Second
it.
one from the bottom.
Okay, so this refers to a patient's Bill of Rights. Is there a document called the Patient's Bill of Rights? Okay. It's just not something I'm aware of. Does legislation already require this? Because, I mean, if the Patient's Bill of Rights exists, then we would just be enacting legislation to tell them to follow something that already exists. I don't know, like, is there something
I get what you're
here?
saying, but that out of the behavior and things that have happened through COVID, I would say that it's either not there or has no teeth, one or the other, because the protocols have been forced upon individuals through the hospitals and public. So
Yeah,
what does the doctor think?
I actually am not as familiar with this full Bill of Rights that you're talking about, so we'd have to see what it's delineated, what's delineated in it for me to have a comment. That's why I'm going to have to look through all this, because I didn't really comment on this section because
I would just like
when you
the
look through
option
it.
to be able to add it in. Are we going to be able to do that tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we can. Yeah.
Okay, all right, then I won't insist on
For
backing
that
up.
one specifically, we can save it for tomorrow
Okay,
to
all right.
decide.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't know. Do we want to? I feel like stop sexualization of minors is going to take a while to go through. So it's 10:50. Is there any objection to recessing until tomorrow morning?
So moved.
All right, that has been moved and seconded. All in favor of recessing until 8 a.m. tomorrow, say aye. Aye. All right, that is passed. So 8 a.m. tomorrow, we will start again. And also, just for people in the audience, and if there's anyone still waiting on this, I think we need to complete all of this before we go back to taking testimony. So I think we're officially kind of behind schedule. And so we'll need to get to the end of at least adding to the list before we start taking testimony again, because we need to make sure we get through all this. So I think even with people who signed up today, they'll just be first in line for tomorrow. Yes.
Can we make sure we can get the waters refilled tomorrow midday?
I will.
Is there any
bring
way?
it up. I'll bring it up. Yes.
When did I grow up? I've been accused of. Somebody said I never did.
I'm saying we need to get.
I was born on a farm 5 miles outside the city of Dallas, which is 10 miles from downtown Dallas at the time, and of course now houses are 40 miles north of here. but it was just outside the city limits of Dallas, North Dallas. No Preston Road, of course.
My wife is always heavily armed, so I'm kind of worried about her skinning, scalping. General counsel.
Yeah, sitting right next to Eric.
Yeah.
It's funny, Eric went on and on and on. Several tried to cut him off in 3 minutes. She spoke next, and she did real good. That I heard of.